traffic issues, so there's a few people just walking in, so we'll get started so we stay on time. So good morning to our Kickstart event for 2022. Are you ready to be filled to your boots, inspired, ready to absolutely. So we're going to crack on straight away with speakers because I don't want to run out of time. Stick and start. Come in, everybody. Please come in. So to kickstart, actually some housekeeping. So we've got lunch is going to be a short 45-minute break. So obviously bring you brought your own stuff. Hopefully, if not, come share mine. So we'll have a little break in the afternoon. We have a raffle. So if you've not been sent a link, since I know we're getting to our seats. If you can get to your seats quietly and not talk, that'd be really helpful. Here comes Stuart Armfield making a late entrance. Here he is! Grab a microphone, babes, off we go. So here we are. So we've got a raffle happening. So make sure you've got a link from your National Vice President, and you can buy a £2.50 ticket or a strip for a tenner and be with an opportunity to win an Age Well set or a Host Pack. So that all goes to the Avon Charitable Foundation. So that's amazing. Do that support. Charli Foundation. Let's see if we can raise loads of money today for them. And we're going to kick off first of all with our first trainer of the day. Who better to kick us off than the fabulous, I think we've got a picture of her coming up soon, Executive National Vice President, Hettie Gifford. So Hettie is going to be training on the adventures of an IC. So Hettie said yes to Avon when she was 25. Oh my goodness, I'm looking for a little extra money alongside her dancing career. She's obviously now an ENVP, owns 3 properties in London and has the most amazing leadership team and is buzzing about 2022. Also, just from me, one of the first people ever to believe in me and say yes and really led the way for so many people. And it's a massive reason why so many of us are here today, because I had no clue what I was doing when I first started. And thanks to Hettie, I got a bit more organised and we got moving. So much to thank this amazing lady for, and I know you all feel the same. So I can't wait to hear her amazing training today. Please welcome up the fabulous NVP Hettie
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this fabulous Kickstart event of 2022. Can we even cope? So this year, I don't know what you all feel, but I feel like it's the year of getting back to basics, getting laser focused on what it is that we want to do every day. I can't breathe. It's a big walk down those stairs. To what it is we want to do to create the dreams that we have, and literally create momentum, do what duplicates so that momentum kicks in. We're all enrolling ICs and PCs, promoting direct leaders like you wouldn't believe, to literally in a few months' time, like, can you even cope what we have all created as a team? That's the plan, and I'm sure you all feel the same. And what that's going to come from is us showing up as the next level independent consultants we all are. Because whilst we all have different titles, we're all the same. We're all independent consultants, and it's getting back to, am I being a world-class independent consultant? So we always say, don't we, in Avon, that it takes time, effort, and learning new skills. So it's just taking a quick little inventory of, is that what I'm doing? So ask yourself this question: do you give yourself and your business the time they deserve? Because here's the thing, it's never too late to become the person you've always wanted to become. One of the most wonderful things about time is you can't waste it in advance. So no matter how much time you've squandered in the past, the next hour that comes your way is perfect and unspoiled and ready for you to make the best use of it. So make 2022 the year you master your time. Another question: do I have a coachable mindset? Do I believe that there is more that I can learn? Am I open to that? Because learning is an investment, and it's much cheaper than the cost of staying in the same place for years and never changing. So ask yourself, what do I want to be? And then ask yourself, am I willing to persist until I become that? Constantly ask yourself, after all the activities that you do, ask yourself, what went well? After what I just did, what went well? Give yourself a pat on the back and acknowledge that, but then ask, what could I have done better? and then do better. Commit to growing. And the last question is, do you put the effort in? Because this business takes consistent effort. That's the key, consistent. Too many people miss a good opportunity because it looks like work and it's just in overalls, and they're like, oh, it's a bit tough. But you've got to be willing to do whatever it takes. I think that's the key. If you want to smash your goals this year, are you willing to do whatever it takes? And I love it. Someone once asked the question, like, how many people do you have to ask to get to National Vice President? Like, what's the number? We all want the magic formula. Like, is it 100? Is it 1,000? Like, tell me the number. The answer is as many as it takes. Don't get hung up on what that is. Just keep asking until you've achieved the goals you want. So this whole event, I'm sure, is going to shift you in a paradigm. Even if it's just 1 degree, that one idea of how to take better action, that one shift in your mindset could then create a quantum leap. Because you have that inner like, whoa, I'm going to show up differently now. So just to show how a miracle truly is a shift inception, I want you all to take your right hand up to the sky, and I want you to look as if there's a clock on the ceiling, and I want you to draw a circle from 12 to 3 to 6 to 9. 12, 3, 6, 9, get that circle going clockwise. Now keep going, bring that circle right down, keep it going clockwise until it's under your chin. So keep that going. Everyone, down, some of you down, under that chin, that's it. Now look down. Is it going clockwise? No! I'm going to listen. No, that is just for showing you. You're looking at it a different way. And sometimes if you think, no, it's this, if you're just willing to look the other way and go, oh no, it's that. Yeah? So, woo! That's it. So, let's just shift, be open to shifting. So I'm going to share everything I wish I knew. And remember, let's get back to being an independent consultant. So think like a brand new independent consultant. Here's everything I wish I knew when I started my journey. And in a short cartoon, illustrated by my wonderful sister. So the story begins. Once upon a time, a girl was introduced by a friend to an incredible future-thinking company who opened its doors to anyone who wanted more in life. They said unto their people, if you can sell and consume botanically-based products, share an ultra-amazing opportunity, and mentor others to do the same, then we shall bestow upon you the title of Super Nation, and you will be able to live the life that you dream. They said to succeed, you need 2 things. 1, to know why you want to do it, and 2, to promise you will never quit until you do. Be a lifer. The rest you shall discover along the way. That day, the girl took a leap of faith and set out on her quest to become a super nation. She knew it was going to be one hell of an adventure, and she was fearful, and she started to question herself. I wonder if I have what it takes. Who can relate to that? Who's felt like, oh, have I got what it takes? Luckily for her, she had an amazing sponsor who promised to share with her all the secrets and wisdom she'd already discovered. She said, if you can promise to match my efforts and work hard on everything I share with you, together we will get to that far-off island called Maui. And so the first lesson began. That night, they sat down for a celebratory herbal detox tea, and the sponsor said, tomorrow we will launch this expedition, we will set off together, but I can only walk with you on this quest some of the way. I can point you in the right direction, but sometimes you must go on alone, and therefore I want to give you my hindsight of some of the things you might face so you know how to overcome anything that tries to distract you from your path. Remember though, I'm always there, I'm just only a phone call away. So she opened up a secret manual entitled What We Do, and here's what she said. Keep it simple. 1, 2, 3. Because it's not what works, it's what duplicates. So are you writing this down? 1, wash. We partner with our women, use healthier alternatives every day. Use the products. 2, present. We sell the products and we sell the business. We earn commission of every product sold. That's what we do. 3, teach. We teach our teams to do the same, both online and in person. So 1, wash, 2, present, 3, teach. Got it? The 8th, she said, you want to ask people to buy from you. People can't buy from you unless they know about you. They can't work with you unless they know it's an option for them too. So ask them, would you shop with me? Do you want to try these products? Ask them, would you take a look at this business? Are you ready to get started?
Chat to people. We get hung up on how are we doing it, what are we doing it. We're just having conversations, we're talking to people. We help them flourish with Arbonne. So share the information and find out how you can help them. Arbonne has so much to offer. So what is the thing that they would love about Arbonne? And then enroll. We welcome new preferred clients and new consultants to the business each month. We ask people, are you ready to get started? Would you like me to show you how to get the best discounts? So just be ace. If you're like, I'm not sure, I would be an ace. Am I asking people, am I having conversations, and am I enrolling? Done. She then reached down into her, She then reached down into her bag and got prepared things to avoid. And so the list of things to avoid began. Number 1, don't catch perfectitis. This is a common ailment that strikes down the best of us. Don't ever worry that you must be perfect, as perfection is an impossibility. There is not a single super nation that is perfect. So they got there the hard way, like all of us. We're all fighting our own ignorance and our own laziness every step of the way. So if you catch yourself coming down with symptoms, which include putting off doing anything until you know everything, and going to bed worrying, I didn't get enough done. Like, here's what you need to do. You just need to say to yourself in the morning, today I'm going to be the best that I can be. That is enough. Understand that any time and every time you take action, you are moving forward in your business. Done is better than perfect. Then do done. Just do the action and crack on with your day. And at night before you go to bed, go through a list of all the things you actually did do well that day. I did this, I did that, I did that. And then go to bed knowing you've done what you need to do, and then crack on the next day. 2, don't drink the potion. You may be tempted by many potions along the way that come in all forms of negativity, envy, jealousy, criticism, resentment, anger. All these emotions will be the death of you. I know you think they can't be avoided, but they absolutely can. You need to learn to manage your disappointments and choose love, abundance, praise, and gratitude instead. People will quit, people will doubt you, they will laugh at you, they will question you, they will cancel you, they will stand you up, and unbelievably, people say no. If anyone's new, I'm sorry to drop that bomb, but they do. But you just have to smile and think next and trust the process. The right people will join you and stay. And know that everything is happening for you and not to you. Sometimes the most bad experiences and the bad people teach us the most in life. So actually be so grateful for the lesson and then just move on. Don't drink the potion. Beware the dark clouds of inactivity. That was lesson number 3. So inactivity causes the worst thing you can face on your adventure. You know that consistency is key, and we're told all the time, like every day, we're going to do it every day, when every day turns into most days, and then it's the someday that you wanted to avoid, you're going to find yourself surrounded by the dark clouds of inactivity. And what that breeds is uncertainty, doubt, fear, and then you get to the point where you're like, oh, I don't know if I can do this anymore. Don't. That is a sign, if you're in that state, that you're just not in action. You're in activity. That's the problem. And so when you get that sign, go, oh, I think this might be the dark clouds of inactivity. What's happening to me? And so if you want to know how to get rid of them, you might think the longer that you've been inactive, the bigger they are, and the scarier it seems, oh, no, I get past it. No, it's just one action. One choice to send the message. One choice to do the change. It's like, oh, it's all gone. Oh, God, I know what I'm doing. I'm actually really good at this. Like, it's crazy. So just if that happens on your journey, do that. But yes, I promise they're going to be gone. So number 4, don't get possessed by the overthinking zombie. Who are my overthinkers in the room? Sometimes people, we get stuck in our heads. We just imagine all the wonderful things that we could do, and we never do them. This is what you think thinking about activity looks like. So you think this is what it looks like. You're not actually doing anything. And you could sit in the room and watch you thinking about Arbonne, you would be terrified. Like the point, if you catch yourself thinking like, oh my God, I'm not actually acting. I need to use my hands, I need to use my words, I need to use my voice, I need to actually do something. Because the difference between a super nation and you is that you thought about it, they did it. And that's the difference. So, there is no way around hard work. Work creates luck. And if you don't know what to do, think of Picasso who said, I'm always doing that which I cannot do in order to learn how to do it, and then act. Whoa, that was a lot of information, she thought, and closed her eyes to sleep. Her sponsor, however, leading by example and determined to pave the way, read 10 pages, listened to an audio, and visualised now before she slept and thought, the heights by great men reached and kept were not attained by sudden flight, but they, whilst their companions slept, were toiling upward in the night. The next morning, she awoke and her sponsor was gone, but all the knowledge, the system, and the belief that anything was possible inside of her. So she stepped off on her own journey to go and find her team of entrepreneurs. She avoided all the perils, she enrolled ITs and PCs, she promoted district managers, and then it was her turn to lead and pass on the secrets to success. So she called a leadership academy. Despite her fears, she took to the stage and she addressed her team and said, until you become a super nation, you have not mastered everything you need to master. So I'm here as your best friend to be real and tell you what it is going to take. I'm going to hold your hands through it all, but you are going to do it so we can get to that island and marry together. Or you're going to find me dead on the right side of the road trying to help you get there. So the first skill, she said, that you need to master is exercising your determination. So we all have determination, or you all wouldn't be here. But it's really thinking about how determined am I? How many times do I not do the thing that I said I was going to do? Like, we need to be determined. And the crazy thing is about determination is the mind gives up before the body does. I was once in a yoga class and we were doing some kind of like twisted street pose and they're like, 1 more minute. I was like, 1 more minute? Like, are you actually kidding me? I'm never going to hold it. And the yoga person was like, use your body to tell your mind how the body has the control because the mind's going to give up. And I was like, oh, as soon as I tell my body, like, do it, stay. Like, you know what I mean? You got that. So be like, 1 more. So when you're just about to give up, you're like, oh, I'm tired, 2 more messages. When you're reading, you're like, I'm just going to read tonight, read. Like, exercise. How determined can I be? So that it becomes a habit of determination to absolutely keep doing. 2, flex your asking muscles. I now understand that asking is one of the most important skills to master. Because do you ask for things you want, or do you sometimes get mooditis where you're like, I want to ask, but I just won't, you know? You don't ask. Think of someone and you don't reach out. All those times, I used to be absolutely terrible at that. I was laughing. I once went on a date with someone, and they asked me what I wanted to drink, and I said, I have wine. And they went off, and they got a pint, and they forgot to get me a drink and came back with a pint. I'm like, so I just sat down with a pint and I sat there thinking, come on, just carry on. So tap. Like, how ridiculous that I didn't just say, like, oh, you forgot my wine. Like, why do we not ask for things? It's just so stupid. And it's because of things like fear of embarrassment or feeling for asking for help or like getting something wrong. I don't know, does anyone else relate? Are there things that you want and you don't ask for and you just go, oh, I'll do it now. Like, why? Why do we do that? Like, if you can just learn to ask. And I read a quote that said, it's silly to be afraid that you're not going to get what you want when you ask. You already don't have what you want. If you don't ask, you're never going to get it. Without asking, you've already failed. You already have nothing. So what have you got to lose? Like, they just might say yes. So ask. And then 3 is facing your fears. Fear is normal. And this year's got to be the year that you don't identify as being someone, oh, I'm just afraid. No one else is afraid, but I am. Trust me, we're all afraid, right? It's just that we've learned how to face our fears and get on with it no matter what. It's absolutely normal to feel feelings of fear. That's a human emotion that we absolutely all have. So Ralph, well, the Emma says, do the thing you fear and the death of fear is certain. So make it your mission every day to do something that scares you. And usually when it's that little voice that goes, oh, I just don't want to do that, it's the very thing that you absolutely need to do. So that's the thing that you know, when you, who gets like the cold sweats and you shake a bit, go a bit dizzy, you can't see straight. Like, that's the sign. Act anyway. You feel, and the thing to think in your head is, this one small act will be over in 5 minutes, and it very much could change my life. Just before you're about to prospect to someone, just about you do a DA to somebody and you feel like you don't know what you're saying. I haven't transferred my script. I'm going to forget what I'm saying. Be like, no, it's absolutely fine. You're not going to forget. If you forget, it'll be fine. This next 5 minutes could change my life. Let's do it. And this is the thing. Aristotle said, whenever we learn by doing. Men become builders by building. Harp players become harp players by constantly playing the harp. Like, by doing brave acts, you become brave. It's not, oh, lucky person, you're brave, lucky person, you're brave, all of us are screwed. No, these are the people that have done brave acts, therefore we identify with them as brave people. But we could all be brave if we just did more brave acts. So that's what we need to do. And then lastly, think like an executive national vice president. So James Allen says, all that a man achieves or fails to achieve is a direct result of his thoughts. And I couldn't agree more. Your brain is like fertile soil, so anything you plant grows. So if you planted flower seeds, you're going to get beautiful flowers. If you plant poison ivy, you're going to get poison ivy. It's the same brain, it's about what you choose to think about. So are you going to focus on thoughts of change, thoughts of the team that you're going to have, thoughts of traveling to AIT and all the things like that? Are you going to choose to see yourself as someone who's successful and someone's going to create great things? Because none of us know how to do it. None of us know exactly how it's going to pan out. We just choose to hold that vision in our head and then take daily action. Whereas if you hold the vision in your head, if you're messing up, if you're not working out, if you're just being the one clapping again at someone else's art presentation like 10 years from now, like that's what you're creating, because you're constantly thinking about it. And I know it's scary sometimes, because I definitely am somebody who naturally, we all do, we naturally think the negative first. There's a few people that might not, but most of us do. So you constantly have to go, nope, not that one, eject, put in your mind what you want to dream about and believe. So, bringing this to a close. With her sponsor as a Super Nation and her zooming around in her Mercedes, she knew it was just one last push to get to that island at Maui. Her sponsor's last words to her were, embrace the spirit of this business. Despite everything that's going on with you and around you emotionally, you want to be building this business with integrity, with calmness and composure. Ultimately, it's about the balance of urgency and that drive and that grit and determination mixed with the patience and compassion to trust your soul's growth and how your journey's panning out. It's the two. Go for it. It's going to work out how it's meant to work out for me. It's the balance of excitement mixed with knowledge. You want to be raising everyone's energy of like, oh my God, you're doing this, you're doing that. And then when someone's like, how'd you do it? Like this, like that. You know, find the answer if you don't know how to find it. They're all out there. You want to work hard and you want to play hard. It takes work, but we have a heck of a lot of fun. So her sponsor had made it to the island of Maui and shared how amazing the view was. She was inspired by many others to do the same, and that was her wish too. She thought, like, once I become a Super Nation, it's not the end, it's just the beginning, because then the mission is about helping as many people as possible get to Nation. It's not about you, it's about everyone in your team getting there too. So just to end it, I just wanted to say, my mum always used to say to me, it's far better to be a little fish in a big pond than it is a big fish in a little pond, because fish grow to their size of their environment. So if you're the big fish, you've got nowhere to grow. You want, like, if you feel like you're in the deep end, you're facing adversity, you're learning all these things, good, because that means you have that space to grow and become what it is that you want to become. Like, my mum makes a lot of sense. Even though she applied on 7 in the Vegas registration period, I still love her. It's absolutely fine. And whenever you're, and as coaches, this is the other last thing I'd say, we really want to make sure that we are being coaches and not always just cheerleaders. Because we are everyone's cheerleaders, saying, come on, you can do it, you're doing amazing. But also to give people that constructive criticism and push people to do what you know they're capable of. Because coaches, my favourite ballet teachers are the ones that ignored you. And you'd be like, 10 more times on my head, and she's like, Hettie, oh good, I'm doing something right, because she's actually paying me attention. Do you know what I mean? It's like a true coach is shouting and doing this because it wants you to do well. So don't be afraid of having those conversations of how could I be better? What could I do differently? And be a coach to people. It's hard when you've never led before to then say to somebody something they need to do. And you're like, oh, I don't want to give them that feedback, don't want to hate me. But you're not helping them unless you tell them what it is they need to know to become what they need to become. And the reason why I say that is because, oh my God, I'm eternally grateful to Sarah for everything she's done. But when I was a district manager and Sarah ran little area trainings, she said, oh, I want you to train. And I said, oh no, Sarah, no. I'm not ready, I'm not good enough, I can't do it, no, you need to ask this person on my team, you need to ask this person, they're much better than me, they actually know what they're doing, I don't. And she went, no, you're going to do it. She made me, pushed me, gave me that belief. And every time, come on, you're doing the intro today for the DA. No, I'm not going to help you with that event, you're going to go and do it. That is how you build leaders, by seeing in them what's great in them and getting them to go and do it. So let's get back to basics, keep it simple, be yes, show up, and be the world-class independent consultants we all are, and go create loads of nations. Love you all.
That was absolutely amazing. Can we just do one more? What I really would love this whole event is for at the end of everyone speaking, it's like we're at Wembley Arena. You stand up, you scream, you shout, you stamp your feet for every single speaker. Can we do that? So, Hettie, Gifford! So, I just want everyone to be really in it today, because I remember when, like Hettie was saying, that was amazing, by the way, Hettie. Just want to just give some love to Hettie, because I admired Hettie from the very beginning of my business. She was the one. When she was talking about the area manager training, I used to sit at the back of the room, maybe in the middle sometimes, and just watch her and just be like, Charli's amazing. Her training's always so, it's just so spot on. She's just absolutely phenomenal. So thank you so much, Hettie. But when I was in those little area manager trainings, I didn't realise at the time how small and how intimate and how like the beginning of what it was. And I kind of feel like that's what it is today as well. Like we sat here in this little room, and like in the next couple of years, we will be, Sarah's success line will be in Wembley Stadium. I can guarantee. Like we will have these big arenas, and we'll be thinking back to this tiny little room that we're in, and we're thinking, oh my God, do you remember 2022 when it all began, when it all really kicked off? So just like today, just immerse yourself in the energy, immerse yourself in this is just the beginning. Like I am going to be a super nation. I'm going to make sure that by the end of this year, I will be driving a Mercedes, or the end of this year, I'm going to be a national vice president, because it is now, it is today that you decide this is it. So, I'm going to introduce you to the next person. She was an absolute loser when she very first started her business. When Frances first introduced me, I was like, oh, this is not the loser that I was talking about. She's unbelievable. Where is the actual loser? Oh, there she is. This girl, no public whatsoever. I was like, she got introduced to me, and I was like, oh my good God, get me away from her. She was giggling. She was like, oh, I'm going to go home with my sister. I just honestly, Frances, good luck. But this girl, she had no confidence. She was really underconfident. She just didn't ooze any kind of national vice president qualities. So I ignored her for about 2 or 3 years until she decided. There was a big change there. I moved into this massive house, and she moved in with me, basically. She didn't really, but she was there quite a lot. And I saw a massive change in this girl, and I was like, oh my God, this girl's actually got it. So if you are thinking to yourself, I am that loser, there's no way I'm going to be national vice president, I think Naomi is the proof that anybody can do our part. So please, welcome to the stage, Naomi Wilkinson!
Thank you, Stuart. I'm so sorry for you for losing Kristen. So yeah, thank you so much. So I have been on to speak to you guys today about transforming your confidence, which is ironic, as Stuart just said, for obvious reasons, but also because when Stuart asked me to do this, my first thought was, I've got a broken toe. I cannot stand up there wearing this boot, because it's just not what you visualise. So I'm going to be honest, I don't feel my most confident right this second because I have the shoe on, which is stupid. It's silly, but it's so true. but I'm a human being. And the reason I tell you that is because there is not one person in the world, there is not one person in the world that feels 100% confident 100% of the time, and you can still be successful if you're not either. But that is exactly what I want to speak to you about today, because no matter what is going on around you, or what may currently be, you may be thinking about yourself, or whatever your reality is, it doesn't affect the value that you have to give or the action that you can decide to take. It really doesn't have to. Did you know that your level of confidence is simply in line with whatever you perceive it to be? That is simply it. It's just another belief. And it's just whatever you're believing about yourself at whatever moment in time. And we all know that a belief, all it is a thought that you've practiced over and over and over again. And that is it. And I think we often look at other people and measure their confidence, maybe by what they look like, or what they do, or how much money they earn, or whatever. So, like, you know, so many different things we can measure people's confidence on. And when we perceive other people's confidence in those ways, it allows us, or tends to make us look at ourselves in those same ways as well, and be like, okay, well, I'm not like that, I'm not like that, I'm not like that. And all that does is it diminishes your own confidence. And there will be lots of people looking at me right now thinking, she must be the most confident person in the world. And I am in so many ways, but there are ways that I'm not as well. And that is just what being human is about. But, you know, confidence, I don't believe, is something you just get and then you keep forever. I think it's something that you know, it's like a muscle. You work on it, you maintain it. There's certain situations in life that might make you feel less confident, and then there's other situations which might make you feel more confident. So if you want to transform your confidence, what are you telling yourself about yourself? Like, that is the place to start. I guarantee you will feel confident in many things and perhaps not others, and that is totally fine. But let's stop labeling ourselves as one or the other, because you become whatever you believe about yourself. I called myself not confident for years, probably, I would say 20 when I started this, 20, probably 4 years, until Stuart took notice of me. I could call myself underconfident, right? And that's what I lived, because that's what I was telling myself. And you get to live whatever you're going to tell yourself. But the great news is, your personal reality about who you are is literally just a perception. But whatever your perception is, isn't reality, it's only a perception. I'm going to say that again. Your personal reality is only a perception. But whatever your perception is, isn't reality, it's only a perception. And it's simply the lens that you happen to be looking through at your reality through at any given moment in time. And I love that what Esther Hicks says about what you are living is the evidence of what you are thinking and feeling every single time. And I have that stuck up in my bedroom, in my office, because it's such a good reminder that it really is just your thought process that will allow confidence or not allow it. So an example, I used to tell myself I wasn't creative, right, for years. I longed to be creative because I thought creative people were more fun. Again, that's just perception. But the reason I thought I wasn't creative is simply because when I was in year 7, my very first art lesson, we had to draw our shoe, right? Which of course wasn't this one. But I suck at drawing. I'm the worst drawer in the world, and that is, you know, I'm totally okay with that. But I drew a terrible shoe, decided I wasn't autistic, therefore not creative, and that was it. Belief planted, and I lived it and believed it for absolutely years. And it's so easy to unconsciously plant beliefs without even realising if you don't have the awareness. So when I started R1, I was met with all these creative performers, dancers, you know, West End stars, and I thought, damn it, I need to be like that. I need to be that confident to be good at R1, but it is not true. You have to remind yourself to challenge these beliefs that you have about yourself, because you are the only person that gets to believe them. If you get on a call with your upline and you tell them all the reasons why you're not confident, all the reasons why, you know, all your self-limiting beliefs, they're going to get off that call and go carry on with their great personal development and their mindset and have their beliefs. You're the only person that gets to keep them, and if you argue to keep them, you will keep them for as long as you want to, or as long as you decide to. So even that bio that, you know, I sent in for just now, I've had that from before, and actually since writing this, I will go back and change it, because I'm the confident 20-year-old. Yes, in many ways I was underconfident, but in many ways I wasn't. So why I labelled myself as that, I have no idea, but just because, you know, I was shy around the wrong people and I was quiet, doesn't mean I wasn't confident. I was just looking at it in a completely wrong way. So at the time, I was actually a visual merchandiser, which I actually loved, and I was good at it. And you have to be creative, by the way, to be good. So again, don't quite see how that ended up. But I was good at that job. I really enjoyed it, and I was confident at it. But who I was being in like my everyday life was underconfident, because that was simply what I was telling myself. And it took me, you know, I left that job 5 years ago and I really just realised that I was confident at it. So literally, what are your beliefs? Like, what are you telling yourself? And we keep asking you that because it's so, so important. And one way that we build confidence is by doing. So we all know this because we've all learned to do something new before, every single one of us. And the more you do something, the more confident you're going to get at it. We all know this. But if you don't have the confidence in the first place, especially with R1, the chances are you might not do the thing. And we all know that in R1, you have to do the thing to get the results. So you might feel like you're in a bit of a catch-22, which is definitely who I was. So, you know, I need the confidence to do it, but I know that doing it will give you the confidence I'm looking for, right? We all know this. But luckily, that was me, and so I know how you can get out of it. And I just want to show you a video, to really show you the levels of overall confidence I was working with, and kind of who Stuart's talking about. So this is me, and I think, yeah, November 2015. So I was actually a year into my business at this point. So just watch this. You're allowed to laugh over it. You can tell just by my face, I think. Doesn't matter which crack on. It's okay. I'll carry on, maybe we can get it again. Anyway, hopefully we can get it, because it's quite funny. But so the place to start, that I want you to start at with yours, is your mental narrative that you've got going on. So one of my favourite quotes from the 5 AM Club, which is on the next slide, I'll just read it for now, is if you're running a mental narrative that says that you don't have what it takes to be a superb leader in business or an acclaimed expert in your craft, then you won't even start the adventure of getting there, will you? World class is a process, not an event. Running a limiting psychological program that says everyday people can't become great will cause you to think it would be a complete waste of time to do the studying. Put in the hours and prioritise your days around your desires. What would be the point when results like that are impossible for someone like you under your belief system? And then, because your daily behaviour is always a function of your deepest beliefs, that very perception of your inability to realise victory becomes real. Human beings are hardwired to act in alignment with our self-identity, always. You will never rise higher than your personal story. I remember reading that and thinking, oh my goodness, I have got to sort out this story that I'm telling myself in my head. I had the worst personal story, and occasionally it rears itself head up again, but now I have the tools and the awareness to get myself back on track and know that I need to tell myself whatever it is that I want to believe, rather than just being a slave to my body. And therefore my mind. So what is your story? Like, what beliefs are you feeding yourself every single day? So you might have just started this business and have a little bit of confidence. You might have just started this business and have loads. Whichever, it doesn't matter. You know, you might have had confidence and lost it in the last couple of years. That's okay too. You might have confidence in your job and on your business, but know this: if you have confidence in one tiny area of your life, you can have it in every area, in huge, huge abundance. And I truly believe you can build confidence in any moment of any day, no matter what is going on around you, which is just, in my eyes, the best news ever. And we get to choose how we feel. Even if you feel confident for 30 seconds, it's enough to make a decision that will create change that might just change your life. And it will build momentum. And if you are like a listener to SKX like I am, you will know it's actually only 17 seconds that you need to hold a good feeling thought for to start that momentum. And if you don't listen to SKX, start. Again, also a massive tip of mine. And so how do they change these beliefs? So first of all, Jo Derby, if you don't know her, look her up on YouTube. There is a video called How Your Thoughts Are Connected to Your Future. It's 13 minutes long. I listen to it every single day for at least 6 months. And the reason why his teachings are so good is a good place to start is because if you don't believe it's possible to rewire your brain, chances are you might not even try. You'll just accept that you are who you are and that's how you think. And that is certainly what I used to believe until I discovered him. But he will teach you the scientific biology behind the way you think and the chemistry, and it's so fascinating that you just can't argue with him. The second way is gratitude, like one way to totally rewire your brain again, and you'll be surprised how this links in with confidence. So for those of you who do know me, you will know gratitude is my thing. I've now done it for the last 1,181 days, and it has totally transformed and rewired my brain, like literally. I think it's probably about so hanging out that I started doing it. But yeah, it's linked to your perception of reality, gratitude is, and I think that's why it has such a huge impact, and it links your levels of self-worth and confidence, I literally guarantee it. The third thing I did as well, and I'll always have Carly Myers to thank for this, I don't know if she's here today, I don't know if I've seen her, but AAC in 2018, she said, every single time you don't do something you say you will do, you validate every single self-limiting belief you have about yourself. And I believe this is how most people live, and this is why a lot of people don't do what they say they're going to do. So as soon as I got home from that AAC, I wrote a checklist of things I wanted to do every day, and slowly my self-worth and confidence grew. And I really, really recommend doing this. It doesn't even have to be arbor-related things. It can be making your bed, it can be drinking 3 liters of water, like whatever it is, taking your brains. But literally, it's like a reward chart for a child. When you tick stuff off, you feel good about yourself, and it really, really, really does compound. And you know, last year, to be completely honest, I spent a fair amount of it in like a shame spiral. I told myself off for a lot of things, and a lot of crazy beliefs going on, and I believed a lot of them. And we all know it's not a great place to be. It's incredibly unhelpful because we all know that not living in a state of abundance gets you absolutely nowhere. But I knew the power of gratitude and the power of rewiring my brain. So I thought, right, my most aggressive opinions right now towards myself, so that's where I'm going to go, and that's what I'm going to focus on. I know how to do Arbon, I know how to do a DA, I know I can sell things, I'm going to look at that. So I decided on my new 90-day checklist, which I do every couple of months. And one of the things that I was going to write down was 3 things I love about myself. First day, most uncomfortable thing I've ever done, felt like it took me forever, and I found it really hard. And I think most people aren't wired to talk about what they love about themselves, because I don't know if it's a British thing or what, but we you know, if someone talks about what they love about themselves, people think you're arrogant or whatever, but I think that's total rubbish. But the benefit was, it took me longer than 17 seconds to write those 3 things. So luckily, that stream of abundance started, and I just had this urge to carry on and write all these things that I had. Like, I am saying this about myself, and I just kept going and going and going. I was like, I'm so good at art, I'm so good at selling screenshots, I'm so good at selling better days. I'm such an amazing friend, I'm an amazing girlfriend, I'm an amazing sister. And I think I had Brian Hartson in, and I was like telling him the things really good at, which he loved, obviously. And you know, and I did it within a couple of days, literally. I think even day 1 actually, after it, like, it's literally like magic, it's like a superpower, so I really, really recommend it. And since then, like, my belief again skyrocketed, like my CPV and PPV are higher than they have been in months, and I'm telling you it was down to that. Because it has such a huge impact on what you're thinking. And I've got that floating feeling back that Nicola was talking about, which is the best feeling in the whole wide world. And gratitude will give you that as well. So when I tell you that you can change how you feel about yourself in any moment, you have to believe me. Like, we all need confidence in some level in our lives, and we feel great when we feel confident. We really do. And it's such a good skill to be able to have this awareness of where our beliefs are at, so we can turn it on and change it in an instant. So if you are struggling with it, whether you're new, whether you're not, like whatever your reality is right now, you need to know you can build a successful business alongside building your confidence. You don't have to wait for one before you can have the other. Like, trust me on this, and if you can see that video, you will know what I mean. I transform myself and my confidence so many times in our work, like so many times, alongside building. So if I can get from that to a region and a nation, then you can do anything. And the reason I told you, how I feel about my shoe and my thoughts last year is because it's all too easy to sit there and look at someone and think whatever you want to think about them. Like, it really, really is. And I used to sit at events like this and do exactly that, and almost discount myself for that reason. I used to look at VPs and think they had it together all the time, and the truth is we don't. Like, no human being in this room does, and if they tell you they do, they're lying. But that is okay, and that's, for me, that's got to be the most liberating thing ever, that you can just be you, be whoever you are, like whatever, and it doesn't have to mean anything. Like, we need to stop attaching a story to that. Now, I watched the film the other day, Inside Out. I don't know if anyone here has seen it. I feel like I'm the last person ever to see it, because I watched it and I was like, I have to tell everyone about this film. It's absolutely incredible, but it's a film that if you haven't seen it, or if you've seen it years ago, watch it again, because it will make you realise that really we are all the same. We all have the same elements, we all have the same feelings, just in different concentrations, I guess. We all have joy, sadness, and fear. So to start with, stop shaming yourself for being a human, like we all are. And secondly, use it to your advantage. So your levels of confidence will change throughout your business, but they always come. And every experience you have, when you can take these lessons and help other people, you can add value to their lives. And that is what we do with this business ultimately. We offer hope, How many people do you know that need hope right now? And freedom and choices. Like, it's the most freeing thing in the world. And when you're vulnerable with that as well, you build connections. You can say, do you know what? Come with me. I've been here. I know what to do. I can show you a better way. Let me offer you that hope. So whether you are confident or not, like I said before, it doesn't affect the value that you have to offer. And that's what I want you to remember from this, is that you always have value to add, no matter how you feel about yourself. So you just have to get up and give it. There will come a point in your business where you decide you can do something and then you do it. It's literally as simple as that. Lots of you know what you're capable of, you just keep forgetting. And the day you decide you can do something, you will have the confidence that you can. And it's such a simple belief. Confidence is just another belief that we have or don't have. So it might be as simple as someone reminds you of something and you believe you can do it, so you send a message and subsequently you enroll someone or you make a sale, and that's it. That's all it is, multiplied. It's awareness multiplied. And, you know, like if we had this event every single week, we would be on such high levels of awareness and confidence that we would see huge results because we would have the confidence to take action. We all know that to be true, and it's simply reinforcing this awareness. When you're on your own, you're not in a room like this, and you're not surrounded by other people, that you have to have the discipline to do. So I challenge you, when you leave here today, write yourself a new story. Write it down every single day. If you need to, start with writing your self-limiting beliefs and then write the opposite of them. And obviously, don't keep rereading the self-limiting beliefs, just use them as a guide for when you're starting. And keep going, like start then repeat. And I promise you, you will feel and watch your story change and your mindset will be transformed. So yeah, that is everything.
Literally, I was just like, oh my god, so many sentences, just so much information, like every single nugget. That is just gold. I hope you all found the same, absolute gold. And so massive. Let's do a massive. And I'm so related to that because everything you were saying, that was me 13 years ago when I started at Arlo. I was like, I so relate to that, everything. But the most empowering thing for all of you sat here, if you relate to that too, is you can change the story. You can change anything you believe about yourself. I was just saying to someone actually at the beginning of the event today, I had to have hypnotherapy to speak at my car presentation. So I got to region, and like obviously now, I can stand in front of 20,000 people at GTC and speak, and it doesn't even really shake me. But that is after years and years and years and years of intentional work. So that's what I want to say to you all. Don't just hope and think, I'm going to do that. I might try. Eliminate try. Not I might try some affirmations. I might give that a go. Just think, I will change my future by changing what I believe about myself. I will change my expectations by working intentionally day after day. I'll get up earlier than everybody else. I'll work longer than everybody else. I'll be so committed to changing what I think. And that's really what Naomi was saying there, but it starts with awareness. So if you're not currently tuned in to what your thoughts are going on inside your head, that's the beginning. So for the rest of this week, listen to that little internal voice and what it's saying, and just keep repeating, what am I saying to myself? What am I saying? Hear it. And as soon as you hear that voice, that's the beginning of the end. That's when you can start to change everything through affirmations, through all the work that we do. So love that, intentional change, and gratitude is everything. And there was so much gold in there. So I hope you all wrote really fast and took loads of notes. Take loads and loads of notes, because when you get home, you'll think, I can't remember what I even said. And even though you think, I don't really take notes, take so many notes. Remember, like Hettie being the queen of note taking. She used to just we used to just go back to Hettie and say, did you get every single word? Every single word. Got all the words, don't worry. Queen of note taking. So you need either a queen of note taking or you do yourself. Right, so next up, we have, we know who we've got. She's up there. That's twice already. She's actually going to speak now. So we have the fabulous Regional Vice President Kristen Stavridis. I've seen her somewhere. Anyway, she's somewhere. Okay. So she's going to talk about be the billboard for your business. Oh my goodness, does she epitomise that title? So Kristen is a nutritionist and an ERVP and started her business in March 2019 at 23 years old while working 3 other jobs. She started after 2 years of saying no to our job, but wanted more time freedom to travel, to help others pursue a wellness business. So she started to work hard and has been able to leave her job, building her our business from her phone while helping others discover this incredible gift, and in particular our nutrition line. So if you don't follow her on Instagram, I'm sure most of you are absolutely obsessed with her Instagram because how amazing is it? But if you don't, make sure you do. So she was named, these are just some accolades that she's earned in the last couple of years. She was named the top business builder in the UK for 2019. That's insane for anyone that's new. Number 2 in Arbonne globally for personal sales in November 2021. Number 1 for UK for PC sales in both November and December 2021. And has earned 2 AIT trips and halfway at level 1 for Punta Cana 2022.
With your pens and toys or your tablets, whatever you got, to listen to this absolute rock star. I mean, she is flipping raising the bar. Like, be ready to learn everything this woman's got to say. Please welcome the fabulous Kristen Stavridis. What was his name? Stavridis. I'm really cool now, by the way. Hello, everyone. Oh my God, it's so nice to be in front of everyone after so long. I can't even remember. I think the last time I spoke was at Nation Uni in 2019 as the area manager. And I was still in these shoes. I remember standing and I was absolutely shaking, terrified. So I'm not scared today. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about being the billboard for your Arbonne business, okay? And particularly like PC sales. I think this is something I've kind of finally, after 3 years, cracked. I got to region, hardly making any sales. I was like an absolute sponsor monster in terms of the business. But we used to have a joke with all our VPs, like, oh my God, Kristen's so bad at PC sales. My average, new PC a month was around maybe 1 to 2 new PCs for the last maybe 3 years. And a little bit like what Naomi was saying earlier, it's all about the story you tell yourself. Like, it was like a joke, oh, I'm so bad at PC sales, but I got to ERVP just, sponsoring consultants. And that was kind of my thing. And it came to November, the middle of November, so a couple months ago. And I remember sitting down and I had, I think, 150 points towards AIT, and I was like, Lisa, I am not going to earn this trip. I'm not going to try. I'm not even bothered. Like, I'm not going to earn another 800 points in the next 5 weeks. And she looked at me and she said, Kristen, that is a real limiting belief you have. All you need to do is sell 130 days to healthy living programs. And I was like, Lisa, I can't even sell one 30 days. I'm a nutritionist, I can't even sell one 30 days to healthy living program. And I had that switch, and as I said that limiting belief to her, I was like, how am I trying to go nation with that sort of mindset? What is that example sharing to my team? And I went home that night, and I just sat down with myself, gave myself a big pep talk, and changed that belief and was like, I am going to do whatever it takes. I don't know how, but I'm going to sell 130 days to healthy living programs in the next 5 weeks. Didn't know how. So I woke up that day and really kind of looked at my business and really looked in particular at my social media. I think social media, guys, is actually really, really important. Taking your Instagram, your TikTok has completely exploded my business in the last few months in particular, and taking your social media as a priority is actually really important, especially in the last 2 years with what is going on. Many of us love to travel, we love the freedom, so being able to work online from your phone, wherever in the world, is actually, it's amazing. So looking at your social media, that's what I did. I sat down and I was like, okay, am I actually giving any value? I think there's a slide here. I just want to show you my social media. It's tiny, but if you can hear me, this is my social media. This is the worst month of my business ever. This is the worst month of my business. Last July, I had no PC sales, I started no consultants, and I had a look at my social media, and it's all this random photos of me on the beach, no value at all. But my business exploded in November. 2 months ago, I sponsored 62 new clients. Instagram now, I changed it to really create more value. So value was the biggest driver for my business. And then I sponsored another 60 PCs in December, and I earned AIT in 19 days. This stuff kind of works sometimes. So I'm going to tell you, talk to you a little bit about like being the actual billboard for your business. So who here in the last 6 months has actually done the 30 days to healthy living program 100% properly and gotten great results? Okay. We want to get the whole room doing the 30 days to healthy living program properly, guys. We have a wellness business, so being the billboard of your Argon wellness business is using our products consistently, sharing the results, and sharing that with the world. I know that we can't really post before and afters of weight loss just yet, but you can post your skin, you can post, you know, your journey, your energy, and truly, it wasn't actually like my before and afters, it was the energy that I had and the passion I have for our amazing products. Because I decided to use them consistently, that is what completely exploded my business, okay? So have a look at your Instagram, have a look at your TikTok, whenever you use all of your platforms and actually see, am I providing any value for people, or am I just posting random quotes, motivational quotes, photos of me on holiday, all that sort of stuff, okay? So look at your Instagram and take your Instagram seriously and your social media. It is the CV and the billboard for your business, okay? Something I would really, really emphasize and encourage you to do is actually use TikTok. TikTok, I gained like 70,000 followers in the space of like 3 weeks. All of them, I use TikTok as a funnel to post consistently about nutrition, my journey, how amazing the program is. And I use that as a funnel to get people into my Instagram to then have those one-to-one conversations about how I can help them. So every single day I wake up, I have like loads and loads of messages in my message request, people saying, you know, I've seen your journey, I'm so bloated all the time, I need to lose weight, you know, they're telling me their pain points. And then I'm kind of regurgitating that back to them and saying, yes, I can help you with, if they said, I'm bloated, I'm sluggish, I'm lethargic, I'll say, great, the program is great for people who are bloated, sluggish, and lethargic, okay? So it's so easy. It's just using people's pain points, regurgitating it back to them, and actually showing them how you can help with our amazing products, our program, even if it's skincare, you know, do whatever you love to do. If you're a makeup artist, show how amazing our makeup is, how much of a difference it's made to you. Do whatever you're passionate about. It doesn't need to be nutrition. It just needs to be somewhere where you have energy, passion, and you're kind of classing yourself as an expert in, okay? So do the program. I promise you, doing the 30 days to healthy living program and getting results is a cheat code to getting to the next level of your business and earning AIT in particular. You know, being a billboard for your brand doesn't just involve you using the products, but it involves you being a brand ambassador for what this business can create in your life. So every single person, I don't care if you're a new consultant or a 4Y ENVP, you get the tips anyway, you should be earning all of these trips and going for them. Don't leave it until the second last month like I did. Go for every trip and show the potential of what Argon can do for people's life, okay? So if you're passionate about, you know, the makeup or the products, you're more passionate about the business, talk about what you're passionate about. That's what people love to see. Like, people follow me because they're like, oh my God, you just love talking about like gut health. I'm like, I know, it's so exciting, isn't it? People are like, my Ashling Henderson is watching because you're excited. I know, I love gut health. So whatever you're passionate about, do that and be consistent. I think consistency is the biggest thing you need to do. I post on TikTok maybe 4 to 7 times a day, and I post on Instagram maybe 2, 3, 4 times a day on my feed. And I use my Instagram stories as like behind the scenes so people can really see the amazing benefits of our products and the program as well. So we have an incredible 30 days program. You need to, please, you all promise me you're going to do the 30 days program this month in January. If you're not already doing it, you're getting great results, especially if you're coming on AIT in Mexico. We're all going to look amazing on the beach in March. So yeah, your Instagram and your social media is like your CV, okay? Consistency is key. I have been posting on TikTok for probably around 2 years. Literally, as soon as TikTok came out at the start of lockdown in 2019, I was like, this is going to be the next thing. I posted every day, every day, every day, and finally, all of that hard work and consistency paid off. this is like, it's a marathon, but it's not a sprint, especially with your business. You have to keep showing up. Like, so many people have said to me, my family, oh my God, like, your business has gone up, it's gone down, how do you keep going? Like, I'm so impressed. And like, well, the alternative is I quit, and then what happens then? You know, you have to keep showing up for your business, you have to keep sharing your products, you have to keep, you know, falling in love over and over and over again with Arbonne. I have never been so in love with Arbonne as I am now. Even compared to the very start of my journey, I was going region, you know, all that sort of stuff. I am so in love with our products, and I'm so in love with sharing that value for people. I think PC sales is the new thing. I think a lot of us have been, in the last couple of years, been so in tune with like sponsor consultants. Yes, that's really important to build, business builders in your team, but also sharing and selling the products where you're getting weekly commissions. My weekly commissions now maybe pay for my rent. It is absolutely wild. And that is the excitement as well. When you're building a team, you're sharing the value of the products with them. They're selling products as a new consultant and they're getting paid weekly. They're not going to quit because they're going to see the results get paid off instantly nearly. You know, if they sign up today, they sell a product tomorrow, they're going to get paid next week, and that's going to create that excitement and the belief in them to just keep going, okay? So another thing I would say is a big thing that has really helped my business explode is sharing testimonials. If you look after your preferred clients and you really, even testimonials, and also every single time someone buys a product, it's actually really annoying now. Half of my Instagram stories is like, checked out. And I'm just sharing screenshots of all of the people that are buying the program and buying the products. Every single sale I do, I put it on my Instagram story. Because a lot of the time people, it's like the herd mentality. They'll see someone buying, they'll go, okay, she actually has clients. If that person has people buying the skincare, they have people buying the Fido Sport nutrition, they're going to invest. It gives people the confidence as your network, or especially your cold network, gives them the confidence to actually invest in you and what you're selling. Okay, so sharing testimonials and feedback from your preferred clients, sharing every single sale that you do, and just keeping up that momentum. Guys, selling is so easy. I can't even believe I'm saying this. Is like a couple of months ago, I'm like, selling is so hard. I can't sell anything. And I'm like, oh, it's selling so easy. It is so easy once you understand the psychology of sales. You treat your business like a business. You actually genuinely use the products and share them consistently every day. And you can build a community, you can build a brand around the product. So if you're an athlete, there's a girl on my team I had a coaching call with the other day, she's really into there. She's really into the gym and fitness and everything. And she shares so much amazing fitness content. She has the most amazing body. I'm like, oh my God, you should create like a bundle for yourself that's a brand around your Arbonne business. So like the Fido Sport nutrition and the protein powder, so that you're sharing this every day, that you're using these products. If you follow me, you'll know that my kind of like brand and my products is the D-Bloat morning shot. Oh my God, I share that a million times a day. It's like coming out of people's ears now because they're watching it so much. So it's the greens and the the gut health. I sell so many of these bundles because, again, it all comes back to consistency. I am so consistent with sharing these products every single day, okay? So being consistent, going with what you love, sharing the passion, getting excited, that is what is going to get your business to the next level. And focusing on sales. I know sometimes the whole waking up, sending 30 messages, cold market, I don't really do that anymore. I have all of my PCs like upgrading, at least 5 people a month upgrade. It's so easy, and they're already fans of the product so much that they just upgrade themselves, they become a consultant, they already have results as they start in the business, so they have that confidence as well. Okay, look after your PCs, be consistent, utilize social media, and just show up and earn every bonus, AIT, and everything that you can possibly do. Thank you.
Is what I'm talking about, people. How many 67? Yes, baby. I just want to give you like an inside tip right now, because I feel like one of my biggest regrets with my social media is I remember we were on Facebook. Facebook was the thing. It was like we had Facebook groups and all these things. And I feel like Facebook has kind of died. I don't know if anyone else feels that the same way. But I clung onto Facebook. So I was like, this is it. And and I was trying to build my following on Facebook. Instagram came along, and I was a little bit late to the party because I was so involved with Facebook. I now feel that TikTok is the new Instagram, and I feel, in like inside information here, I feel like it, like Kristen, I have been posting 4 times a day on TikTok, and I really feel if you want massive growth in your social media on Instagram, I've got so many new followers on Instagram because of my TikTok. I've got like 60,000 followers now on TikTok, that's overtaken my Instagram, and I honestly believe that TikTok is the new thing. Like, I'm watching Kristen constantly on TikTok. She is phenomenal. I actually am blown away. Like everything she does, I want to buy. I honestly believe if you're really gonna nail social media, TikTok is the one. You can really build fast on TikTok. I know it's different. I know it's like, oh god, I just got used to Instagram. But I really think that if you are smart and you want to be an influencer of some kind, then in terms of your art business, that is, then I honestly believe that posting 4 to 7, I haven't posted 7 times today, but 4 times for me is like what I'm doing. And it can be just you going, bum, or something. Just get started. I think getting messy action is better than no action. And I think you doing a bum dance and feeling like a fool for 2 days, whatever, is better than you doing absolutely nothing. So just bear that in mind when I have TikTok conversation. Thank you so much for that as well. I just think you're absolutely incredible. Wasn't that training absolutely amazing? And just thank you so much. Also, I'm really guilty for Naomi and Lucy when I was sitting there watching her with a bad foot and like being talking about her confidence. Like, you are unbelievable as well, my darling. So the next unbelievable person is Emma George. So Emma George is a sensation. This girl is in her glittery top and literally about to take over Arbon. It's so exciting. She's a brand new area manager. She pretends, the first time I met her, she's like, oh, I'm so shy. And then all of a sudden, she's like this big, vivacious woman. Like, I just absolutely love her personality. She's so fun. She's a mum of 2. She's an area manager, a beauty business owner. She earned AIT level 2 to move Palace. So excited for that. And she only joined in 2001. So please stand up, cheer, clap, and let's get cracking for Emma George!
Yeah, I joined in 2001, and I'm going to put this out there now. If Kristen, you was that nervous new area manager in 2 years, I think I might be the next Kristen. What do you think? So yeah, joined in 2001. I have never heard about them. So I'll take you right back to the beginning. In 2018, my upline, Mandy, had a New Year's Eve party, and I've never heard of her, didn't know she was. But she was my boyfriend's best friend's mum. So we went along to the party. She looked after me really nice. She was great, but we never spoke again. Then in October 2020, I had a baby. And Mandy sent over this box of statistics, the ABC care range, and some items. But I'll be dead honest, I'm a little bit of a product snob and thought I used all the best products in the world, and that bag sat in the kitchen for till January, wasn't it? Really. So from October to January. So I looked at these things and looked at like what the statistics was. The baby does not sleep still, did not sleep then. Had a fist stick and thought, I'm gonna have to tell you about it. I won't do that yet. So use the eye mask, but I suffered so badly with my skin, and especially when I had the baby, it flared up loads. And I thanked Mandy and everything, we spoke, and we was getting chatting more and more. And she said to me, have you tried this baby skincare on your skin? I was like, no, we use Johnson's. And she's like, no, we don't use that. I won't use this. But anyway, it cleared my skin within not even a week of the time to clear up. So me and Mandy got talking more. We started talking about how I was feeling. I put on 5 stone when I was pregnant. And I'd become addicted to double deckers. So she was like, you need to do the 30 days. I was like, you can't eat chocolate, I'm not doing it. So we finally got me on to the 30 days to healthy living. And again, within not even a week, I just felt so different. But not only was I feeling different, people were starting to comment on how I was starting to just walk and how the skin was starting to improve and things like that. So I then, I suppose this is everybody's dream, said to Amanda, I'm become a consultant. And she was like, you signed this, you did this, you did this, I'm really crazy. And I just absolutely went for it. I was telling everybody, because I know about skin and I know about skincare and I've got a client base. And I was just like telling everybody, I was like, I love this, it's better than that, what Ashling did, and I like this. And people were just starting to buy these, and it just absolutely rocketed and went mad. So that all, I suppose, sounds like a little bit, well, far too good to be true, but it wasn't all great, and I promise you it wasn't. So when I met Mandy, I had an 11-week-old baby. Sorry, not when I met her, when I signed up to our one. I had an 11-week-old baby. I was on maternity leave. I was homeschooling my 9-year-old, which was a nightmare. And because of lockdown, my business had actually been closed for the second time. But I'd only actually built my business 18 months before. So I felt like I was just watching this slip through my fingers, and I didn't really have a plan B of what I was going to do. We kind of learned to live on one wage because of lockdown, because I was still working, but I still didn't know really what I was going to do. So I've also been, I felt like I was at the lowest of the low. I've been diagnosed with OCD and severe anxiety all at the same time. I had no confidence left. Panic attacks was becoming a daily occurrence. Again, I was quite so heavy and trying to bring myself off the double deckers. But I also felt like I had become just a mum. I wasn't really anything else. So this was when Amanda came in, and it was like, no, I need to do this, because if I don't do this now, I don't know what the plan B is going to be. So very early on, literally within a couple of weeks, I started to realise that the more products I was using, the more and more I was loving them. And I, like I said, I trained with what I thought was the best, but I was really, really wrong. So what I was also learning is that I actually didn't know everything, even though I thought I knew everything. And then I was really overwhelmed, because I was suddenly surrounded by all these people who was like encouraging me, believing in me, loving me, supporting me. And I remember one of the very first things I said to Mandy was like, why does Caroline smile so hard? And she was like, because she's just happy. And I was like, no one's that happy. I've also never been used to this, because in the beauty industry, everything was in it. But it's very dog eat dog. Nobody else, anybody. Nobody. It's all competition. They don't want you to have their clients. They don't tell you what they know. So I was finally starting to feel like I was part of something, and I was starting to think of these people more as friends rather than just people that, because again, it was in lockdown, I only saw these people on Zoom. So the training also, I've paid thousands over the years for training where you go, but again, they don't really want to give you all the tips that's made them really successful in their beauty businesses. They'll give you the basics, but again, the training, and I was just thinking, this is free, I don't have to pay for this. And I'm like, no, this is for you. And it's like, this is just second to none. Then got cracked the selling, and then they started talking to me about personal development. But again, I was like, I don't need to do that. I know everything I could possibly know. And again, I absolutely knew nothing. So I was starting to feel in a very, very short space of time like I was ever again, and like I was doing something, and like I wasn't just a mum. I was also starting to help people again, looking and feeling the best with the 30 days and things like that. And I felt like I was back at work, because by this point I wasn't. So I just felt like every morning when I was getting up, I had that purpose again. But the biggest thing was the fun, the amount of fun was at it. The very first proper album, I don't think this is an event, I don't think, but one of the proper album things I went to where I got to meet everybody was my studio Francis at a party in the summer. And I was having panic attacks because I didn't want to leave the kids with Ryan and I didn't want to, everything. So, and one of the things that you say is just say yes. So I said yes, but in the end, I'm not going and I'll say yes, I'm not doing it. And it got to the time, and Mandy's like, right, so I get the accommodation. I was like, shit, I might have to go now then. So we went, and I came away from that, and I was like, right, where are we going next? And I've been, and I've had 2 nights away from the kids, and I was like, take me wherever you want. So yes, that is coming from somebody that wouldn't even let Ryan take the kids to the shop on his own because I didn't think he could do it. And now I have to plan a holiday to Mexico. But then the actual panic started to really set in because I was having fun and I was achieving all the time and the confidence was growing, but I still didn't know what to do it. So I remember saying to Mandy, do I need to start understanding this? And she's like, I think it's about time. And she said, the success plan. And I was just sort of one look at that and I'd just seen all these numbers and I just was like, no. And then I threw in the little wobble and I was like, no, can't do this, I can't do this, why will I be able to do this? And all the self-limiting belief that I had at the time. And I was like, I actually can't do this what everybody else is doing. And she said, just remember, pal, listen, calm down, stay excited, like you excite me every day, just stay as excited as you are. Be a product of the product, which I 100% am. And always aim, this is one of the biggest things to avoid, which is that always aim for your cash award. It's money on the table, take it, and that is what's going to build your business. Again, I didn't really know what she was talking about, I've got money, okay, we'll have that. So that's what I did. I had a little quick word with myself and treated every day like it was my first day with Avon. Every morning I got up and I was doing pre-run step or whatever we was doing as our team at the time. And 100% threw myself back into it. I did achieve my DM cash award for 9 months out of 12 months. So now, fast forward to 12 months, and coming from a girl who wouldn't even put my camera on the Zoom training, point blank refused to even speak to anybody. Lisa Cook sent me a message the other day and said, right, you've been selected, so I want you to speak. And I was like, nope, I've got a hospital appointment, I'm not coming. And she was like, can you change it? And I was like, probably, if I wanted to. Anyway, straight away, I had that one side of me going, no, you're not doing it, and then the other side was like, just change the appointment. So straight away, changed the appointment, that was it. So for somebody that wouldn't even switch the camera, I cannot even thank Arbon, even just for, if nothing else, the confidence that it brings. Yeah, just the confidence that this time last year I was far too anxious to speak to my own friends, never mind come and stand in a room full of people who half of you have never even met. So this is, I believe that this all simply came because, she just said it a minute ago, I feel like it's written script. One of the very first team trainings that I ever went on with the camera was that messy action is better than no action. So no matter what you are doing or what you want to do, just go and do it. I've given myself the middle nickname Wing It because I just tend to wing it and hope for the best. And just always remember that nothing ever grows in your comfort zone. So to close this, if Emma 2021 had any advice for Emma 2022, which I'm going to share because I hope it will just resonate with at least one person, is all those things that you've always wanted to do. You should just 100% just go and do them. And if it feels like it's too scary to take that step, that is exactly when you should take that step to do it, because otherwise you're just going to stay in that same place for the rest of your life. And who wants that?
I was thinking 13 years on and saying, I just think that's why I started out. That's it. Like for people to stand up there and share their transformation stories, just know that in the beginning, of course it's about you and you starting and and the transformation that you go through. But honestly, when you start to sit there and watch team member after team member after team member get up and say, this has changed my life, that's why it's all worth it. So on those days when it feels tough, no, it's not just about you, it's about the millions of people that you're going to impact in the future from being brave. So that's to you, Emma George. Thank you so much for being on. So next up, we're a bit mad, who cares? I feel in a casual mood today. So the two other recommendations would be,
Sorry, Hannah, I'm just going to hit you with the microphone. So my strongest recommendation would be just keep working on it every day. Keep asking yourself, ask yourself good questions. Your brain will answer the questions that you ask it, by the way. So what do I want? Do I truly want that? What's my why? Why do I want that? Ask, and work on it every single day. So something I'd love to ask now, just out of curiosity, you don't have to tell me, you can write it down. Do you have a clear why? If you do, write it down right now. Probably is like a sentence, so it shouldn't take very long. It's okay if you don't look at anyone else's. I used to hate it when they say write stuff down because I think, oh gosh, I don't know, I've got nothing to write and someone's going to look over my shoulder. Okay, so now ask yourself, it's January 9th, have I taken action every single day this month? Especially those that wrote down that you have a strong why. If you did, it's likely that that why is driving you. If you didn't, it's likely that it's not, and that's okay. Either you're A, not connected to it, and you know sometimes you know that's your why, but you don't really want to connect to it, because once you connect to it and you let it into your soul, you physically have to take action. So either not connected to it and you need to actually get connected to it. B, it's what you think you should want, but it's not actually what you want. Or C, it's a really big far off goal that requires no immediate action right now. So I thought I'd share what mine was going region, and it hasn't massively changed, but I definitely have noticed that I need to reconnect with it. Even writing this was really handy actually. So mine was to prove it wasn't actually, you'd think, especially a girl, it's like, yeah, I wanted a really great life, come up to my council estate, wanted great things. It wasn't financial at all, which I thought for so long that was my driver. That wasn't driving me. So mine was actually to prove to myself that I am who I think I am, or I am who I think I could be. I was worried that I might not be, but I at least had to give myself a good chance. And that gets me up in the morning, because when I snooze that alarm, I literally say to myself, then you're choosing to be the person that you fear you might be, rather than stepping into your greatness. You're not being who you could be. That gets me up in the morning, so it's done, tick. Number 2, to be a role model to my stepdaughters, to show them what's possible when you fully commit to a goal and have exceptional and relentless work ethic. They have watched me work so many times and watched me sacrifice. They live with me, by the way, in case someone's thinking that, just talk about stepdaughters a lot. So literally they've seen me give things up. And I think that's important. If your family's seeing things, you give things up. Use that as your why, but make sure that you're showing them that look what happens. Look what happens if you do that. I had when we were going region, it was on the kitchen wall, and we were counting it down so they could see. And you know what, the day after we went region, my eldest stepdaughter, she wrote something and she was counting some down, and she started writing goals. She wrote goals at the beginning of the year. She wrote gratitude. You don't realise people are watching me, that was because it was my why, and I was determined to show them that it's possible. What you can do when you really push yourself. And then number 3 was to show my team on my sidelines that it's also possible. So quick call to action. If you don't have a clear why, write one tonight. Just keep asking yourself, what do I want? Do I actually want that? Does that drive me? Does that have an emotional spark? Make a big list and see what connects you. And then, like I said, it's not as easy as that sometimes. So just keep working on it every day. Keep asking yourself, is that getting me out of bed in the morning? Am I using that? And use it then in those moments when I go to prospect someone or I go to walk away. Remember my why as well, like the one that Sarah said about giving someone an opportunity where before there was none. I go back, I ask, I take bold action. I post things on Instagram that I'm like, oh, hope this is okay. I ask scary people. I do what I need to do in all those scary moments by remembering my why in the small moments throughout the day. All right, number 4. Write a clear and powerful goal. Write it daily and remind yourself what you're working towards.
So, quick question, does setting a goal scare you? Because again, I would be curious to ask yourself why that is. Because I find it so often people don't want to set goals. And I don't think it's a goal that you're afraid of. I think it's the work that you think you might have to take that stops you setting the goal. But the goal is just clear to help you get clear on the actions that you need to do and to help you grow and to help you take action and to help you do all those things. But without a goal, I really want to discourage you from having action as the goal. I don't know. Like I think it's okay to have a goal and miss it, but if you don't have one, you don't really know where you're going. And I said I'd share with you what I know to be true that works. And when I've had really big growth, when we went region, we did a lot of big numbers in a very short space of time from numbers that we weren't doing. I had a clear goal and I had it written over and over throughout the day. I knew what I was going towards. I knew what I was working towards. And when you're sure that you're working towards something, not sure that it's going to happen, because where there is certainty, there is always doubt, always. And even if it's a small amount, you can keep going, no, I'm not listening to the doubt, I'm not listening, it's there. But sure that you know where you're going, you can work towards it. You know if you've only got 90 days, whatever it is, to do 800 points in AIT, then you're going to go, right, we do 100 days, you can check it off, you can mark it off, you can count it down, you can go, I've got 10 days to do this amount, I need to ask so many people. And the other thing that it does is as the goal starts to near, so for instance, I'm doing a marathon this year, couldn't run like a mile in October, but I knew that I needed something to push myself. I'm still only at 8K, I've already felt myself start to like, stepping back a bit, but I know when that marathon gets closer, I'm going to be running a lot. And the reason I did it is because I needed a goal. I needed something that would force me to work towards it. When you're going for a big goal, as it starts to edge closer, either you decide, it's not happening, it doesn't work, it's not happening, or you go, right, I'm going to work harder, I'm going to do more, I'm going to ask again. And when I was going to read it, I'm going to ask again, and we're still not there. We actually did in the last 5 days in region more volume than we've ever done bar 3 months in 8 years. In 5 days, in any other month. It's possible. Sarah Johnson said to me, it's not about time, QB, it's all about time that I compounded, all those other day in, day out relentless actions that I'd taken. It also came from the fact that I had a goal and it was in the ground, I was not moving. I worked harder than I ever worked to make sure I achieved that goal. So, right goal. And if it paralyses you, if you're like, oh, goal setting paralyses me, then write a smaller one. You can have a big one in the future, write a smaller one that is going to push and grow you, but that is also achievable. And then write a medium one, and then a longer one. But also, be careful not to write it too small. If someone says to me, oh, so-and-so's going to sign up at the end of the month, and my goal is to sign up 1 consultant. That's not a goal. That's just a fact. And actually, so-and-so probably won't sign up if you don't take the other action. And then you take more action, someone else will sign up, and they'll sign up. If you don't do anything, they probably won't sign up, and nobody else will as well. You have to do both. Okay, just a couple more. Number 5 is practice vision every day. And I did this when I do this again in line with my goals. And for 2 reasons: law of attraction. You attract the energy that you're being. Do you notice that people that are on this stage like high vibing? Like Emma, you are like high vibing. I would join you. Like there's something about you. She's excited. You don't always need to know it. It's more about energy. Stewie's like such a good example of that. Remember Francis once said he used to get up really early and do like miracle morning, and then she used to come down and go like dun 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 woo. And like there's something in that. So law of attraction for sure. Then the other thing was it reminded me, it got my goal inside my head. I could see it, I could feel it, I could taste it. It reminded me what I was working towards today, why I'm taking bold action, why I'm getting out of my comfort zone, why I'm getting up early, because I do not like early mornings, why I'm staying up late, why I'm doing that. The vision, I visualize not just the outcome, and I get really clear on that, but I also visualize the actions. So I visualize the one-to-ones, the people sitting in the coffee shop, sitting there, doing the launch, doing this. I visualize it all. So I know where I'm going and what I'm doing, and I remember that feeling and excitement of being in momentum. And then just a couple more. What number was that? I'm going to skip some over time. That was number 5. Great. Number 6. Number 6. Number 6. Do it in the morning. Which is funny because I every day tell myself, I'm not going to do it in the morning. But then I make myself, I remember my why, I I'm almost certainly not doing it in the evening. I also have a full-time job, loads of stuff goes on, and I have a post-it on my wall. I have lots of post-its and they remind me of certain things, and this one says, you'll want to do it even less later. It's just a fact. I do not like mornings, and maybe that's a paradigm, I don't know, but I've actually tried to like them, and they don't like me. But like, do it early and often. And the great thing is, then sometimes if you do, then if you want to do it in the evening as well, if you're going for a bigger goal and you're taking more action, you can do it as well. But at least if the day, you can't know what's going to always happen in the day, it doesn't go the way you thought it would, at least you've done something towards your dream early on in the day and you feel great and you can go to bed accomplished. Number 7, decide to do it. And I believe a decision is a daily decision. It's not, I don't think it's one choice. I think when you're going for a goal and you set it and it's a stake in the ground, there's something in that that is like, oh, I'm doing this. But I had to re-choose region over and over again. Sometimes you have to re-choose Armon over and over again, and that's okay. Sometimes you have to re-choose your future husband over and over again. But you do, you re-decide, and then you decide again, and then you decide again. Even sometimes in the minutes, you know, if you don't want to make that next call, you don't want to do that, don't want to do this, you choose again. You choose in the minutes and the hours before you get on the launch, and you've got your PJs on, and then somebody says, oh, can you do one tomorrow? And you're like, re-choosing, like, you have to get back and get your makeup on. And then finally, I said it earlier, I'm going to say it one more time, ask your brain good questions. The most important question I want you to ask yourself, and it's really easy to hear this without hearing it. So I want you to hear it, write it down, and ask yourself it later, and let it sink into your core. If not now, when? No, seriously, when? Because I think people hear things we hear repeated, and it starts to you're not hearing it. So how many times do people tell me they're going to do it? I'm going to be in area by the end of the year. That's 12 months away. Why are you going to, it could be a nation by then. And the reason is because you don't have to do the work now. You don't really have to choose now. And you think that the future you is going to be able to do it. They're not going to be any different than you are right now. They are you, and you are enough and ready right now. So, class, to close, try not to overthink it. If you're still unsure, because ultimately sometimes we go, I don't know if I can, blah, 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 all that like jazz, then just start with 90 days, consistent activity, take bold, high energy activity. Those hacks that keep you on track, don't let yourself off the whatever. And then reflect in 3 months and see how far you've come. When I went area, that's actually what I did. I decided to just run. I was so done with like hoping one day it's all gonna grow organically. It's not, by the way. Maybe it will if you're like super high vibing. But if you are super high vibing, you're probably not building organically anyway. So just run, do it for 90 days and see what happens. In those 90 days, my business grew 10 times. It grew 10 times. We had AIT within like 2 months. Okay, I need to earn it again now, definitely. That was a while ago, but still. And yeah, give yourself the best chance with good habits. Get reminders around your house. Reminding yourself of your goals and your why throughout the day, not just in the morning. Change your state in any moment by standing up straight, jumping up and down, getting those vestibular senses going, being energized, put good food in, put good thoughts in. And then most importantly, be brave. We learn the most about ourselves, and we enjoy our life most when we are courageous. Thank you.
True, like if you do not take action today, tomorrow, now, it's never going to happen. I want it to happen for all of you. I want us all to be married. Imagine, we're all flying to Miami to not in the next couple of days. That's like my dream for all of you. So, without further ado, I know we're running a little bit late. I want to introduce you to the next speakers, which are up here. Look how beautiful they are. Honestly, what a hot couple. They were super successful before Armon. They've built hundreds of businesses. They've got a speech that's this long. I'm not going to read it. But basically, they are phenomenal. And I want to give you a big round of applause for Ben and Mary Sunday! Hello everyone! Happy 2022!
Happy people! I'm so excited for today.
Literally, we're so excited to be here with you guys and to share some insights with you.
So today we are going to give you some inspiration and some tools to increase your resilience going into 2022.
Yeah, and one thing that we've learned during our time in our life is that this business really is a game of resilience. Would you guys agree? Yeah. It totally is. The people who've been here the longest, who stick around, are the people who will continue to get back up when life knocks them down. They paint a smile on their face and they're consistent with their activity. That's what I've seen.
Yeah, and just look at all the amazing VPs. They have resilience, don't they? Question. Audience participation in this one today, guys. Don't you think they've had their fair share of challenges and hurdles and no's? Absolutely. They've had more than the most, and that's why they're VPs and executive national vice president. So in order to thrive through the times, we have to just stick around. This is our main aim, right? To be in at least 10 years minimum. I can promise you guys, you will be astounded by what you can accomplish in the next 10 years. Have a think right now. What did your life look like 10 years ago? Isn't it very different? For some of you, you're probably like 8 years old. Some of you weren't even a thought, little lady, you know that. Like, not even a thought.
Yeah, so for us, 10 years ago, it was a very different place. But early in our R1 journey, when I had literally no confidence, no idea, no clue, no friends, no network, no idea what I was doing, you know, I really thought, and this was a belief of mine, if I can just be here in 10 years' time, I will most certainly be a VP. Like, that was a belief. Like, if I just stick around, I'm sure I'm going to figure it out at some point and get really good at this. So I really want you to embody that, because I really believe that when we decide, when we make that decision, that we will just stick around, this gets so easy. It gets so easy because you're not second guessing yourself. You're not wondering whether you're in, whether you're out. It meant all of the times where things didn't quite go to plan, which was practically all of the time, right? It didn't matter because we were still going to stay here for the long haul. So, when you've got that long-term mindset, all of the crap in between, now or the beginning and your end destination, doesn't matter. And we had our fair share of challenges, guys, just like I'm sure many of you had. We're going to run you through some of the funny ones right now. Some are funny, some are serious. We're going to take you on the journey. So, probably first week, 2 weeks when I joined R1, messaged an old friend from school, and he kindly took it upon himself to go reach out to all of our mutual friends, saying that I was involved in a pyramid scheme. And when I reached out to them, not to engage in any sort of conversations. Anybody else had that, by the way? Friends pre-messaging your mutual friends to say ignore you. Really, that happened. So it didn't matter though. It didn't matter because we'd made the decision that we were all in, that we were going to go all the way.
And number two, you know, a couple of our close friends at the time kindly started sharing negative articles about R1 on their Facebook pages, obviously directed at us, but you know, that friendship didn't serve us anymore. So we barely see those people anymore. And guys, on a side note, true friends support each other. It didn't matter what they were doing because we knew what we had in our hands and we decided we were going all the way.
Yeah. Then our strongest leader quit while we were in area, taking half the team with her. Anybody else had that happen? Yeah, just about everybody.
So it didn't matter because we were lifers. And we actually went on to rebuild our area several times. And of course, that didn't matter because we're lifers.
Absolutely. And I remember one evening in October 2016, we were just setting up a launch in the city centre for a brand new consultant. And I received a message from my sister, completely out of the blue, saying my mum had been rushed to hospital and they didn't know what was wrong with her. We still launched that consultant. And a month later, she quit. But it didn't matter. Unfortunately, 17 months later, in February 2018, I actually lost my mum. And what Arvon has taught me so much on how to handle difficult situations, guys. And 2 days after that, I remember this so vividly. I was round at Gabby Gibbons, National Vice President, Gabby Gibbons' grandma's house, doing a product event for her brother, because I knew what we had in our hand was a gift, and I knew that my mum would want me to do that.
Absolutely. Inspiration. When we ran this training, I said to Mary, yeah, we took our fair share of rubbish from specifically Mary.
You actually said, Mary, you've had some shit in your life, haven't you? I was like, yeah, no, you have, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you are still here. And I've been here to support you all the way as well.
She had to say it.
So most recently, after all of that, if that wasn't bad enough, last year, many of you know, some of you may not, Mary sadly had a miscarriage with what was supposed to be our first baby last year. On our first round of IVF, we've struggled with both of us infertility for a while. So all throughout this miscarriage, which was long, horrible for her mostly, she was still consistent with her activity, still meshing every single day, still keeping her mind and focus on her goals, still supporting the team every day. And for me, that is just literal, absolute freaking inspiration.
When you've decided to go all the way, you want to freaking take. You'll stop making excuses and you'll just find a way.
Yeah, and I want to follow up everything we've said by, saying I know that many of you have had conversations already today with people who have been through as bad, if not equally worse, shitstorms, right? We've all had challenges, we've all had adversity, we've all had things knock us in the face, we've all had curveballs thrown at us. That's my point. It's not the adversity that defines us, it's how we choose to respond to that adversity. So, what's special is that you all, for being here, have made that decision to thrive also. So, what I want you to know and believe is that we're not special. We are absolutely not special. None of us are, and all of us are at the same time. And anyone, I believe, can develop the resilience to just keep moving forward, regardless of what bricks life throws at you.
So, we want to help you develop the resilience today to be here in at least 10 years' time, because that decision will change your business and life forever. So, who is with us?
Okay, by the way, every single one of you in this room is resilient. Would you agree? Yeah? Let me prove it to all of you right now. Who has had a challenge in 2021? Literally everyone. And you're still here right now. You found a way to make it happen. Many of you have overcome adversity just to get here today, right? So massive congratulations for you for being here. But you're here investing in yourself, investing in your future. And I know that right now, even if it's a tiny little piece of you, hope, so much optimism, and so much just excitement for how amazing 2021 is going to be, right? That's within you right now.
I thought you were going to carry on.
Okay, I couldn't.
He keeps adding little things in. I'm like, that's not what we meant. That's why we always go under with that time. So hopefully we'll stick to that. So, guys, the last 2 years has shook people like never before. And in a shake-up, the weak people fall. You are still here. Wear that like a big freaking badge of honor.
Okay, so we're going to quote a few. Adversity is the fuel of greatness. If there is no adversity, there is no growth. Adversity is the fuel of greatness. If there is no adversity, there is no growth. We decide, and by we I mean we all, we decide to relish adversity. We decide to relish the challenge because that builds our resilience brick by brick. That builds us to nation brick by brick.
Literally, each time you said relish, all I was thinking about, oh, relish.
We're all
Guys,
celebrating
by
it.
the way, it's really challenging with every time you know gin and tonics or pints of Baroni. I didn't know relish, I think of burger and chips. So, here we go. We got it. Yeah. Next up, so we have an acronym for you, and we want you to remember this. Go with, I can't think of words now. So I want you to remember this and go to it whenever things feel overwhelming for you. And if you hit a setback, know and go back to this each time. So we want you to write the word thrive down one side of your notebook.
Doesn't everyone love an acronym training bike? It's like literally the best training. So our first letter is T, and this stands to take each day as it comes. Take each day as it comes. You know, sometimes, often, our goals can seem very far away, right? So far that we can't even see them. And I love this story. It's from the book, The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse, where the boy is walking the horse through a dense forest, and he says to the horse, I just can't see a way through. The horse turns to him and asks him, because obviously this horse can speak, like, there you go, so can you just see the next step? And the boy responds, yes. So the horse just says, well, just take that step. And I literally love this. It's such a powerful reminder that even when the destination is unclear, just taking one step at a time is all we need to do.
Absolutely. So H, have grace for yourself. Beating yourself up for what didn't happen or for what you didn't do will never, ever help you. It will destroy your self-worth and, if anything, demotivate you. The person you spend the most time with in this lifetime is you. You're talking to yourself every single day. So make sure you're speaking kindness and encouragement to yourself.
Awesome. R stands for refocus on your goal. Refocus on your goal. So what you give your attention to expands in your world. And I truly believe that when a challenge takes someone out of the game, they focus more on their temporary situation than their long-term goal. So remind yourself of where you are going constantly. You're going to hear that as a theme, you already have. Remind yourself of your goal constantly.
Okay, I'm just looking at the time, we've got 1 minute. Inspire yourself. So, no, we've got 15 minutes. Inspiration for your mind is like 30 days for your body. Feed your mind daily. A diet of inspiration, audios, podcasts, YouTube motivational videos, anything that reminds you of who you are and what you're capable of.
Okay, V. Still probably view challenge as opportunity. View challenge as opportunity. Without challenges, there is no opportunity for you to become better. Because it's in this process of taking on challenges and overcoming them that we truly start to believe how limitless our potential is. So don't shy away from a challenge, take it as your call to rise.
Absolutely. So everything is figure-outable. Remember, nothing is permanent. Challenges will come and go. And at one point, you used to wear a nappy and you used to poop your pants every day. Yeah? But look at you now. I'm going to look at you now. Look at you now. Yeah?
Yeah, although with that said, the first time you get asked to train on a big event, you may do it with some of that. But guys, just remember, H, if that does happen, you've got to have grace.
You will do whatever you set your mind to. If you just roll up your sleeves, fill your boots, put your big girl and boy pants on, and flipping crack the hell on. Amazing. I mean, just legends, basically. Absolute legends. I'm not going to crack on, but there was one line that just summarises Ben for me. It's cool, proud, and it's like, I'm not going to finish on time anyway. It's Ben to a T. It's like the eternal optimist. It's all going to be fine. We're calm, we're cool, it's all good. That made me laugh out loud. That I so you. And Mary just, legend. And honestly, the strongest flipping woman ever. What you've been through. When Ben says that, we just all welled up because we feel that you are such an inspiration to us, fans. We are so grateful to have you in this community. We love you. So next up, we have another legend. We're running a bit behind. Feel free to start eating your lunch. That's what I say. You can't eat your lunch. Start eating your lunch. We're going to run slightly over. So next up, we have a complete legend, another legend for you. So National Vice President Shara Meek-Myers, she's looking like an absolute glamorous legend. So how do we explain this, Shara? Oh, your energy creates your reality. Love it. Shara Meek-Myers is an Arbonne lifer. Absolutely, she is. And is lifelong committed to raising the profile of the network marketing profession. Shara's passion in life is to unplug people from a life that doesn't set their soul and show people that we have a better way. How true. Shara is mommy to Eddie Z, age 5, wife to Ian, and is so incredibly proud to represent the outstanding consultants in her organisation. So some accolades and why you need to listen to this woman. Shara is a 3-times AIT achiever, top 3 organisational volume achiever, top 3 district manager elevation award achiever, main stage speaker at AAC at 10-year anniversary, and now has 8 VPs in her success line and many more regions and nations to pop out in 2022, and is on an absolute mission to impact lives globally with our incredible company, Arbonne. Please welcome the amazing, the fabulous NVP, ENVP, Shara
So, are you aware that if you qual for the next level this month, being the final month of the reduced qualification where you can complete on that QV, that you can complete on that same reduced QV in February or March? You are aware of that, right? So this is the month, guys, to play absolutely huge, to play full out and make it happen. So this training is to empower you to go out there and do exactly that. But my topic is all about energy. I've got an amazing clicker here. Hopefully it's going to stick some slides in the right order. Okay, so energy is everything. Who agrees? Okay, so the topic of this training is all about energy, but it's to also understand the levels of consciousness. It's to help you rise through the levels of consciousness. So ultimately, we can be just filled with that high vibrational frequency, resulting in having an incredibly positive influence on others. That's what we all want, to be that person that just you want to magnetize to, you can't get enough of them. And ultimately, when you've got that type of energy, you know that person that walks in a room, you can't get enough of them, you just want to be around them. You want to listen to them more. You want to soak up that vibe. When you have that, oh my goodness, your business is absolutely limitless. Energy is everything. Now, I need you to buy into energy. And the energy is not a philosophy. Energy is 1000% physics. So if you kind of like, what does that mean? Just look up the definition of physics. It is science. Energy is completely science. So for some of you, you're already going to be exactly where this training is intending to take your thoughts and your mindset during these next 15 minutes. And maybe for some of you, all of this is a little bit woo-hoo, maybe it's all a little bit new, but it's incredibly important for your success in life. It's incredibly important for your success in business. And it also is all about the law of attraction because, as it says here, the law of attraction is all about vibration. Everything is vibrational. Our thoughts, our ideas, every being in this room, what you will draw to you, whatever vibration you're putting out there, it's a boomerang effect. Whatever energy you're exuding is a boomerang effect in the universe, and it's coming back to you. So when that vibration is high, and that can show up in lots of different ways, that's going to attract the right people into your business, it's going to attract the right results into your business, and you can change that today. This doesn't have to be a long-winded process at all. You can change it today. So all of what I'm about to speak about, this can be absorbed and implemented no matter who you are and no matter what personality type you are. So you could be red, driven, a powerhouse, feisty personality, or you could be blue and wild and love a party. You could be a green, analytical, spreadsheet type person. You could be a yellow, nurturing, caring soul. We can all embrace this. We can all connect inwardly to our energy that we're feeling today, decide where we want to take our energy, and in the next few minutes, I want us to analyse exactly where we're at with our energy right now. What needs to change, but this is not to say, right, now we've got to take a year to figure it all out. Of course, in Arbonne, we know that it's all happening in action. We're taking action on our business. You can get to any level in this business, including Executive National Vice President, 2Y, 4Y, 6Y, 20Y, whatever, and still be working it all out. And sometimes the things that we think we need to work on can be a superpower in actually accelerating business, which I'm going to come on to in a couple of minutes. Okay, so take a picture of this image for me. So this is our map of consciousness. So I want you to have a look at that, and I want you to decide where are you right now in your life, in your mindset, which is all about the thoughts that we're thinking. Where are you on that map of consciousness? Be totally honest, because if we're not being honest about this, we can't solve anything. So have a look. Sorry? Okay, I'm going to read that out to you as well.
Google it on your phone.
So let me explain this to you. So down the left-hand side, your right-hand side, is the creative energy fields up at the top. But down at the bottom, you've got destructive energy. So let me read some of them out for you. Down at the bottom, in the destructive energy field, things like shame, guilt, grief, fear, desire, anger, pride, maybe comparison, maybe even complacency. As we start to move up the levels of consciousness into the creative energy field, this is where the magic starts to happen. We enter courage, we enter acceptance, we enter ultimately love, joy, peace, and the ultimate place is enlightenment. When we truly wake up, you know, when we can look down on everything that's going on in life and just see what's important, see what isn't, understand the magic of life, live in that place of happiness, love, and joy. When you've mastered that, you've mastered life, you've mastered success. But as I said earlier, you don't have to arrive in those higher levels of consciousness to be super successful in Arbonne. But where are you right now? Where are you? And it's understanding that if we're in a destructive energy field, if we're having negative thoughts towards anything in life, you know, ourselves, Arbonne, the world, we're not going to create success. We're not going to create the change. You know, we have to move up. And that can start today, 100%. You can make the decision to impact your life and to change that today. So is anybody feeling a little bit complacent? Like you really want this, You really want to become a district, an area, a region, or a nation, but equally, you're a little bit in a comfort zone. You're a little bit complacent about actually taking monumental action to get this done. So you can't act with the utmost intention if you're complacent about achieving the goal. You have to be super intentional. You know, a coasting energy where we're just coasting through our businesses is going to get you where you want to be. And maybe in your comfortable energy space and therefore lacking in powerful intention and drive, maybe you're not owning up to that fact. You know, does anybody feel like that? That yes, you want it, but you've not really truly owned up to the fact that you're not doing what it takes, you're not working on the mindset, you're not implementing the knowledge that's been given to you. Do you truly know what it takes to build this business? I've given this business everything to every level. I've been unhealthily obsessed. I've been healthily obsessed, but it has been a #1 priority alongside my husband, my little boy, and my family. It's been an equal and equal. You know, Arbon to me is a family member. You are all family. My team are my family, and I give them everything. Like Mary and Ben were saying to so many people today, I'm all in with every single bone in my body. Every single fibre of me is in. And like Mary and Ben said, we're lifers. So when you make that decision, of course the magic is going to start to happen. But isn't it going to be better to crack on with this now, short-term sacrifice for long-term gain, than stretch this out for 10, 15, 20 years and make it slow and painful, when actually you have the power within you to untie some of these knots in action whilst you're promoting through the levels. You have this in you now to make a different decision, to make different choices, to think a different way. You have to buy into that, you have to be intentional, you have to act upon it. Okay, so your mind on ego and your mind on love. Who agrees that love is probably the most powerful energy field to be in? Who agrees? And that's because people love to feel good and people love to feel loved, valued, appreciated. I love living in a place of love. I love seeing the good in everybody, in everything. That is my happy place. Like, I don't want to live anywhere else but in a place of love, because anywhere else is just not as good as love. So I choose to think those thoughts, to feel those feelings. I choose love every day. You know, if we live in a place of ego where we're comparing, where we're feeling negative, where we've maybe got a lack of trust, where we haven't quite made the decision, can you see, if this is a heat-sensitive picture of a human being, how ego is serving nothing and no one? And how being in that place of love, in that energy of love, can you see the heat that that's giving off? That's physics. That's science. You know, when you're in a place of love, a high vibration frequency, you're giving off an energy. People want more of that. So when you think of all the RVPs, the NVPs, etc., you feel the vibe. You know, when Sarah got up here today, when Stuart got up here today, and Stuart said, guys, I want you all on your feet, I want you clapping, I want to raise the vibration. How does that make you feel? Flipping amazing. Absolutely amazing. That's what we want to give off to people. That's what's going to attract people to buy from us, to join us. And it's also how we can serve people. I love serving people with that energy. So what vibration are you giving out to the world right now? Write it down. And how is this impacting or decreasing your success? When you let go of what the ego is holding on to and you start to live in a place of love, you glow and vibrate on a whole new level. And it's striking that balance, isn't it, between zen and drive, and understanding that we can still be at peace with ourselves, but be driven towards a goal and make it happen. You can have that balance, and I am in that balance right now, and that's why I know it's possible. But some people sometimes, and I've been here too, sometimes we think that, you know, if we're driven towards a goal and we're really giving it everything it takes, and we're doing 12-hour screen time on our phone every day, we're working, you know, so intentionally hard on achieving the goal, that maybe that's going to bring on more anxiety, more stress, negative emotions, a dark place that we've been to or we don't want to go back to. So we choose not really to go all in to get to the goal, but you can have both zen and drive, completely possible. Okay, so next slide, it's gone up. Oh, amazing. Brilliant. Okay, I'm just going to flip through to there. So, I don't need to know you. I can feel your energy. I don't need to know you. You walk up to me, I feel your energy. And that's not just because I'm an empath. I would be able to do that anyway. I'm sure people in the room might not be an empath, really empathetic to emotions, but you feel a vibe. Everybody can feel that vibe. Your energy is a direct reflection of everything that's going on in here. This is the only thing that stands between you and where you are now and where you want to be. It's your thoughts. Your thoughts become your feelings, and the way that your feeling radiates outwards onto other human beings. And they instantly connect with your energy. Like literally in a heartbeat, you walk up to someone and you connect with their energy. This is why energy infiltrates everyone that you're with, it infiltrates your results in your business. You have to be in good energy. So here, how to influence the quantum field. So we see two different people on this image here. So the person on your right, this person is tied in knots for some reason. Maybe unprocessed trauma, how they're feeling, their thoughts are creating that energy. There's a resentment that's causing a negative energy. And it might be that they exude something different, but inside, that's what's going on. The other person on your left has forgiven things, maybe processed that trauma, opened up, maybe able to now live in a place of peace and love. And they're radiating love, happiness, happy vibes, great energy. That's the difference. That's what we feel when people walk into the room. We know exactly, even if we're not really processing it and fully understanding it, we know exactly how we feel about that individual. So if you're feeling sad, other humans are able to feel that sadness. If you have unprocessed trauma, even if you think you're hiding it, even if you say you're fine, happy, everything's okay, it's a thing of the past, I've moved on, people will always know otherwise. It's that sixth sense, that human consciousness. We have to untie the knots within us whilst building through the levels within us that's stopping the authentic energy flow so we can radiate that amazing vibe that people want more of. So energy transfer is a real thing. So if we look at the people here, so we've got the guy in the blue shirt talking to the guy in the red shirt, and it says, your friend is full of emotional energy. In the middle, your friend shares his emotional story. So we see the guy in the red shirt sharing his emotional story. Maybe he's not sharing a story, maybe he's just giving off a vibe. And then the last image, his emotional stuff is now hanging in your field because you transferred that energy onto someone else. Whether you told them an emotional story or whether you just showed up in that way, can you see how the emotional transfer affects your success and your results? This is why it's so important to get into a good space. And this is ultimately going to create so much success in your business. So really look deep within and think, am I being too forceful? Or am I being too weak maybe? You know, what am I being? What am I giving off? Whatever that is to you, you'll know, and only you will know what feelings you're emitting outwards right now, each and every day. You have on your thoughts, in your thoughts, the power to change it up. And that's what I want you to write down today. How are you feeling? But what are you going to do? What is the solution? How are you going to think? What are you going to tell yourself? What are those new affirmations to change that energy and to change that vibe? But know that you are your superpower. Like, we need more VPs up here of different backgrounds, different energies, different everything, because that's the tapestry of life. So that there's leaders up here at VP level that resonate with every single person in the audience. People want to be so different. So the universe The universe doesn't speak English, of course. It only speaks frequency. So when you want to manifest success, you want whatever it is you're manifesting, it's coming purely off that vibrational frequency that you're giving out to people. It's all about energy. We as human beings, every single one of us, all around the world, we have one consciousness that runs through each and every one of us. So have you ever wondered why everyone can feel a certain emotion when you're going to be around someone? Or how people feel the same vibe from an event, a film, a training, you know, how we all feel a certain way when Stuart gets us all going, when Sarah gets us all going, whoever. And that's because even though we're all different, we're also all exactly the same. You know, we all speak the same language. Wherever you're from in the world, it's the unspoken words. We all understand the same emotions in one another. We all connect to the unspoken words of each other's vibe, and therefore the energy of each other, we're all reading that. We all have the same human consciousness and understanding of energy. Energy is crucial. So who have you met in Arbonne that you most like to be around and why? Write that person's name down and write their energy attributes down. Do that for me now. So who have you met in Arbonne that you most love to be around? What are their energy attributes? Write it down. How do they make you feel? What is it about that person that you just can't get enough of? Now, you don't need to become them because you are your superpower, but it's so important to observe the leaders. And that's what I've done for the last nearly 8 years, is observe leaders, observe their energy, observe the way they talk, observe everything about them as to why people love them. And it always comes back to the same thing. Their energy is flipping amazing. So we need to work on getting our energy to the best possible place. A person's energy is creating emotion within you. So when we're in a one-to-one, when we're making a sale on a product, you know, that person is way more likely to say yes, not because of the quality of the information that you've shared with them, but because of the energy that you've exuded in that meeting. And that's why, going back to when me and loads of others, and I'm sure, you know, lots of people in the room today, were going to that first level, I didn't have a clue what I was on about. Not a clue. But I was giving off an energy. A pure energy of love, excitement, vision. People buy into that energy of vision. It's all about energy, why people are going to join you. So when you hear these success stories of people jumping in QB, so let's take our dear friend, National Vice President Gabby Gibbons, going from around 40k and 4 weeks later, her in an amazing nation, hitting 148k in 4 weeks. What was that? What was that? So you're telling me in 4 weeks, like suddenly they knew everything. Suddenly that whole team became experts. No, it was an energy. Where did the energy come from? It came from the leader. What was the leader doing? She was displaying an enormous amount of love and passion and vision and high vibrational frequency, and the transfer was happening. The transfer was pouring out of her onto a team, and the numbers were going through. That is the power of energy, and that's how I wanted to work on so hard whilst you're building this business. And the thing for me that helped us as a team go nation was that I left this disruptive negative energy field that we see down here of comparison, unworthiness, low self-esteem. I've been stuck as a region for a couple of years. I was living in that zone, didn't even want to go to VP events, didn't feel as good as everybody. I was a team of one VP for some of that journey, and I was just uncomfortable in myself. Was that energy going to create a nation? Was that energy going to allow people to follow me and run towards their wildest dreams? No. But when I changed my energy and when I moved into the creative energy field and I just started exuding more love, more passion, more care, more vision, I'll help you more, I'll give you my whole being, we're going to do this, we became a nation. Thanks for the team. So a question, what is it that's stopping you stepping into your full potential and your full power? What is it? Going back to that question I asked earlier about your energy or about those thoughts, what's stopping you? Because I will help you, we will all help you you undo those knots and move forward, get into call this month, and go wrap it up. January, February, March. Let's make it happen, guys. Someone said earlier we need a tsunami of leaders. 2022 is the absolute year. We needed 222,000 to close nation. 222 has been a very special number to me ever since. We're in the year of the 222, and I know that we can all explode our one and take this company to where it deserves to be. We're the flipping best network marketing company on the planet. I'm so proud of all of us, everything that we stand for, and where we're going. You know, we are on the greenest grass. There's no better leaders, no better company, no better products, no better energy. We are here, living the flipping dream, people. So I want you to repeat after me. Any belief that is not serving me does not control me. Go.
Any belief that is not serving me does not control me.
Again, louder. Any belief that is not serving me does not control me. And again, no time. Any belief that is not serving me does not control me. You are not controlled by your thoughts. You have the power to absolutely switch that up and grow through any pain that you might be going through. And I absolutely know that to be fact because we have leaders in my organisation that suffer from depression, that suffer from anxiety, that are still vibing high, that are still putting an amazing energy out there and creating and attracting success. It says here, often it's the deepest pain which empowers you to grow into your higher self. Change is inevitable, but transformation is by conscious choice. Beautiful are those whose brokenness gives birth to transformation and wisdom. How incredible is that quote? So we're going to do this, guys. Absolutely. This is our month. This is our year. I want you to protect your energy. If there's people in your life that are not serving you, limit your time because of the energy transfer. If you're in family WhatsApp groups or any WhatsApp groups where people are tapping into your psyche on a daily basis and stopping you from achieving your potential, you can't live in a place of love because of the negativity that's flooding into your life. Limit it. Find another solution. If you have a partner, a husband, a boyfriend, a girlfriend that is that person to you, I do too. It's okay because I'm in control. I'm in control of my thoughts and my feelings, and that's okay if someone else is going through some stuff. That energy transfer, it happened big time for a long time. We have a happy, healthy relationship. I don't let that energy transfer happen anymore. Now, it's a bit of an art form, but I'm here to help you. So come and talk to me. Come and talk to me if that's you and you need some help with that. Okay, so another beautiful quote here. So instead of fighting the dark, raise your vibration and the dark will leave. The dark cannot exist in the powerful presence of light. I want you to all step into love. I want you to all step into light. Absolutely, that's where we deserve to live. Oh, let's do this little dancing thing then. We'll get back to it. Let's keep going. Where were we? Here we go. I don't know what it's doing or where we're going. I am going the right way, but it's taking me the way. Don't worry, we will have the power flow regardless. Okay. So love is powerful and love is so attractive. There's an amazing author, you will all know him, Dr. Wayne Dyer. I don't know if we can get that slide up. He changed my life along with my incredible friend and mentor, Sarah Johnson, who's there for me every day to help me through my trials and tribulations, because I'm not perfect. You know, my vibe is not always perfect. I've been to some super dark places in 2020 and 2021. Let me tell you, I just choose to think differently. If I go down, I bring myself up. It's the bounce back rate. How quick you bounce back ability. You've got to bounce back. You've got to change those thoughts. Because once you get stuck in that negative groove, you're trying to claw yourself out of it. It's so much easier if you feel a little bit negative and then you can change those thoughts and jump back into that positive space. Okay, have we got the Wayne Dyer quote? We just keep going down. Okay, microphone. all the gadgets. Okay, so Dr. Wayne, the more you see yourself as what you'd like to become and act as if that were you and it was already there, the more you'll activate those dormant forces that will collaborate to transform your dream into reality. It's about walking in the ENVP shoes that we hear about all the time. Walk in your ERVP shoes and feel that you are that person before you're even that person. Act as if, fake it till you make it, whatever you call it. Once that changed for me and I stepped into a room as an executive national vice president, even though I was a regional vice president, things started to change because I started to own my power. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, so energy is neither created or destroyed. Everything that you will ever want is already here. It's simply a matter of choosing the thoughts which will put you into harmonious vibration with what you desire. And that's so important. If we're not a vibrational match for what we want, it will never happen. You have to become a vibrational match. And we're working on this in action. We move to the final slide. And I love this. It talks about social media algorithms. We'll go to the next one. To finish. Okay, so spiritual algorithms. So the universe functions much like social media. In that, it has its own energy-based algorithm. So wherever you put the most focus, you will continue to see similar content. We get it, yeah? We start, all this energy stuff is because I followed a few people that are into energy, and now my feed on Instagram is energy, more energy, more energy, more energy. You start looking at healthy living stuff, you're going to get more of that. The universe works exactly the same. So if you focus on fear, you're going to see more of that. You're going to see more of all the things that you're thinking of. It's the same type of algorithm. The universe is giving you exactly what you're thinking. It's giving you it back. So focus on love and you will have more reasons to be happy. Energy flows where attention goes. Guys, I'm so excited for you all to be promoting in 2022. Stand up if you're going to be a brand new district manager in the next 4 weeks. Stand up. Who's going to be a brand new area manager in the next 2 weeks? Who's going to be a brand new regional vice president in 2022?
Her wardrobe, that would be on me. Squishing a lot. Anyway, so the next person that we have got to get speaking to is the amazing Ashling Henderson. I mean, look at her, the most stunning, beautiful area manager you've ever seen. And she's going to be training on let your setbacks be your comebacks. And she is honestly the most phenomenal person. She has got a background for the past 7 years. Basically, she's amazing. I just love you all so much, and I just wanted you to introduce the amazing Nat Naaman!
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm so excited to be speaking. So my aim over the next 10 minutes is basically to just help you understand and help you believe that no matter what happens in your life, no matter what happens on your R1 journey, you are capable of achieving whatever it is you want to achieve, as long as you have the mindset that's going to help you get there. Okay, and my training today, as Stu's already said, letting your setbacks become your comebacks. And believe me when I say I've been there, done it, and got a very big t-shirt as well. Also, I actually didn't know what Shara was going to be speaking about just then, but we're obviously in alignment because I feel what I'm going to tell you now fits in absolutely perfectly for what she was saying. So, a brief bit about my background on my Arbonne story. So, I actually only just promoted to area manager in November 2021 after joining Arbonne in May last year. However, that wasn't my first experience in the business. I actually started Arbonne back in 2017 after saying no to Nicola Wills for 2 years and eventually jumped in. I've actually qualified for area 3 times in total and have promoted to area twice in total. And in March 2020, I actually finished the month in Regional Vice President qualification. However, something then very unexpected happened in my life through a very large spanner in the works, and I had to step away from my Arbonne business. I'm not going to tell you about that story because I don't believe it's relevant. I'm going to tell you about what happened after. So, don't get me wrong, when this event happened, it was shit, really shit. Whenever something bad happens, it's always rubbish, right? We can't deny that, especially when it's something that's out of your control. Fortunately for me, I'd done a considerable amount of personal development in the lead up to this point, all thanks to Arbonne. You know, it was Arbonne which introduced me to personal development. Before Arbonne, I used to think all of this stuff was absolutely woo-woo, crazy, it wasn't for me at all. But because of Arbonne and because of where I had got to at this point, I actually coped really, really well with the situation that I was in. I let myself feel the feels, and when I was feeling rubbish, I also just want to say, it's so important to let yourself feel the feels when shit happens. Never ever force things back. Like if you feel like you need to cry, have a cry. Crying is literally the release of energy within you that needs to be released. So if you feel like you need to cry, make sure you have a cry. Your body needs you to do that, okay? Never let yourself be in a situation where you're keeping that stuff in. Let it out. But what's important here, and this has already been spoken about a few times already today, when something goes wrong, yes, feel the feels 100%, but once you've done that, once you've had that cry, once you've had that little low moment, that's fine, but you have to pick yourself up as soon as possible and just get the hell on with it. Like, you just have to. The longer you keep yourself in that low vibration, the longer you're going to feel like crap and nobody wins. So, I do have slides, but we don't really need to use them to be honest. Yeah, cool. So, are you investing? This is my first question. So, as I mentioned, it's thanks to Arbonne that I ever even entered the world of personal development. And I had done a considerable amount, as I had already said. But it was actually this event which happened to me back in April 2020, which triggered me into a whole new world of mindset and just a whole new way of living, really. It taught me how to understand myself, how to understand life on just such a deep, deep, deep level, which I had never really experienced before. So, just like you have to invest in products in Arbonne to have a successful business, I believe that you have to invest in yourself, however that looks, if you want to really become your best self as well. So that's what I did. I knew that I would be out of the Arbonne game for about a year at this point. So my immediate thought was, okay, right, what can I do now, moving forward, that is going to make me better? How can I use this time to my advantage, and how can I take myself to the next level? I had no idea what that would look like, but I knew with absolute certainty that I was going to make that happen no matter what. I chose to use my time wisely. I chose to do whatever I could do to improve myself, and I thought about all the ways which I could become a better person. And this is what every single one of us has the power to do, guys. Every single one of us, we have the option every single day to make these decisions. When shit hits the fan, when life throws us curveballs, and, if it hasn't thrown you one yet, believe me, it will at some point. When that happens, we have the choice to do one of two things. So you can either choose to wallow in self-pity, we can feel sorry for ourselves, we can, just go on that downward spiral, or we can choose to let ourselves feel the feels for a minute, have a cry, release what we need to release, get up, get dressed, put a face on, and just, ask ourselves, what has this taught me? What can I do next, and how can I improve? If you do the latter, I promise you, if you do that, you will be able to let any setback become your comeback, but you have to have that correct mindset. And we want to get into the habit of doing that. If you can get into the habit of having that attitude, no matter what happens, your life will change in beautiful ways. So, I had a year out of my Arbonne business before I came back, and during that time, I did quite a lot. Now, I'm going to tell you a couple of the things which I did, not to brag, but I will tell you why I'm telling you after I tell you. So, in that 12 months when I was out, I definitely didn't wait around for things to happen. I very much actively, consciously was very aware that I need to make stuff happen. I launched a personal training business. I spent 12 months investing consistently in my own mindset learning from some of the best coaches which I believe are out there. I qualified and started teaching a body pump class. I released fitness products, I released an app, and I did other things as well. Now, the reason I'm telling you this is for one main reason. But before I do that, put your hands up if you have ever been through something shit in your life. I think every single person. Okay, right, keep your hands up. Keep your hand up if at that time you thought your life was over and you did not know how you were going to cope. Right, I think pretty much all of you have kept your hands up. Keep them up still, okay? So now keep your hands up still if you can now look back at that experience and say, thank you. Yes, most of you, not everyone. But you know, this is what happens, guys. At the time, things feel so horrendous, but we can always look back and we can always say thank you. You know, thank you for that happening. Thank you for getting me out of that situation. I mean, how many of us have had ex-relationships where we go, thank you? I mean, that's a whole other training, probably another event, actually. We won't talk about that. You know, you look back and there is always lessons, and we can always move forward from there. So at the time, as I said, things seem awful, but there is always something positive to come from that. So the main reason I was just telling you about those things which I gained in those, you know, in those 12 months, those wins which I had, was that if that negative experience hadn't have happened, there is no way I can say with absolute certainty that even one of those things that I mentioned that I did would ever have happened. The negative experience forced me into doing those things, and you know, ultimately that's what's important here. Okay. I've totally lost where I am, but that's fine. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, it was because of that really shit thing happening that a ton of positive things came from it, right? And I will forever be grateful for those negative experiences because of that. Also, during that year out where Arbonne wasn't on the scene in terms of my business, I learned so many invaluable things about myself, about life, and ultimately how to do things differently. And, you know, I know it does not matter at all how fast or how slow you go in this business. And one of the beauties of network marketing, in my opinion, is the flexibility and how you can use that around your time. You know, you make it suit you. But I just want to tell you that what almost took me nearly 3 years the first time around to go area took me 6 months the second time around. Woo! Okay. And I'm saying that because I now know a different way. There are so many things which I was doing the last time, which I look back and I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, what were you thinking, Beck? Like, thinking those things, but I didn't know any differently. And it's because of the crap stuff that's happened along the way that I now do know a different way. And, you know, we always hear in all the trainings, you've heard it enough today, especially in that last training that we just had, you know, everything starts here. Everything starts in our mind, and it all starts within you. You know, you can have every strategy written out. You can literally have every plan in place. You can literally like have every action that you're going to take, but you can even have all the skills. But if your mindset isn't in the right place, and if your personal feelings towards yourself, towards your business, towards life, towards your goals, if they're not aligned, your business will stay stagnant and you're not going to move, because your business will never move until you move. Okay, yes. Fabulous. So this quote, this is something which I heard on a podcast literally just the other day, which I just think it hit me like really hard. We can just go back to the quote. That's right. Yeah, so one, before I tell you what the quote is, even though you've just seen it, one thing which I just want to touch on is the importance of you staying in charge no matter what the circumstances. Okay, so if we want to succeed, we have to ensure that we don't let those external factors get in the way. Now this quote, so I want you to write this down. I'll take a photo of it because I think if you can grasp this, a lot will change for you. It's never the event that makes you happy or unhappy. It's the comparison of the event to what you think your life should be. Okay, I'm going to say it again. It's never the event that makes you happy or unhappy. It's the comparison of the event to what you think your life should be. So in other words, what's happening around you is actually totally irrelevant. What's relevant is how you are feeling. How do you feel about you? How do you feel about life? How do you think things should look? And this goes back to what I said earlier about your mindset. You know, if your inner self is vibrating high, if you're feeling good, those external factors will never ever take a hold of you, because the power that you have within yourself will always be so much stronger than the power of any external factor. And that is why it's so important to keep your vibe high, and just to keep being that person that you need to be, so that you are in alignment with your goals, especially when you're faced with a challenge. And I also just want to mention one thing which relates to what I was saying about being in alignment, which, you know, the previous training said so much about that, which is all about the law of attraction versus the law of vibration. Because these are actually two different things. And I know we have just done the whole training on this, but I just want to touch on it again because it's so key. All of us are familiar with The Secret, right? Yeah. Okay, now I love The Secret, and the law of attraction is such a huge thing. But the law of vibration is actually something totally different to the law of attraction. It's obviously involved within the law of attraction, but it is a different thing. And I want you to be really clear about the difference here, because it's when I recognise the difference between these two things that my results then started to change in every area of my life. So the law of vibration, as you know, relates to how we feel. Okay, how we feel is how we're vibrating, and how we're seeing results. That is due to how we are vibrating. You know, you can close your eyes, you can visualize every single day, you can wake up every single morning and do your miracle morning and write out your affirmations and your gratitude, look at your vision board for hours on end. Like, you can do all of that. But if the way you're feeling isn't aligned with that, you're just absolute waste of time. You have to be feeling those feels in order to see the results, okay? And I'm not here to talk about manifestations. I know Lucia, the manifestation queen, is going to be talking about that this afternoon. But I just want to remind you guys that, you know, you're manifesting things every second of every day, whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, whether you agree with it or not. It's just happening every single day. So make sure that the feelings you have are matching those feelings to those that you want and those of your goals, okay? Esther Hicks, I think it was Naomi earlier who mentioned Esther Hicks. I'm a massive fan of Esther Hicks, and the book Ask When It Is Given by Esther and Jo Hicks. If you haven't read that already, make sure you do. And just to finish up on the last slide, there's two things which I want you guys to know. The first thing, which you guys already know, otherwise you wouldn't be here today, but just to remind you, this business is literally incredible, right? After a whole year of being out of Arbonne, I'm not going to lie, I had moments of, you know, thinking, can I really be bothered to start again? Because that's what I had to do, went right back to the beginning. And, you know, my mind was changing like the weather. I didn't know if I was going to come back or not. But if I didn't believe that this business genuinely is to help me live the life that I want to be living, I wouldn't be here. But I knew, and I know, like, my intuition, my gut, everything brought me back here. So here I am. Secondly, the next thing and the last thing I want to finish on is that I want you guys to know, whatever life throws at you, however shit you things up, you shit. However you shit. However shit you think things are, either right now or maybe in the future, just be certain that you have absolutely everything that it takes within you to just overcome all of that crap. You have everything within you to do that. Leave it behind you, learn from it, and create something even more epic than you had before. Thank you.
What a morning! So, we are in a little bit time. So, what we're going to do is we're going to have lunch now until 20 past 2. So, until 20 past 2 is like 25 minutes. 20 past 2 to have a lunch. Don't forget, for 2 seconds before you all start getting.
Can someone just put in the chat if you can hear us? You can hear me okay, just put in the chat. We can hear you. Wonderful.
This one's on. Can everyone take their seats, please?
Danny?
Hello, my absolute darlings. Hello, 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 hello. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Great. I've got your attention. Can we all take your seats? Love you all.
No? They can't hear me. Can you hear me? Loud and back, please. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Danielle Monroe. I'm also a National Vice President with our fabulous company, Arbon. And I, along with the fabulous National Vice President, Lucy Bargett, are going to be your host this afternoon. So hope you're all refueled, feeling amazing. How good was this morning, by the way? Can we... It was so incredible, and you know, like every single person brought crazy amounts of value, and every single person was so different, and that's the thing I absolutely love the most about our opportunity and everything we have. So, who at Club London today absolutely loves the Bones of Arbon? Doesn't sound like it. Well, I noticed, some of you might notice it, that Eric Worry, our lovely friend Eric Worry, he posted a post that said that 4.5 million people gave up their jobs in November. Did anyone see that post? And basically, most of the reasons of that is because people are overworked, underpaid, undervalued, not in love with what they do, really thinking about what they want. And what do we offer? Value. We offer community. We offer choices. We offer incredible lifestyle options. We offer so much. So when you say you love Arbon as much as you're saying you do today, and when you think that every single person that got up here is amazing, why would you not be telling multiple people every single day about what we have here? So that's the biggest thing you need to leave with today. Think, how much do I love being in that room? How much do I love this business? How much do I love the people? And then make your absolute mission beyond anything else. That you're going to tell every person you come across what we do in this room. Yeah. Okay. So with that, we've got some training. So I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to leave you with the fabulous little pocket bucket that is National Vice President Lucy Superfox. So Lucy started her business in 2016 after leaving corporate life in events to pursue the dream of being a multi-passionate business owner. She's a 2-times AIT achiever, a Global AIDS Award achiever, top 2 business builder in the UK 2020, Maui Virtual Leadership Retreat Speaker 2020 and in 2021, the UK NTC keynote speaker. I mean, that's a lot of incredible achievements. And Lucy is also known, which you'll find out in a second, for her direct approach and her passion for living life on your terms. So welcome. What's Lucy? Huh?
I want mine.
So I didn't want to trend today. And the reason is, I think that sometimes you go through different stages in your business where different things become your focus and priority, and I'm back in my personal business so aggressively that sometimes I forget I actually have a team. They don't feel like that, but sometimes I forget that we have to tell everybody else what it is that we're doing. So I actually was like, oh my God, what are we going to train on? I was like, ooh. So I called this training When Inspiration Called, because I was calling on some inspiration to write some training. So I had a chat with Sarah and I had a chat with Nick, and a couple of things came out. So we kind of thought, okay, why don't I just throw it together in the morning? Like, I can write notes as I go. I know I'm quite good at that. And then Nick said, why don't you talk about something that makes you relatable? Now, ironically, those two pieces of advice is actually the entire structure and framework of this training. And I wrote most of this training this morning during everything that was happening, because everything that was said this morning, everything everybody talked about, is basically everything. So you will hear trainings that say different things, but they're the same. And so I just wanted to share with you like 4 lessons I think that I massively relearn, because we're relearning all the time, in 2021. And I think that everything was discussed this morning, ironically, because these slides are pre-made, already falls under these 4 categories. So let me kick you off. So number 1, the lows make the highs worth it. So a lot of people think that national vice presidents, regional vice presidents are untouchable, and honestly, that's not true. But what we are is resilient, and I think, you know, so much this morning, Mary and Ben talked about this, Nat talked about this, you know, it's not just the setbacks and the comebacks, but I think it's just remembering, I think this is something that vice presidents have really captured, is that it's just all part of the journey. And as long as you choose to see that as growth during the journey, rather than something that's happening to you, that age-old quote, right, life is happening for you, not to you. I think if you can truly take that perspective, honestly, life feels a lot easier. Life is not perfect. And Marion Bennis, and it's so weird that you said this about 10 years ago, look at your life 10 years ago. I think a lot of people think that from my social media and the way that I come across, that I have my shit together all the time, and Nick knows that is definitely not true. Especially in the beginning stages of my business. But actually 10 years ago for me, my 10-year memory, I was actually in hospital. I had toxic shock, so effectively my liver was in pieces. And I came out of an 8-year relationship, and a week after that 8-year relationship broke down and I came out of hospital, I went to a rave and took so many drugs I forgot my own name because I was that depressed. And that was 10 years ago. So I want you to know that it doesn't matter what's happened in the past. It's about the journey that you go on to get here. And I think every single speaker this morning absolutely encapsulated that. So I think sometimes those big moments, those things that happen to us, and again, so many of the speakers touched on this, is that they can be your real line in the sand. They can be the moment where you choose to go, okay, that's the old me, and this is the new me, and this is who I'm going to become. And so many things happen as a result of that. You know, the law of vibration is so true. When you move out of those destructive states that Shara was talking about, when you move out of feeling like a victim and you step into your power, for want of a better term, you know, as Debbie Neal would say, you know, step into your greatness. I'm going to call on your greatness today as part of this training. And you will transform your life. And I'm just going to give you some examples of things that happened to me. So from drawing some certain lines in sands, and you know, Nick can absolutely be a testament to this as she watched it firsthand, is that within the period of going from becoming an area manager to a regional vice president, I healed and recovered from binge eating disorder. I cleared £30,000 worth of debt. I was engaged, married, and divorced, 2 levels. And you know, and life wasn't exactly rosy along the way. So just know that, and I think it was Shara that said this, like, your life doesn't have to be perfect before you move, before you do something to business. And actually, adversity can absolutely become your biggest driver. So I want you to know that, you know, wherever you are right now, this is just a stepping stone. It's just a moment in your tapestry of your life. I love when Shara said that. Like, just a moment in time. And I think it can be so overwhelming in that moment, especially if it's painful or difficult. And I'm going to be honest, I found 2021 so freaking hard. Like, I found it so difficult every day, but it was that one day at a time. I'm remembering that we actually, and I can't remember how many numbers of weeks it is, there's a book called something weeks. Has anybody read it? And it's the number of weeks you actually have. No, it's about the number of weeks you actually live. And guys, it's not that many. We actually don't have that many weeks on this planet. And it's just remembering that in that moment that it's just to take one step after the other. Okay, so that was point number 1. Point number 2 is what you make it mean. Now, there are some universal meanings to things in life, right? So when someone gets married, we're like, oh, that means love. When someone's married, we're like, oh, that means love. When someone gets divorced, we're like, oh, shit. Right? So we have these meanings that we give things that are universal language, right? But most of the time, it's us giving things meaning. So I think give you an example of your numbers, right? Your stats in your dashboard. So you could look at maybe it's your paycheck, maybe your bank balance, but I think numbers are kind of a universal measure, and a lot of us will grade ourselves in numbers, whether it's numbers on the scale, numbers in our bank account, numbers on the dashboard, and actually it's what you make it mean, because one person, and usually it's a level thing, right? So if you were an area manager right now and you saw 120,000 on your dash, you'd be like, freaking yes, this is amazing. If you're a 6-5 national vice president, so you'd be like, I'm slightly concerned, right? So what you make it mean. And that comes down to everything in life, every interaction you have, every conversation you have, everything that happens in every moment of your day is what you make it mean that matters, which then controls how it makes you feel, and then as you feel different, that ultimately changes your reaction, which so many of the speakers talked about this morning. So what you've got to think about is, what am I making this mean? That's the question I'm asking myself all the time. So if my boyfriend and I have a little spat or something, and I think, right, I'm blowing this up in my head, what am I making this mean? I'm making this mean that he doesn't love me. Is that true? No. Anyone who knows Josh knows he loves me. Right? So it's what you make it mean. And we tell those stories from things that have happened to us. So many people have talked about limiting beliefs today and stories from the past. But you will often transport the meanings from things in the past into the events that happen in the current and the future. And what we have to be able to do is change the meaning of the things that happen to us. My divorce was one of the best things that ever happened to me. Woo! It was at my wedding, so she agrees. I hope he's got five in this office. Can you imagine? What was I going to say? Yeah, so that night, so, you know, I think, who was it? Yeah, Nat said earlier. She was like, you know, that moment in time that happened in your life that was God awful. Are you grateful for it? Absolutely, I am. That day when I did not know my own name, and I'm not proud of that, right? But when that name, I didn't know who she was, I decided who I was going to be. And that's what you get to do every single day when you draw a line in the sand. So just remember, Gabby Bernstein talks about things that happen to us as universal assignments, and I absolutely love that, because so much of what we make things mean is actually because we haven't learned a lesson, we haven't grown from something. And we just have to be able to empower ourselves to go, I am going to change the narrative of this story, I'm going to make this mean something different, and I'm going to learn this lesson now so it doesn't come back and bite me in the ass, because trust me, it will. So let's try this. Okay, number 3. I'm trying to be ahead of time, there we go. This is not a box ticking business. So I got quite aggressive about this recently on Instagram, sometimes I do that. And it's truly because of what I just said about making things mean. You can be somebody that ticks all the boxes. If you've got a DMO tick sheet, or you've got a long list of to-dos that you've got to do every day, or you've got graphs to fill in, or however you run your business or whatever else you do in life, that's great. And you might get given the title of high performer, super productive, all these things. And actually, when you think about it, right, that's amazing. But you've heard so much about energy today. You have seen slides and images and heat graphs and every piece of evidence you could ever know. And the biggest one is when you walk into a room, like Shara said, and you're like, oh God, get me out of this room. And you're like, oh my God, yes. It is about the intention we give things. It's about the energy we bring to what we're doing. I have actually scrapped the DMO sheet from my success line, because I believe what that teaches is that this is a box ticking business, and it absolutely is not. It's a personal growth business, and I can't remember the 3 orders from Hettie's training, but basically what Hettie said, that. So it's about sharing our opportunities, it's about sharing our products with passion and vision consistently. That's it. And so when we tick boxes, yes, it's useful if you're somebody that likes, you know, mental reward streaks, you're not even going to get a streak and you tick 7 days off. And if that gives you that addictive feeling to keep going, then absolutely do it. But I think sometimes, especially if you are an overthinker, or you're someone that thinks about things a lot, when you miss a day, because you know what, life happens. Sometimes what that leads then is you spiral into this overthinking, procrastinating spiral. So for me, I just think go away from this knowing that you've got all the tools and resources you need, you know what you need to do, but just remember this is absolutely about intention and the energy you bring to what you're doing. And then, tip number 4, how you coach is what duplicates, or not. So I just wanted to give you my top tips. So outside of this, I run a mindset coaching business and a few other things, and I work with a lot of corporate companies. And I absolutely love what I do. I love the fact that I get to be multi-passionate, to do multiple things. It's one of the reasons that network marketing just lights me up, because it allows people to be whoever the fuck they want to be, right? And for me, that's so powerful. But you are never going to be the same people in your success line, right? You might attract people of the same ilk or people who have the same career path as you, but those people are never going to be you. And what's challenging about that is sometimes we coach for what works for us, because we already know what's worked for us in most cases. And so I just wanted to share with you some lessons that I have learned since being in R1, and some of the things and practices that probably I live by as someone who loves to coach. And the first one is to be for them. So there's a great book, if you haven't read it, called Know What You're For by Jeff Henderson. And I absolutely know that JD, our previous CEO at R1, absolutely read this book, because that is where the line comes from, that we don't want to be the best company in the world, we want to be the best company for the world. Yeah, got it right. And that quote actually comes from that book, and that book for me is all about basically when you empower people to live out their dreams, to live their best life ultimately, what you can then turn happens is they show up, they perform, because they realise how valued they are. They know they're in the right place, and they're absolutely in love with what they're doing. So you've got to be for your team, for their goals and dreams. And we talk about this a lot in R1, right? You need to know their why. You need to know why they're doing this business, what motivates them, what gets them going. You know, I've got all my team's vision boards in my phone because I want to see. So when they, I don't know, one of the girls on my team, I mean, she's an absolute rock. So you'll see her at the DA on Tuesday in London, Hannah. She's unbelievable. She has had so many things on her vision board, and when things start to happen in her business, I know those things are going to happen for her. So my intention and energy is not just in my goals and dreams, it's in her vision board. And she's ticking off things on that vision board daily because she doesn't have a tick sheet. Hannah has never followed a DMO. She has, this is how Hannah tracks her business, I'm not even joking. She has like notebooks this high, and she just does paper. I'm not even kidding. I don't know how she does it, but she does. But one of the things she does have an energy. She doesn't tick things on the list. She's like, I'm showing up, doing this, and I have always been for her. So you have to be for the people in your team, even when you're in a team where you want to promote, you want to level up, you want to grow, you will only get that by empowering other people to step up. So a great book is Know What You're For by Jeff Henderson. The second thing is be integral. And I've actually got a graph. I don't know if you can see it, actually, the line maybe. Okay, so basically, if you imagine just draw on your piece of paper a line graph, right? So you've got one line down, one line across. Right, this is really easy. This is not my graph, this is inspired by Simon Sinek. So basically on the bottom or the top, it doesn't actually matter which way around, but you've got performance on one of the legs and you've got trust on the other one. Now, you can be an absolute top performer in this business. You could be top business builder, top seller, top PCs, top everything, okay? So let's say you're all the way up on top performance. But if you're not an integral person and you're not for your team, by integral I mean do the things you're supposed to do, you're not for your team, then you're in low trust. Now, for me, one of the reasons that I followed Nick, followed Stu, followed Sarah, all the other national vice presidents, because I trusted them. I trusted that I knew where they were going. I trust that they have vision. I trust in their belief. I trust in everything that they say and do. Now, I don't know about you, but when I've got a flaky friend who's like, yeah, I'll be there at 3, I'm like, there at 3, right? I don't have much trust in that. So therefore, my behaviour, if she cancels, doesn't really bother me. So what I want you to think about is, do you have trust in the leaders of your business? And those of you sat in the room or sat in Zoom, you probably do, it's probably why you're here, right? So think about you. You could be, right now, a top seller. You could be absolutely killing it at PQV. But if actually you're not showing up to team trainings, if you're not actually doing the things you need to do, if you're not being there for your team, if you're not leading the way by example, there's low trust. So you've got to figure out what your metrics are of performance and trust, and what high performance and high trust means. Now, there's actually a sweet spot somewhere in the middle between performance and trust, because if you're a super top performer, sometimes people can't relate to that. So you've got to be relatable. So you've got to think, am I trustworthy, and am I doing what it takes? And for me, that graph symbolises integrity. Is doing the thing you're supposed to do, which makes you the high performer, and being the person you need to be, which builds the high trust. And somewhere in the middle, that is where your nation will explode. Okay, 2 more. Simple is best. So simple systems to launch, relaunch, build, 30-day plan. I mean, Kristen's training, you know, today was unbelievable. Like, Kristen is such an inspiration to so many of us. What she's created in such a short space of time. And AIT is like, whoa, what story am I telling myself about AIT here? And I want you to know that what she's built for herself is a simple system. That's all she's done. She's got a simple system. I post on TikTok 4 to 7 times a day on this topic. That's it. So don't make it complicated. And I'm sure that your nations have all got different systems for starting the business, restarting the business, growing the business, launching the business. And if they feel complicated, right, if they feel complicated, choose one thing. Just do one thing for 30 days. In our team, we choose 3 products for a month and we don't talk about anything else. It's confusing. for you and them. So be simple. Simple words. What else was it? Ask challenging questions and don't answer for them. The challenge is, you do a lot of personal development, right? You actually know the answer. And I don't mean intellectually, I mean when someone is sat there facing a problem with you, you actually know what their problem is. You can probably see it. But my therapist, called Melissa, she's amazing. She's literally an 80% member who works with most of my team. Because she's so fantastic, I've recommended her. Funny that, isn't it? All she ever does is ask me questions. Because she knows I know the answer. So what we have to do is allow people to answer for themselves, because that's so much more empowering than telling them what we think they need to know. And asking challenging questions, and this is a big part of leadership, you know, one of the things I'm managing to myself sometimes is leaders have difficult conversations, and it's actually Claire Fishenden said that at a RVP meeting. Leaders have difficult conversations. Sometimes you have to have conversations you don't want to have, like, babe, social media is terrible. Or, you know what, babe, I'm really sorry that this month is the last month of your performance account. Those conversations are horrible. But in this trust performance metric, you could just let your team drop, maybe if that's going to happen for them, right? Or you could be the person that builds trust and faith in them by saying, listen, I know your performance account will here, but you know what? If we focus on this strategy, we can move forward. What do you think you need to do? Leaders have difficult conversations, so be prepared to have those conversations with people, because this is a people business. People are complicated. So, final thing, take responsibility for your business. So, I don't believe that anybody gets to region or nation by just doing what the person who sponsored them did. They stepped out of their comfort zone. They took responsibility for their own stats. They took responsibility for understanding compliance. They took responsibility for their own social media. They took responsibility for understanding the launch system. They took responsibility for showing up to trainings. They took responsibility, and they sometimes took on more responsibility. I remember, actually, it was me and Nat, actually, I remember doing this. After Nick had a mini, and he worked very well. And she was like, I'm not very well, I don't know what to do. And at that time, I don't think Nick had any regions. He didn't. And me and Nat were like, we'll do it. We'll do everything. Just leave it. We got it. Don't worry about it. We got it. But unless you're going to be that person, your team aren't going to do that to you. So take responsibility for everything in business. And about compliance, I know everyone jokes, maybe I ain't anything about compliance. Like, the reason I know it is because I absolutely am so passionate about taking responsibility for my own success, taking responsibility for understanding, not having to ask somebody a question before I can move. Take responsibility. If there's something that you don't understand, something that you don't know, something that you want to learn more about, the information is probably there. We have this thing called the source. And it's all there. Your simple training system, your MVP, it's all there. So I don't think I've left you with any inspirational quotes, actually. But what I want to just say is that this business will change your life, but it's you that actually changes your life. And we don't change our life because of what we do and the action we take, but because of how this business makes us feel. So just decide today that going away from today, that you are going to decide to feel different about your business. You're going to tell a new story of your business moving forward. You're going to take ownership and you're going to take responsibility, because ultimately that's what creates success. And I look forward to seeing you all in Miami next week, but what's going to be mad moving forward. Very much. Guys, one more time for Lucy Superfox. I absolutely adore you. I adore you, and there is nothing else I can say or add, because you're extraordinary. But what I hope you are all feeling is just, I hope you are overflowing with gratitude for the fact that because of Arvon, you get to hear from people like the ones that stood on stage today. Thank you so much. Okay, so next, you're going to hear, I thought you might have the room there. You're going to hear from another absolute shining light in this world, National Vice President Claire Fishenden. Sorry. Claire Fishenden. Okay, so Claire is a mummy to Ruby and soon to be a brand new little boy who's on the way. She is an actress, a very talented one, a musical theatre performer, and a national vice president with Arvon. She's earned 5 incentive trips and is an ACE award earner and 8th in the Parade of Champions. And she's also my cousin-in-law, so I'm super proud. So Claire believes Arvon is the best opportunity on the planet, don't we all? Not only for the products, but the incredible compensation plan, but the culture and the community, which is second to none. She's on a mission to help as many people transform their lives through this incredible brand. You are either about to laugh or cry or both through this training. I always do. Over to you, Campbell.
It's actually now. Oh yeah, it was just you being raucous like me. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't even breathe. So if I need to run out of the room, you know why. It's because I need to poop, not because I'm about to give birth. Although it feels like that's happening with the time, okay? But it's a serious problem. Oh, I'm having the baby. It's the 10th anniversary this month. Oh my gosh, like the ginger actress, still an actress, but you know, hasn't worked that much in the last 10 years, might have. But I just remember feeling that album and the way that it made me feel, and I hope we all can bottle that moment. But I feel like we need to recreate that today. But I honestly feel like this is a changing moment. It's like I've had goosebumps today and I felt really emotional. I mean, my hormones are wild. But thank you for asking me to look at albums 10 years ago because it's transformed my life. Honestly, I was unemployed, I couldn't afford to pay my mortgage, and I'm renovating with 6 weeks to go for a baby. There's no nursery right now. We're, you know, in a position that I just could have only have dreamt of because you don't get that security and that life that you want, unfortunately, unless you're on street. And like I always say, I'm more extended than I am LA. So, what I would like you to do is I would love for you to close your eyes and just take a deep breath. I want you to imagine yourself at 87. You are around all of the people that you love. Who are they? How many children did you have? Did you have any at all? Have you got a dog family? Have you got grandchildren? Great-grandchildren? So this is a celebration of you being 87. Can you feel the feelings that you feel surrounded by those that you love? Who are you as a person? What would your best friend say about you right now? The qualities of who you are as a human. So this is about your integrity. Are you fun? Like, what are the words that you would say if this was a time that you'd moved on from this world and you've passed on? What would the person standing at the lectern say about you? Were you happy? Did you live life to the full? We never know what's around the corner and what's going to happen in our path. But what we do know is that we all have time right now. And we don't know when that time's going to be up, but hopefully we all have the opportunity to live to 87 and beyond. Let's hope, because we use these amazing products, we're going to go to 99 or 100. Then we get that letter from the Queen. But can you, just in that moment, do you know what's hilarious about that? You can all open your eyes. Just before I started this training, I dropped my cards. I thought I'd put them in the right order. I hadn't. So I'll go back to that. But it's hilarious, isn't it? It's a really good training. So love, gratitude, joy, laughter. I'm going to go back to it just for a minute. Don't close your eyes though. What have you done? Where have you travelled? What fun have you had? What did you accomplish? How do you feel about your family, your friends, your team, your community?
What would these people say? Honestly. This is going to be one of those trainings. It's going to be one of these moments you're like, oh my gosh, she was so bad. It was so bad. I don't think we get it back. It's just still laughing. No, it's not coming back. So, we have the opportunity to leave a legacy in our which I think is one of the most amazing things. And that is something that gives us the mindset to free us with this freedom, this abundance of choices. I mean, it's always said, but we're only just beginning. This is only the start. I want us all to feel like today is the first day. And last night I was sat with Rob and we were talking about Johnny, Jean, or Sydney. Those are name choices. God, let you all in on it. Don't tell your friends. So we're talking about, let's call him Don, because he's the Don, right? Johnny, so Johnny. And we were like, oh my gosh, when he's 40, I'm going to be 80. I was like, oh my gosh, like that is actually so weird. Like, and that's what made me prompt to do a visualization. Like think about that when you're at that point in your life. And I literally sort of imagine myself as 80 and all of the things like that had happened. And I just thought, like, isn't it amazing that we have something that we can live, like the way that Nick's living in Ibiza. Like, oh my gosh, the fact that Stuart and Francis can have Rio and have a baby. Like, Stuart that I knew 10 years ago would never have been able to do that. Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to accomplish? What are you going to do that you feel is like that wow moment of your life that you live? That's just the most beautiful thing for you and your family. And honestly, it was the most beautiful moment because I could see Rob like thinking about all these things, and then I let out an unexpected third trimester fart. And he was so annoyed at me. I was like, no, don't spoil the moment. He went, I didn't spoil the moment. You spoiled the moment. I was like, but it doesn't smell. He went, babe, it's still got no sense of smell from COVID. It doesn't. I'm leaving the room. So that was my magical moment, a bit like a visualization. So we're going to go here. So I feel like everything starts with a dream. So I've got a card on the back. Everything starts with a dream. And I dreamed of having a family. It's one of the things that I would absolutely always wanted. But I honestly thought that it wasn't a thing that I could do before Arbonne because I couldn't really look after myself. Financially, I just didn't have that. So it really gave me the ability to be able to fulfill that, which, you know, in some terms you might think, oh, you know, I'm obviously not in a position financially was really something that held me back to think that that was a possibility for me. And I was praying for it. I wanted that happiness. I wanted that security which Arbonne has given me. So obviously, before conceiving Ruby, we had to practice. So we both Rob was loving it, and it was about 2 months, and I was like, oh gosh, I can't believe it. I thought I was going to have more time to practice. And that's what you need to do with Arbonne business. I remember when I started, it was practice. All I did, I was obsessed with becoming the best. Are you obsessed at being the best at whatever it is that you're passionate about? With presentation, like I learned that presentation, not like I can do it without the script, but I was like passionate about it. And so, are you obsessed with becoming your best? Practice. This is really where the fun, I believe, in Arbonne is, because you're learning and you're growing and you're not having, you don't have this expectation that you need to be. I didn't think I was going to be an MVP in that moment, but I just knew that I had the possibility to do it because I was willing to grow, willing to learn, willing to practice, willing to be the best. So are you willing to be the best? Not compared to anybody else, but the best you. So in the first trimester of my pregnancy, for anyone that's been pregnant, this is the 3 trimesters, I've got to say. And in the first trimester of your business, right, this doesn't feel worth it sometimes, does it? Has anyone had that moment where you're like, this just doesn't feel like, oh, like I'm doing all this work. And when you're in your first trimester of pregnancy, you like literally feel like you've been run over, like the sickness of how you feel, and that the nerves, like an excitement that you've got the possibility of this, you know, little thing becoming something. But I couldn't sleep with excitement when I started Arbonne.
And back in the first trimester, I was very tired. You can't sleep sometimes. But do you remember that feeling? Do you remember feeling? And if you don't, I want you, when you close your eyes tonight to hit that pillow and just visualise 87. What do you want? What do you want to achieve? What does that feel like? All of those things. And if you don't wake up excited about the fact that this company is going global in the next few years, like I remember feeling that 10 years ago, and it's still the biggest opportunity on the planet. I believe it's the biggest opportunity in network marketing, Arbon. It is, because we haven't globalised to the way that some of those other companies have. But we all have that worry in the first bit, don't we? Like that worry of like, oh, what if this works? What if it doesn't? And you've got people that are surrounding you that aren't necessarily being supportive and stuff like that. My mum was honestly hilarious. She hid my credit card. She wasn't very nice at all. And I cried. I probably cried in the first trimester, like I did in my pregnancy, emotional wreck. So much. I cried so much. And I just couldn't believe people were sometimes that mean about things. And it wasn't just family, it was friends and all of that. So if you're experiencing any of that, it's all good. And has anyone ever had Arbon mood swings? You know, like, so much. Oh, absolutely. I hate it. Like, honestly. And I think in my first pregnancy, I used to visualise taking, this is really bad, I'm telling you this. You know, you get that mood swing, that vibe, a blunt knife out of it. It was annoying me, I was like, I'm going to get you this. That's how I feel about Arbon business, isn't it, sometimes? We're just like, oh my gosh, why did I start this? Why did I do this? But ultimately, in that first trimester, you just need to get through the first trimester, basically, is what I'm saying. Second trimester, choose to invest in yourself. In the second trimester, you have this new lease of life, this new kind of energy. And I believe that there's so many of us that are at that point right now in our business. And there's a great book called Dare to Dream, Work to Win, and he talks about the 3 trimesters. And he says that the first one's like, oh, this isn't worth it. I'm putting all this effort, it's not worth it. And then it's like, oh, actually, this is worth it, because you're reaping the rewards, whether that's financially, through the products. Like, if you've been using the products for more than 30 days, raise your hand. Okay, amazing. Have you had a personal transformation from the product? Stand up if you have. Amazing. So you have had you are getting the Arbon glow. The Arbon glow has happened, right? So you've got that glow about you. But also, you have a fear of like what's to come, like a fear of success or a fear of failure. You know, what's to come? Am I going to, you know, at the moment the baby is breech, so I might be having a natural birth. Hopefully, he's going to turn. Baby, 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 turn. That's what I keep singing in my head. Or I could be having an actual labour at home, which is what my dream is, right? But the outcomes for you and where you're at and what your business is going to be in 5 years, in 10 years, you don't know what that's going to be exactly and build consistently, but you don't know how that's going to actually look, right? So sometimes we've just got to roll, oh, this is so much better. And I'm not getting out of breath. I'm going to put the mic down here. Oh my gosh. Don't fall off. Up to the 3rd trimester of business, and the 3rd trimester can be when you get to that point where you feel like, I'm not worth this much. But I remember going nation and what that felt like. Oh my gosh, it was just amazing. But I had moments of thinking, and even before that happening, I don't deserve this. I actually don't deserve this, but absolutely we do. Because like everyone shared today, it's the energy, it's the person that you become. And I am still learning, like 100% I'm still learning. Like this will probably go down as one of the funniest trainings I've ever done in my life. And I learned from that. But I really honestly believe that this is the point where you feel exhausted, you're shattered. If you're going for a goal, or if you've ever been for like region or nation or area and you feel like you're like that 2 feet from gold moment and you're like, and there's that person that turns back and you've got to keep going. This is the moment, you've got to keep going. So I feel right now, I'm like, oh my God,
I've got to keep going. Like, and people are like, oh my God, you're about to drop. And I'm like, no, I've got 6 weeks. I'm still in the third trimester. So yeah, it's coming, but you just got to keep going for it. Sometimes you win, and sometimes you learn. I actually think they're the only things that happen. We're either winning at something and that's happening, or we're learning from that experience. And it's so easy sometimes to be down on yourself and think that, and get frustrated or compare. But ultimately, you just got to look at what the lesson is in that moment. So I didn't know before I had a baby that there's actually something called the 4th trimester. And the 4th trimester is where I want you to know that you're enough. And you might have reached that goal, that point in your business that you were thinking about, and it feels magical and it's amazing. And it's Maui, right? Or a baby in this example. But with that comes a different level of responsibility. Like, now I've got to look after this child, now I've got to look after this nation, like, but in an amazing, amazing way. Like, it's the most beautiful thing. And I remember when it was November 3rd, it was November 2019, and I don't know if anyone remembers that Halloween. Every Halloween, there seems to be a problem with the system for the last hour. So everyone noticed that? It's actually didn't happen this year, I don't think, where the time zone goes wrong. So we clicked our web stats, and it said 158,000. And the time had stopped. So we were blind for an hour. We didn't know what the web stats were doing. We could see the orders coming in, but it wasn't updating. I literally phoned Mark Jordan. I was like, Mark Jordan, Mark Jordan, Mark Jordan. Oh, Mike, sorry. Mark Jordan, what? I went in the garden. I said, I can't cope. What is going on? And he was like, we're all blind. The whole company's blind. This can't happen. The Montgomery region, nation, it can't happen. It literally cannot happen. And he said, don't worry, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Anyway, there was about 6 of us in my house. I'm walking away again. There was about 6 of us in the house. I know you can remember this moment somewhere else. It was just like, and we all, Charli hit the button and it said 158, and we all just froze. And we're like, we missed it by 2,000. We missed it by 2,000 QV. And we couldn't have, there was nothing else we could have done. Like, we did everything we could. And we sat there for about 5 minutes. This kid made people 6. I was just like, I can't believe it. Bells, don't worry, we'll do it next. We'll do it next time. And then Charli was like, let's just check one more time. And she clicked the button and it said 162,500. Oh my God. That's not like a bit of the birth. It's very unexpected. I wasn't expecting some of the things that happened in my birth, you know. But ultimately, like, it's all about how we react in those situations. But I think you just got to be prepared for anything, because it is a wonderful thing. And actually, the joy that came after that was superseded that kind of moment of regret, and actually not regret, but like a feeling lost in that moment. Huh? Oh, thanks, sorry. I was like, what? Oh, God. I was like, am I wet still? Sorry. I don't know where my hands are. So, I have now on the end of it. I'm sweating. My upper lip is profusely sweating. This one. Right. Stand up, repeat. Sarah, oh my gosh, how amazing is it? Holly and I got to the room, literally the first thing we did was fill up the tub and get in. It was like, and there was like bubbles everywhere, with my little pink head.
We should. So you, as a consultant up to VP, you can earn 2 incentive trips a year. When you're a national vice president, you can earn Maui and the challenge trip. How amazing. And Vegas, 5, he was right. I should always listen to my sponsor. So, lastly, also, just one quote. I've got this. You can't live on your past success. If you stop taking action, stuff like those tricks is never going to happen. You cannot live on past success. Believe in me, sometimes I've done that. Being the person that got to the RVP within 12 weeks, it's easy to live off that story. And it's not a good place to be. So just keep moving, keep going forward and earning that. So imagine a number in your mind of what you want to earn a month that you feel like, oh my God, if I earn that, it would just mean the world to me. It means so much. Yeah, you all got that number? Put a 0 on it. Put a 0 on it. This is an uncapped business. Like, it's uncapped. You hold the pen. You write the zeros. Nobody else. It's on what you do and what you decide today and the action that you take moving forward. In that moment, when you first heard about Argon, the possibility, the hope, the vision, the belief, the courage it took you to say yes, you are a freaking winner in my eyes. You are legends, right? We need to build this with that overwhelming feeling that we had at the point that we said yes. It is time to make a change. It is time for the 250 people of us in this room to be the ones that drive this forward. The next 10 years are going to be magical. They are going to be amazing, and I can't wait to get to know every single one of your faces personally, like more than I already do if I know you. I'm so honoured to know so many of you. But you're special, you're enough, and we can all do this together. So I hope you've enjoyed my trimester training. The paycheck that you visualised is 100% yours. Just get to work and make it happen. Thank you so much.
A couple of months before Claire had started, I completed area, 5 months of building, that's brilliant, this is quick. And then Claire comes along and literally she built the region in 12 weeks. But back then, we used to go to Surrey once a month for our training and recognition, and there was probably like 100 or something. We were just, no matter where you lived in the country, on a Thursday night, you were there no matter what. We used to like get the main bus and go together. It's hilarious. But that one time, the first month that Claire started, the recognition board, it was literally like this person sponsored by Claire Fishenden, this person sponsored by Claire Fishenden. Like the whole page was Claire. And I actually think, I was thinking about when you were speaking, I actually want to thank you for that, because you're the first person all that time ago that came in and were like, look what can happen. Look what's possible. If you've got the right energy, the right work ethic, you just get on with it. She's no thing. She's just got on with it. So thank you, Claire. Speaker is Area Manager Lucia Craddock. So Lucia has a healthy background in events, from launching a successful retreat business and coordinating some of the biggest parties in Ibiza, to being a professional fire-eating mermaid. All of which she loved, but she was looking for more fulfillment in life. She used her knowledge of manifesting to draw art into her life and is now loving building her business
alongside her passion of empowering women through manifesting and mind-shifting teaching, self-defense, and moving ceremonies. I should feel like I've got really difficult, that right? So after 11 years of living in Ibiza, Lucia now lives in Essex with her manifested husband and 5 dogs. So please welcome Lucia. Training, so it's such an honour to be here speaking. It's actually been my manifesting for a while to be here, so something with all consideration. So raise your hands if you know, that R1 is the vehicle to create your dream life. Amazing. So how do we work manifesting into creating a successful R1 business? So the good news is R1 is basically like a manifesting bootcamp. Everything you've learned today about the energy, the personal development, everything we do in this business, raising our vibration, is part of manifesting. So we're already doing it anyway. Manifesting kind of works to me. There's two parts to this, two components. One is you, and the other is the universe. So the universe is like the magical side, and you are the practical one. So you need to make the practical stuff happen. So I actually manifested, just in my bio there, into my life. Not that I knew that I manifested R1, but I'm going to take you back to my journey. You heard it about being a fire eating mermaid. So I had a colourful background, and actually at this moment was a really pivotal moment in my life. I was, at the time, I being the fire eating mermaid. I've actually got a picture of what is a fire eating mermaid. It is actually a profession. I've got the clicker. Manifesting a lot. So this is me as a 12 years fire eating mermaid. And about half an hour after the exposure was on, I had a serious accident with pyrotechnics. I had fireworks and it lost my hand. And instantly, everything that I loved, I was having fun, never really thought about the future or had family. And this really shook me to the core. I lost my income, my job, my passion overnight. And it started to plant a seed, like, okay, so you can't be a fire forever, what are you going to do in your life? You need to kind of get a bit serious. And it shook me. And I'm grateful, and Nat said before, we turn our breakdowns into our breakthroughs. And that moment helps the kind of manifesting journey start. I planted the seeds of the universe. And I was like, okay, I need something. I know I'm meant for greatness. I know that I have this amazing lifestyle. What is it? So I thought the answer at the time, actually, being in the traditional world, was okay, I need to go get a normal job and be a normal person. So I moved back to the UK, got a corporate job in events and sales, great money, had the security, but I wasn't happy. And I hit a really low point. Actually, the universe took me out of that job quite quickly. Like, you're not meant for the normal world. And so I had a breakdown. I was like, what am I going to do? I can either live this self-employed, free lifestyle but never have security to start a family. And I literally broke down, did what I know that I could do, which is manifest, and I wrote a letter to the universe. I just turned it off. Sorry, Lou.
Fat fingers, it's these acrylic nails as well.
Do anything.
Keep talking.
Okay, so there's a letter that's come up there that I wrote to the universe. And when you're mad, it's really tiny. But I didn't know what I wanted, but I knew that I wanted how I wanted to feel. I knew that I wanted to help the world. I wanted to have purpose. I wanted to be part of a team. I knew I couldn't work for people because I'm not out for being employed. I wanted to be part of a team. I wanted to have that community and have fun and freedom and travel. And it was like the magical unicorn world. It was like, how are you ever going to get all of these things in a job or business? And I was like, oh, by the way, I want to get healthy as well. And yeah, I didn't know how I was alive. I used to live on so much. And the way I wrote this letter, I actually thanked the universe. I wrote it as if it has happened. So I was like, thank you for, and this is one of the things when you're manifesting, you want to write it in the present tense. You want to write it like it's already there. You want to connect to the feeling. Because as you know, we spoke about today, what Stephen said about the feeling. It comes from here. This is your heart sensing, vibrating like a Wi-Fi signal out to the universe. So you want to be feeling those emotions. And I was so passionate, I was in such a state, and I was feeling so much pain
that Wi-Fi signal was huge, because as humans, we respond to, and the universe responds to pleasure and pain. As humans, we're actually more driven to avoid pain. So that pain that I was feeling, I turned that into my power, and I put that out there. And the next day, literally the next day, I was still feeling sorry for myself, having a bit of a pity party, like, what am I going to do in my life? And I went onto Facebook, as you do, and I, for some reason, again, your intuitions, this is my other tip of manifesting, is you need to be part of it. You're co-creating with the universe. So I had a sign, and I felt this intuition. Nicola Wills popped up, and we used to work together many moons before, hadn't been in contact. And I saw her on Facebook, and I was like, oh, I just felt drawn to having a little Facebook stalk, having a look what she was doing. And I was like, oh my God, what is she doing? And what she done differently to me in 10 years. We used to do the same job, the same thing, and I'm here crying on the floor, not knowing what I'm doing with my life. And then Nicola living her best life. So I was like, Nicola, what do you do? How can I do it? So I was the dream person. I contacted her, signed up right away, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing, because I felt it. And I always had that knowing that, and I think it was Hannah earlier, you had that knowing that there was something out there. And it was like, where I found Arbonne, the universe connected it. It's like a kind of, those gravity machines, you get, and it's like, you're here, a little toy, and the universe kind of picks you up. It's like, oh, that's what you need to do. And it connects you with what you want when you align with your vibrations at that state. And I ran with it, and I was like, I felt it. I literally, my soul exploded. I was like, this is it. This is what I've been waiting for forever. So another thing I want to say to you as well, so this business and life isn't about us, it's how we can help and how we can serve. And when you take yourself out of the equation, this is when, like, just imagine now there's little Lucias on the floor crying, whether they're praying, they're asking, they don't know what it is they want. We have this gift, in that dark place, Arbonne was that light. And there's people out there that need this, they need the light. So when you're scared to reach out to someone or talk, don't feel that is about you. You could be helping that little Lucia out there, ready with this opportunity to bring that light into their life. So that's how I manifested Arbonne, and it came to my life. So, and again, it happened the next day because I was in that place when I was ready. They'd already been lining up for a while. That seed that I'd been planting, it was waiting for me. So the next thing is to manifest, you have to ask. You have to ask. There's free will in the world, so you need to ask for what you want. I think Nat mentioned asking should be given. It's a great book if you want to learn more about manifesting and the law of attraction. So here we go. I started my Arbonne journey, and what's the clicker gone? Is it gone? Oh, here we go. So the next, so literally the month after I started, I was over my first belt in jiu-jitsu. And so the martial arts I practice is from my husband got me into it. It's a very ancient, like 14th century samurai warrior martial arts, all about energy. So it all kind of links up. And here's little me, I don't know if I see on the end. And my first raiding to get my red belt, I've been training in Ibiza on the beach. I've never worn the actual outfit. I had no idea how to do the belt. Got into this training and raiding with all these huge professionals going to their black belts and the top levels. And there's little me like, I have no idea what I'm doing. I completely have my depth. And as I was sat on that mat, so if you're this side, if you're the lower grades, and the higher grades at this end. And I remember looking over and seeing the black belts, so confident, so accomplished, and sitting there, I was like, this is like my Arbonne journey. Because I'm at the beginning, I have no idea what I'm doing. And you've got the NVPs and the ENVPs at the end, the black belts and the DANs, and the difference is, they stood the test of time. That's the only difference. I can be a black belt. If I stick with it, these people have been doing it for so long, they've just shown up. They just got beaten, they got down, they got back up again and again and again and again. And that's what I've got to do. I've just got to keep showing up, keep getting into the fight, and don't give up. Just get back up and earn your belts. And with manifesting, we want things sometimes right away. We wave a magic wand, with Arbonne it came into my life very quickly. But I can't wave a magic wand. There's no secret sauce to get me to NVP like that. You've got to do the work. This is the you part that comes into it. So you need to be an absolute warrior. You put on your warrior head. And I think Hannah said that. So Hannah's training was, I'm going to say that, yay. No, it's all aligned. So you need to put on, I've got to put my timer on. I have no idea. Let me know a time. You need to have that warrior mindset to do this business successfully, but to do life as well, to never give up whenever things come down. And that's training to come back again and again in life for what you want. So Yeah, just keep going. You get back in, you've got your armour on, you've got your shield, and the first quality in a warrior is courage. So you have to have courage. And again, when you're scared to reach out to that person, have courage, put your warrior head on, stand tall and be that warrior manifester, and just know that that courage will lead you to where you absolutely need to be. And don't be a warrior, be a warrior. You know, worry can take us out of the game. So again, come back, your affirmation, I am a warrior. So when you get a bit nervous or a bit worried about anything, put that warrior head back on again. Imagine that I've got an image in a minute, that like samurai warrior. That armour is there, nothing can get in. You are tall, you are strong, you are a warrior. And we don't give up. So victory is reserved for those who are willing to pay the price. So again, what price are you willing to pay to make this business a success? You're all here today, it's a Sunday, you could with your family, you're all here absolutely showing up, so you're already in the game. And as Bruce Lee said, the most successful warrior is the average man with laser-like focus. So stay focused. R1 is this opportunity that allows, like we said, the average person to live an extraordinary life. So there's a quote, and that's me getting my red belt. Yay! My first one. So here, I don't know if you guys can see that. So I've got the microphone. Maybe from here, maybe that's not eyesight. So it says, you choose. Here we go. So choose to live by choice and not by chance. To be motivated, not manipulated. To be useful, not used. To make changes and not excuses. To excel and not compete. I choose self-esteem and not self-pity. I choose to listen to my inner voice, not to the random opinion of others. I choose to do the things that you won't, so that I can continue to do the things that others can't. And a saying that really stuck with me from Nicola at the beginning was live a life like others won't, live a life like others can't. And that is a warrior, just keep going. So, just to close, so absolutely know what you want is the first thing. Ask for what you want and then listen to the signs. You have this intuition in your gut. Listen to that little voice. Get aligned. Do the work on yourself to really get to know yourself and know when you've got that gut feeling. Is it just a bit of bad gas or is it actually my gut talking to me? So get really in tune with yourself. And then the most important thing, you have to take action. Take inspired action. If you have that thought or that dream, I must contact that person, or I just feel like I should drive this way today, or pop into this cafe, or do this. Listen to that inspired voice and take the action, because that's the universe trying to guide you together. And manage your energy. Amazing training that we had all about energy as well. That's something that you just look more into that, research it, know your energy, know how to manage your energy. It's vibrational. Everything is vibrations, and you'll just be magnetizing it. You think of yourself like a magnet. So your thoughts, this one part of the magnet, and the other part of the magnet is your heart and your feelings. So both have to be aligned. You have to be thinking and feeling, and then the universe is drawing it towards you really, really quickly. Affirmations are amazing. Vision as well. I spoke about vision boards today. I actually hosted a vision board workshop online this week. If you haven't done a vision board yet, you're like, what is a vision board or vision video? I can send you the link to this. So just watch that, create that, get that up, get it everywhere that you want. And just see it. If you see it, you believe it, and again, you're drawing that into yourself. Your avatar, this is another good tip as well with your R1 business, drawing that person in. Who is that person you want to attract into your business? Know that person. So again, I think it was Claire Fishenden actually who did a training on this, and so I've adapted this into my business, and I'm attracting successful, sassy, fierce and fabulous heart-centered leaders into my R1 business. They are ready and hungry, they take extraordinary efforts with unwavering faith that miracles happen and impact thousands of lives, and they are becoming my lifelong friends. Know what you want. Honestly, I'm reaffirming it every single day. Get that avatar of that person. You have to become that person to attract it as well. Work on yourself. Limiting beliefs. Great training as well from Naomi. You know, sometimes there's a great book if you haven't read it called The Missing Secret by Jo Derby. Because you can be like, yeah, I'm doing all the work, I'm putting it out there, it's not happening. And that bit really goes into it. If you've got limiting beliefs, again, if you're feeling like, everyone knows I'm worthy, and your heart's like, I'm not worthy, then it's conflicting. The universe is like, I don't know what you want, what's going on. I'm just going to sit back until you figure it out. So figure that side of things out. When you're in, I call it the cosmic superhighway, and when you're just flowing with the universe, like, that's really good, this is happening, I just got that person, and this is happening, and you're like cruising along, that is the place you want to be. So get yourself into that cosmic superhighway, get aligned. Trust as well. This is a tricky one. So sometimes things you want to manifest don't happen. I get asked this all the time, why doesn't it happen? And there's a number of different reasons why it could happen, but you have to trust that the universe has absolutely got your back. It will happen when it's meant to happen. When it's sometimes we want it, but it's not what we need. What we want is what we need, that the universe will deliver us. So just trust and know if it's meant to be, then it will come when it's actually meant to be. So I really resonated with Mary Bell. I've been on a fertility journey for 3 years. And I'm like, I'm going to manifest it's going to happen, and it doesn't. So I have to trust completely the universe has got my back and it's aligned. And when it's meant to be, it will happen at that moment. And that's one of the hardest lessons, I think, in life and in manifesting as well. But when you trust and you surrender, it's liberating. Because that worry goes, that fear goes, and you're in joyful energy. So trust and surrender. And remember, the universe has absolutely got your back. So I just want to share, this is a card that I pulled this morning. I won't all of the cards. I've been quite nervous about it today. I can talk the highlights of the donkey on camera, but in front of people, I'm like completely nervous. So this is completely out of my comfort zone. So this morning I was like, oh my God, in a flat. Picked a card before I left the house. This is all about alignment. If you know the goddess cards, this is Diana. It says you have divine knowledge that can help others through your spiritual teachings. And I was like, oh, it's okay. Remember, the universe has absolutely got your back and have your back today. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lucia. What you said at the end there, I just thought completely was what everyone needed to hear, and it was just that trusting and actually knowing that manifesting can be easy and good things can come easily. And I just completely resonated with what you said, because I don't know about anyone else, but looking back, I don't know if anyone else reflected on 2021. I feel like it was the year I tried too hard. Anyone else? And that's because it was coming from fear. Has to have been, right? Because I stopped trusting. 2022, I've decided, is the year of prosperity. And when I was going nation, I affirmed every single day, nation is easy, nation is done. It is done. And it felt that way. So just with manifesting, I think I forgot that, and I will now affirm this every single day, good things come easily to me. I feel so much better. So much better. Thank you, Lucia, for the reminder. Okay, so now you're going to hear from another supermodel of a regional vice president, Charli Best. So Charli worked in London as a senior project manager for almost 10 years before walking away from that career to run her own business. She's a 2-time AIT achiever, and she's spoken at nutrition roadshows and the district manager day. Charli is a wife to Ollie and mummy to the gorgeous 3-year-old Lola, and is so grateful she said yes to Arvon, as it's allowed her to be completely present with her family, whilst running a water business as well alongside Arvon. So thank you, Charli. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Oh my God, it's actually 2 years since I've stood in front of a room of people, and I'm so excited. So can everybody stand up, please? Everyone. Okay. Repeat after me. I am strong. I am strong. I am powerful. I am powerful. I am happy. I am happy. I am healthy. I am healthy. Money and QV come to me easily and effortlessly. Money and QV come to me easily and effortlessly. I know what I need to do and I get it done. I know what I need to do and I get it done. I am a national vice president. I am a national vice president. Yes! How amazing does that feel? Oh, that's
perfectly from what, I don't know if she's gone, Lucia was just saying, like, affirmations can change your state in an instant, and it just makes you feel like wonderful. It actually fires up neurons in your brain that changes, sort of, like, makes you actually feel happier and feel more alive. And so many people today have spoken about limiting beliefs, but how do you actually change the limiting beliefs in your mind rather than just, you know, change your energy, which I am all about energy. Literally, like, I've gone on a bit of a spiritual journey recently. But how do you change what is going on in your head? So, I have done a little bit of soul searching recently, and 2021 hit me pretty hard. I've been all right through this pandemic. I've been a strong one, showing up on social media, been amazing, like, it's been wonderful. And then in December, it just took me out. I was like on the floor. I had to come off all social media. I couldn't look at anyone else. I was comparing. I felt really low. And anybody that knows me will know that is not me. That's not what I'm like at all. So I took a real step back and I assessed my life. I assessed my album business. I assessed my friendship circles. I assessed my health. Literally everything. And as Lucy said, like, I've got a water tasting business with my gorgeous husband Ollie, and you know, it's a real typical traditional business, and it's wonderful, you know, brings money in. Oh my God, it's boring. It is so boring. Does anybody else have a traditional business? Like, isn't it dull? Oh, like, Arbon is so fun. So anyway, I had this like soul searching. And I laid there one night and I thought, Arbon's actually the answer. Like, Arbon is literally the thing. Like, whatever the problem is in your life, whether it's time, money, community, purpose, connection, we have it all here. Like, look at this room. Like, look at the person next to you. Like, isn't this freaking incredible? There is nothing like it on the planet. So I decided to just stop being really boring, because I was being really boring. And I let it all go. And I invested in a boot camp to keep me super accountable and to basically get my shit together, because it was not good. So this opportunity gave me a chance to look at what was holding me back, what limiting beliefs I was having. And I was given the opportunity to get onto a call in front of over 100 other people that I don't know, that are all doing network marketing, and share my limiting belief. And it was a bit of a like squeaky bum moment. I was like, oh, makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, but that's a good thing. And I spoke about the fact that sometimes, and I don't know if anybody else feels like this, I've been in network marketing for 10 years, I've been in Arbon for 6, and I sometimes look at my network and think, I've spoken to everyone, and they've all either said no, or bought something, and I don't know anyone else to speak to. Does anyone else have that story? Okay. So, and couple that with the fact that I have success. I'm an executive regional vice president, just to let you know. I had to get it in. And, you know, I've had amazing success with this business. And to then reach out to somebody and ask them to take a look, and I've already got the success. Like, does that mean that I don't have the success? Will they be judging me? Like, this is the story that was going on and on in my head. So we looked at it and we broke it down. So the fact of it is I've been in network marketing for 6 to 10 years. You know, that's a fact. You can't take that away from it. Have I actually spoken to every single person that I know? Every single person that I've ever known? Probably not. We all think we have, but have we? And the story is that I'm telling myself is that I've got the success, so I shouldn't need them. Like, this stuff's going round and round in my head, and that leaves you feeling deflated, unworthy, like just like sticky, like you don't really want to do the work. So the action from that is that then you might scroll on Instagram. Hopefully your new next national vice president just pops up on the screen. And the reality is that isn't going to happen. And the result is sporadic enrolling, limited success, there's no real structure to it, and you feel deflated. How do you want to feel? You want to feel buzzing, excited, like chomping at the bit. When Fab promoted to region last year, I actually believe it was one of the best moments, if not the better moment in my album business than us promoting. Because seeing her have that success and it changing her life, her being able to be a present mummy, reduce her hours at work, like that is priceless. Like the way that that made me feel, that is how I want to feel. That's how we all want to feel. So let's write a different story. Rather than I've spoken to everybody and I shouldn't reach out to people because I've already got the success. How about on the flip side of that, that people be honoured to hear from me because I've been doing this for so long and I know what I'm doing and I've got the success. Now, both of those things are literally just stories. I have made those things up in my head. And when you read one versus the other, one, makes you feel rubbish, to say this. But, one makes you feel amazing and it makes you feel like you want to take action because you want to help more people. So ultimately, it is just a choice on what you believe and what you think and what you feel. But I went through a process to get to that, to analyse what the story was. So, it is easy to put on a song and dance around the room, and that is going to raise your energy. Stand up, do some affirmations. Like, you're going to feel so much better for doing that. But then when you sit back down and you look at your DMO, do you still feel like, oh yeah, no, that story's gone? Or does that nagging doubt come back? Do you get that little creeping feeling in the back of your mind? So, how do you change that story? Okay. So, I forgot to put my timer on. Yeah. Okay, so we can do this in one or two ways. I can talk us through it, but who has a limiting belief that really holds them back? Okay, would anyone be willing to come down and talk to me? I can't really see. Someone stand. Yeah? Okay. Yeah. Come on down. Come on down. I feel like a game show host.
Come on down.
Come on down. I'm not going to sing. I'm terrible. You might stand to me or okay. So what's your name? Andrea. Lovely to meet you. Okay. So, what is the limiting belief you have?
Oh, that I've lost my mojo in the business.
Okay. And how long have you been in the business for?
Since December last year.
December last year. Okay. And what point are you at in the business?
I'm an executive area manager.
Okay. Amazing. Incredible. That's absolutely phenomenal. So the fact is that you've had some success, yeah?
I went with RVP Qual in July and
and that's just the story that you're telling yourself. Okay. So the fact is that you have had some success and that's absolutely incredible. But the belief is that you feel
I just lost the knack.
Yeah, okay. And why do you feel like that?
It was just getting that success quite quick and then it just you start to doubt yourself, that imposter syndrome maybe.
And how does that make you feel?
Demotivated, and then I don't do the activity that is needed.
Right, probably. So then what action? So you take limited action. Are you doing the work or what's
I
happening?
feel like it's not consistent. It's like, yes, do some and then nothing's happening. It's inconsistent.
Okay.
The discipline.
And then what results do you get from that?
I feel like I'm coasting today.
Yeah, so it's just like level playing.
I mean, amazing team and everything. I'm really grateful.
Yeah, of course. This isn't about the team.
No,
about you.
this is me.
This
My
is your
personal
limited-
activity. Yeah.
This is your
And that will impact on them feel shit about myself.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Okay. So how do you want to feel? Like in your album business, how do you want to feel? Like, tell me your best feeling that you've had in this business so far.
I had this conversation with Nick actually recently. I was trying to externally process it, and I look at other people in Nick's team, you know, because we're all close knit, we're a great community. And I'm like, I want a bit of that. I want their motivation, and you know, and I want to be getting up and just, you know, have that masculine energy that I was talking about in my training last time.
Yeah. So like fire.
Yeah, that
like
fire.
Energy.
Yeah,
exactly. You want to have that. Okay. So let's rewrite that story, because ultimately you've had the success. You already have it. Yeah, there's people out there would like break off their own arm to have what you've got right now. So like, if you look at this from what kind of story could you have? Okay, so you could have like, what would feel better?
To be an RVP by now.
Yeah, but when you're taking the action, so when you look at the work and think, I've lost my mojo.
Yeah.
What would you rather feel like?
Just not be tuning into those limiting beliefs and just getting on with, you know, the activity and not focusing on the end result. Okay, so you've got the success. You've got the success. You've done the work. You've had the energy. You've had the spark. So you know that you can do it before. Yeah. So rather than thinking I'm going to take the action. I've not got the mojo. Why don't you think I have got this? I have done this before, and I'm here to serve and show up and help other people. Yeah. Because that's exactly what you can have. So what I'm going to do is I call this a call to action for everybody. For the next 7 days, when you sit down to do your to-do list, write down your limiting belief. And then you write down the fact, the belief, the feeling, how that makes you feel, the action, and then the results that gives you. How do you want to feel? And then your new story. When you write it down and you read it back to yourself, you will realise how ridiculous some of our limiting beliefs are. You're so powerful. You're incredible. And to come up here on the stage, like unannounced. We can so easily change the story that's going on in our head. But when we write it down and we reread the stuff that's going on in our head, it makes us realise how bad our ego is actually trying to sabotage us. It is all your ego. It is, you know, something in you trying to protect you, but it is your ego going, oh, I don't want to be hurt. I don't want to feel fear. I don't want to feel rejection. But you have to break through that to get the success that you all want. You're all here showing up. Like, let's just do the thing. Get on social media, share your story of 30 Days Healthy Living, share what you're eating, share the products that you're using. Unabashedly, unashamed, like, just get it out there. It's up to us to level this business up this year. I truly believe I've done enough network marketing companies, done a few, and I've been here for 6 years. Trust me, this is the best one on the planet, without a doubt. But it's time for us to shine. 2022 is going to be the best year ever for Arbonne, for every single one of you, and I cannot wait to see you all rise up as areas, VPs, and beyond. Thank you all so much, and thank you.
Thank you, Charli. I can't see you anymore. You're amazing, thank you. And thanks so much, Charli, for the role players up there as well. That was incredible. And I just wanted to say, because of everything that Charli was just talking about there, that if you are in this room today, know that you have not lost your mojo. Not one of you that's showing up has lost your mojo. And this is purely, whatever's happening in your life right now, or has happened or will happen, it's just a moment in time. And you know, in a year or 2 years or 5 years, you'll look back on that little moment and you'll be like, what was I even on about? Like, that wasn't what I thought it was. So it's just, I think any time, just for all of you, any time you feel like that, you're a bit paralysed with just moving, you haven't lost your mojo, but just be like, what is this here to teach me? Why am I feeling like this? What is the lesson from this? And then you move on and grow, because you know what? Comparison is the thief of all joy. And if you compare yourself to people on your WhatsApp groups or, you know, anyone in the team, anyone on Instagram that you see, like, it's only the thief of your own joy. So, stop it! Yeah. Yes! Actually, as well, another thing is, but in all honesty, like, I believe, you know, but every single one of us, we are a gift to others. What we have to share, like, we really are a gift to other people. So just remember that as well. Every day you wake up, you're like, I'm a gift to somebody today. Now go be that gift, okay? Amazing. So, on to our next RVP speaker, the wonderful RVP Sarah Johnson. And Sarah lives in Norfolk and is a mummy to her daughter Sienna Rose, age 7. Sarah used to work the typical 9 to 5 and waitress until midnight most days. She was introduced to R1 7 years ago, and in that time, Sarah was promoted to Executive Regional Vice President and also opened a tanning studio in her local town. Sarah is an AIT earner and is on a mission to build this nation this year. Her why has recently changed, and becoming a single mum has meant that her motivation to get to the top has gone wild. But also, I'll just mention before she comes up here, Sarah, I believe, is one of the most grateful people that I know. Honestly, I don't think anyone has said thank you to me for various things more in the last how many years than Sarah. Like, she's honestly so abundant, so grateful, and I'm really excited that she's with me.
Excited to be here, and Charli, that's absolutely the way. I absolutely love it, so thank you. So today I want to speak to all guys about turning any pain that you have into progress. So you might notice that my name has recently changed to Johnson. I'm no longer a Smith. So last time I stood on the stage, which wasn't long ago, the day before, my husband left me, and it was always like dramatic, and I was completely broken. But what I found really super interesting is the fact that I was still able to get up here. I was still able to drive myself to training, get up on stage and do it. And I think it's down to the habits you create. Being strong, feeling super, super happy and ready, like I said, for what you're doing to create something so beautiful. And I think turning your pain into progress is so cool. And I think it's definitely what you've heard today. If you don't find that you can training, it's something at the end. It's just all adds up, all like fixes together. So, unfortunately, guys, or fortunately, depends on how you feel about it, at some point we're going to experience some kind of pain. It is inevitable to varying degrees. And we've all suffered, and I think a lot of us are pretty professional when it comes to suffering, but most of us can be sometimes novices when it comes to dealing with that pain. But knowing this, there is never going to be time to equip ourselves with the tools that we need to deal with the pain that we're currently going through, or the pain that we will face. It's a duty not to sound negative, but it's just part of life. So the pain of yesterday is the strength of today. Anything you've been through is going to give you that strength to deal with it today. You're going to be able to be stronger. And when my life turned into a shit show, people said to me, this is going to be the making of you. At the time, you don't feel like it. But I can tell you now, if you're going through something, it absolutely will. So we tend to view pain as a weakness that holds us back. But that needs to be reframed, because in reality, pain is a weapon that should be wielded to help us, to benefit us, to move us forward. We need to learn how to control the pain and not to allow it to control us. The negative emotions that we feel when we're hurting, whether it's anger, and I've been through them all, sadness, fear, loneliness, can be utilised for good and used to move you forward. And just believe that to be true. You might think, no, I can't see it right now, but honestly, just believe that. And I've got a bracelet on and it says faith. I think it's so important to have faith, whatever you're doing, whether it's faith in others, faith in yourself, faith in the business. Just have faith. Just choose to have faith in life. And I've also learned that being content in life can lead to a little bit of laziness. I can't say that my life was very dramatic over the past 10 years at all. And I think what that did to me, what I allowed it to do, was for me to be content. And I think sometimes when we are hurting or something happens, it gives us the incentive to do whatever we can to dig ourselves out of the hole. So in other words, to take action. We need to put our pain to work. Pen to paper, boots to ground, use your pain to fuel your reels if you want to. But use your pain to fuel you to take action, to do your asks, and say to yourself, you will not allow this situation to define me. I will use it to push me forward. And think of your pain as a bank. Deposit your negative feelings into work and withdraw positive results. That's what we all need to do if we're going through something. So now is the time, guys, if you're going through something, is to use your pain as fuel to become a better version of yourself. And sometimes pain can drive us harder than what pleasure can. It all depends on what fuels you. So when we are hurting, we do anything we can to make it stop. We numb our sorrows with things like food or double deckers, we heard earlier, video games, or social media, or Netflix. I started watching the old Undateables. That's turned it off because someone's getting too judgy, you know, and I just had to turn that off. So logically, we know that vices don't help. They actually hurt even worse because they add unhealthy habits on top of our suffering. So I'm so grateful, guys, I've established positive habits over the past 7 years. When you're doing these things and you're reading the books, I've read nearly 60 books thinking that, well, of course, to help me with my business and to help me to be the best version of myself for me and my team. But my goodness, did I not realise how much I was going to need those books and to fall back on that personal growth and development. So prepare for impact, guys. I'm hoping nothing in your life, affects you too badly. But when it does, you're going to feel so grateful that you prepared for impact and you picked up those books and you worked on yourself. So things like reading, meditation, all the things in the Start Well sessions of the B1 Members Club, exercise, affirmation, visualisation, are all the habits that were ingrained in me. So when it did all go a little bit peak hole, I had the tools ready. So share the B1 Members Club like your life because your life might be minded recently, but there's people out there in this world that need that. They need the B1 Members Club. They need this community. Now, the unhealthy habits can make us feel better, but only temporarily. And if we don't have a goal we're striving for, it's much easier to fall into bad habits. We have heard the importance today, have we, of goal setting and setting those goals. So when we have goals we're working towards, we put our pain to good use. We can channel that hurt into action that leads to progress in our lives. So when this all happened, I went into autopilot, and some days I couldn't even string a sentence together. But I remember going to get fuel, and there was an amazing girl who served me, and her energy was incredible. I didn't have my R1 hat on, I took it off. But she was amazing. And even in those times where I could barely even brush my hair, I was still able to say to her, your energy is amazing, let's show you new opportunities. And I walked out that conversation thinking, how did I just do that? It was just the habit of when you notice someone who is absolutely amazing, how dare you keep this to yourself? Because we know what we've got. So I just have to share it. So that's quite shocking to think that you can go through something but yet still have that way to be able to speak to somebody and push you to create that habit. So create habits, guys, basically because you cannot always rely on motivation and willpower because it's not really there. So when it rains, look for rainbows, and it's dark, you look for the stars. So no matter how horrific the pain, there's always going to be a lesson to be learned. There's been countless books and stories written about how bad times have helped people and inspire them to create more fulfilling lives. It shouldn't come as a surprise to help you understand one basic fact in life, that pain equals growth. And the more painful something is, the more lessons there are to be learned. There's nothing that could ever happen to you that won't ultimately result in an important lesson. Losing someone gives you a better appreciation of the people that remain in your life. I can't even tell you how true that is. You see, there's so many people in your life that maybe weren't perhaps as great as you should have been for, and that's helped me reframe that. Getting fired from a job can motivate you to pursue the career you've always wanted. Come on, God. Having your heart broken can force you to make necessary changes in your life that lead you to find a better partner. I found a very sexy man. Absolutely incredible, so if you want this, I'll show you. Finding a lesson isn't always easy. It may take days, weeks, or decades until you discover that lesson, what the lesson was. But keep your search for it. And thank you for what you said about me, Danny. That was so kind. Be grateful. True change happens when you not only accept your pain, but learn to be thankful for it. Love your faith. Without pain, you will remain stagnant. Every obstacle is an opportunity for growth. It does sound really strange, doesn't it, to be grateful for anything that you perceive bad that happens in your life. In reality, it frequently turns out to be a blessing in disguise. Having gratitude for our suffering is critical for our growth. Resisting the pain is not only pointless, but also keeps us held back from taking the next necessary steps. So I love this by Eckhart Tolle. The pain that you create now is always some form of non-acceptance, some form of unconscious resistance to what is. But don't resist it, absolutely go with it. Because like we've heard earlier, the universe does have our back. When we're wounded, we often believe it's the worst thing that could happen to us. But if we play our cards right, it could become the absolute best. It depends again on how we choose to view the incident that gave us that pain. And it is a choice. I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become. The best decision we can make for ourselves when we're hurting is not to fight against it, but to fight through it. Accept the suffering, embrace the suffering, and love the saying that this too shall pass. If you're going through anything, I would say this too shall pass, because it always does. And I love this as well. Pain nourishes courage. You can't be brave if you've only had wonderful things happen to you. I used to be scared to stand on stage, like to the point where it nearly paralysed me. But pain nourishes courage. I am so thankful for Arbor more than ever. As you know, a single mum now, it's given me the grace, the time that I need to get through this, the financial, I haven't got to worry about financial strain to get through these hard times. And there's people out there that need this. They're going to go through stuff. They're going to go through things like this. They're not already. And you have this gift. You have the answer to these people by sharing this opportunity. So not only that, the Arbor community, we know, we throw this word around at the Arbor community, there are times where I was able to get through it on my own. There were times when I couldn't. And I had all of you guys to lean on, sending me messages, checking in, saying thank you. If you've reached out, thank you so much. I'm so grateful. And that's what people need. People need a community like this. People who have wisdom, because you guys have all gone through similar things. We've all worked on ourselves. We need a community that have generally got their back, who generally want to see you do well. And that's what we have. That's priceless. There is nothing else out there. We've heard about other industries, the beauty industry, for example, we've heard about today, where you just don't get that. But within Arbon, we do. And that is, if there's no other reason to share Arbon, it is absolutely for that. So, just to wrap up just quickly, I don't know if you guys know an actor called Lucy. He's actually one of my favourites. There's a book out that I really want to read. But he talks about fault and responsibility. It's so easy to confuse the two. It's not our fault that situation happened. So it might not be a fault that your marriage broke down, or things happened to you in your childhood. But it's damn sure our responsibility to create a beautiful life for ourselves, regardless of that. No one is going to come and save us. It's nobody's responsibility to fix it for you. It's not the person that caused you the pain to fix it for you. It's your responsibility. It's our responsibility to fix our own crowns. So if you're going through something right now, I'm going to read you this little poem. It's called Holding On To You. We'll read it now. And if you're overwhelmed with the worries of the day and stressed by thoughts of what might happen next, remember that even in your most painful of days, your heart is full of bravery, courage, and strength. And even if it takes time to make it through, keep on believing in yourself, keep on holding on to you. I absolutely love that. So if you are ready to turn your pain into progress, tag me on Instagram, #pain into progress. I would love to see that, guys, because you've absolutely got this. So let the pain be the kick in the arse that you needed to become the person you've always wanted to be and to create the life that you deserve. Thank you.
Hello. Are we working again?
found it really hard to sit opposite you and not cry. But just thank you so much for coming back and sharing that and letting your vulnerability empower everybody, including yourself. I just learned from you that I honestly believe you are always stronger than you think. Always. So thank you so much for sharing. Okay, so next up we have the gorgeous Regional Vice President, Sian Thompson. So Sian has been a wellness chiropractor for 20 years and runs her own practice in Harrogate, North Yorkshire. She is fiercely passionate about how nutrition can fuel and heal the body, which is why she adores our 30 Days to Healthy Living program. Sian is a 2-time AIT achiever, virtual NTC speaker, and was recognised by head office last year for being the Regional Vice President #1 enroller of preferred clients in the UK. Despite her enormous female energy, Sian is a mother to 3 boys, well done you, who are 9, 5 and 9 months. She built her business whilst her husband had a busy career in the RAF, away from the family a lot of the time. And her biggest achievement in Arbonne today is growing her business to a level where he could retire and she could bring him home. Right. Is there anybody in this room, I'm just going to put that down, anybody in this room who is willing and ready to break in the next 2 months? Is there anyone that's going to be a district manager in the next 2 months? You're going to do it 10 days while you're messing around for. Come on, Jack in. Is there anyone who's going to focus in? Actually, let's do the district first of all. So originally I wrote this training for an area manager retreat. If you've never had the privilege of getting to an area manager retreat, put that on your vision board. And I'm kind of, well, yeah, not kind of, like knowingly out there, obsessed with vision, like completely obsessed. I have the boards, I've got the videos, I've got the story, anytime I'm vision, I'm there. And I wrote this to become a regional vice president. So I wanted to share with you, so when I actually became a regional vice president, there was so much more. I was like, being a region is a pretty cool thing, but to know all these things, I said, why didn't you tell me this stuff earlier? I would have done it before. So anyway, that's what I used to share this originally, just to get to region. But Scott's asked me to expand on that and do it for all the levels, because obviously we've got a few stepping stones, some of us may, before we go region. So I'm here, and we're going to do district manager first. So where has he gone? Right, so here we go. The region top of the pot. So these are the benefits of being a district manager. And it's quite useful to know this as well as a leader, even if the district was a long time ago. I would be proud, really proud to stand here right now and say, my name is Sian Thompson, I'm a district manager with Arbonne International, because I think that's flipping awesome. And it's like 40-odd% of Arbonne consultants, which is, yeah, it's a really big step to get to district. So, but you don't really want to stay there for very long at all when you see what's coming next. So, as a district, you can earn up to 8% override. 8%, that's working on top of the commissions that you're already earning. You can earn an extra £125 Achiever Award, and then the recognition. If you like a little bit of recognition, you got your name up in lights everywhere, social media, region training, promotional gifts. If you like your gifts, you get some delicious gifts, some lovely champagne, some chocolate, whatever floats your boat at that level. You get asked to share your story. So you're there, you're inspiring others. They want to know how you've done it and how you got there. And like I said, you get to say, I am a district manager with Arbonne International. And you should be super, super proud to say that. And then also this personal growth that helps every single aspect of your life. So next one, please, Lucy. So area top of the pops now. So as an area, we get paid 14% on top of, or up to 14%, as well as your commissions. You can earn an extra 250 Achiever Award. You're the top 15% of Arbonne. Like, that's pretty damn good. 50%. You get to run your own area training, area manager days put on by head office. What's the great thing to learn about this company is the higher you get in this company, the training just becomes more and more and more phenomenal, and you get to hang out with even more and more and more and more phenomenal, amazing, incredible people. So that is huge, area manager days. You get to walk the stage at our National Training Conference. Just have a little think. How are you going to do that? Are you going to pick a little strut, a little hit? Are you going to do a slut drop? You've got to visually see yourself do that. How is it going to feel like Nikki Beckett looks to me like this? Oh my goodness. She just go on to the next. So, walk the stage like that in national training, and then area manager specific training. So you get extra training, which is really, really good. And the white party, I mean, like, I really felt like I was born when it got to the white party. You'd see it through the glass. You could see the orbs. One day, I'll get to go to the white party. Maybe I should have done. Anyway, get to go to the white party in Vegas. Awesome. Area manager retreat, like I mentioned before, like phenomenal human training. And the privilege of having a team, it is. I am outrageously grateful for every single member of my team, and it is a privilege to lead them every single day at whatever level you're at. I will give you a lovely Mercedes keyring, so when you're putting it in your key to your Volkswagen Polo, it's Mercedes equals hooray at you, and then come along to promotion gifts. You get to share your story, I love sharing my story, and you get to say, if you're wanting to do this by anything, can you just stand up and say, I am an area manager with R1 International. Again, you should be so, so, so proud. Like, even if you've been going for region for what seems like years, stand there and say it proud. And then the skills that you learn in all aspects of life. Not to forget, not very clear on that one, but the winnable business. I mean, what else provides you with that? What else can give you that? Certainly not much else that I know of, that's for certain. In fact, we're not the only network marketing company, Sarah, that provides us, that allows us to do that. We can build our business for several generations. I mean, same. Not that, but you also want to instill work ethic in your children so that they can just have that as one of their streams of income. They've got to have multiple income streams as well, like that. Okay, so next one, please, Lucy. Okay, so here we go. Yes! What are you doing? Seriously, what are you doing? We need more of us. There's not enough. Like, certainly not enough redheads, Claire Fish, is there? I mean, come on, sort it out. We need more VPs, we need more talent. So the gorgeous Kobe Townsend, she's a Townsend to me, that's not actually a surname, that's another surname, anyway. So the gorgeous Kobe said, I'm really struggling to make it a creator shop because it's just so much text. Can I put it on several slides? And I said, no, you put it on one slide because people have to see. Like that. That's everything. That's so much on one slide. So like I said, it was a top 40. Like the top 40, no one ever watched that. This is the top 40 of being region. I'm going to skip past because I told you I'd do this in 10 minutes. Kristen's taking presents from our bar. Did you see the glasses? Did you see the glasses we got? They were absolutely stunning. They're so beautiful. So Kristen's gifting presents every single year. Flowers from our bar every single year. Our Valentine's presents. So this is your gifts. You get gorgeous gifts, gorgeous Debbie Towns. They gave me this beautiful £250 in vouchers. I bought this gorgeous coat that I will have forever. So yeah, really, really special. You get I didn't get one of these. I got the fully, but they definitely leveled up because now you get a beautiful Arbonne rose gold Swarovski. They haven't got it. Can they just wave it in the air? Oh, you are the envy of the world. So yeah, that is the rose gold Swarovski watch. You get a Christmas gift from Scotty. It's all about gifting like our Christmas gifts. I'm just thinking about it. I love bags and shoes, and so we just get on like a bomb. Anyway, so that's a Christmas gift from your nation. Literally enough jewellery and enough flowers to set up jewellery and flower shops when you're going throughout the period of going region, driving your business forward. Oh, can you see that white Mercedes? That's quite a big thing. There's only one point in this 40. So we get them Mercedes. We have a voice. You have a voice. Corporate head office, they want to know what's going on and they talk to us. so that we can help them drive this business forward. I don't even know the Naaman anymore. It's like done the day, but they're actually a really cool thing, and I definitely recommend looking at whatever that website is that you go on it to see. Because if you've got like a hairdresser, you put in hairdresser, and it pings up an Naaman about a VP of a hairdresser in Missouri or something like that. But they're actually really, really useful. It's a bit random, like a chiropractor. Oh, they're a chiropractor. And then you can literally chiropractor space. Anyway, so you get to your Naaman. And the customer service backline for VPs. And did you know we have our own line? We don't get the normal shitty customer service. We don't get people on standard customer service. We get people who know their stuff. Sometimes I ring up and I'm like, please say yes, we can still, please like, if it's something that's a little bit, I'm like, oh, no, I'm going to say something. They are so good and so understanding. So honestly, that's worth going reading them just for that right. I'm speaking up on my things here. It's like those, like I wanted to do like 2 different sections of ENVP and Sarah's VP training calls because they are like absolutely phenomenal. The training, the level of inspiration and knowledge, like everything, hours of personal development poured into these calls. So yeah, absolutely brilliant. You're one step off the top of the company as a region. You get a business account with dividends, like a business account with dividends. They give you an account. You get corporate income. You can give up your day job if you like. If you want, if you like me and you love doing what you do, you can do it for 2 mornings a week. Go and see the patients you love and just get your assistants instead. And the watches come back to you. When that car arrives on the drive, the watches come back. And you can say for real, I am a regional vice president with Albany International, and that is just invaluable for you and for your team at Discover Albans. Right, recognitions, top 3% in Albany UK. Walk the stage at GTC. What are you going to do? What's the walk? How's it going to go? Who's that way back? Who's crying? I'm like, oh, amazing. What the stage at NTC, your lanyards. Like, who would not want a regional vice president lanyard? Like, so I've done stuff in the early days. I'm ashamed of this now. I'm like covering up my independent consultant because I don't know what to do. Yeah, so whatever it was. Anyway, regional vice president leadership. This has been a massive thing for me. Your Monday night conference calls. Oh my goodness, if you want to go to Punta Cana and then listen on Sarah's calls tomorrow night, I'm going to do a call on how you earn Punta Cana. It is honestly, it's the easiest trip I think I've ever put out. Everyone needs to be there. So anyway, listen to that tomorrow night. Run your own region training, speak at leadership, basically speak everywhere. The in-crowd. If you like to be in the in-crowd, this is where you need to be. You start. So cool. Yeah, who would want to be friends? So you're in all the groups, VP retreat. I mean, come on, you've seen all the pictures. Like, just phenomenal. Like, we had some crazy dresses to wear this year, but even so, it was just amazing. That wasn't my theme, I don't think, this year. I think I was born for that. But anyway, amazing. Just treated like absolute royalty. And where else do you get that? Okay, white party, always, every year you get to be in there and see the girls in the shorts and on the pool with the Mercedes sipping gin and tonics. And then all the parties, like look at all these, the GTC party at Wet Republic, I mean, hello, like one of the best parties on the planet. UVP luncheons, NVP Christmas party, Sarah's Christmas party. Did you see the Windsor Wonderland pictures? This girl goes all out on spoiling her baby. Yeah, all the feels, just absolutely insane. You can earn AIT along the way, and obviously your considerations are including £450 of products, in case you didn't know that already. And then just finally, quickly, vaccination. All of the previous slides, plus this lot. Blah, 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 blah. Loads of notes. 18%. Crazy income starting at 18,000 a month. Top level of income. Large people. You get to go to Maui, you get to go to Vegas, you get to go to, like, take you wherever you want to go. It's absolutely brilliant. And who would not want a Diamante when you're doing a marathon? I don't care. I get an extra car bonus. I just want the Diamante. So to get to know of number 1 on my previous slide, biggest thing in the world that I left for last, but I've got to do it, because I get to show 34 other families in my team how they can do for their family what I've done for my family. Roll my husband home and I would never have been anywhere near that if it wasn't for this business. And then finally, prepare for impact. And who doesn't need that? Like, some of us have already gone through along our journeys, but I'm not naive. There will be more to be prepared for throughout the way. But I am ready for it because I know it's going to make me stronger, and I know it's going to help me help the rest of my team make them stronger as well, because I can help them go through that. So thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. If you didn't know who Success Line Charli Thompson is in, you could totally guess. Campbell in there. Oh my goodness. Best slut drop I've ever seen on Marvel stage. Well done. Oh, well, just brilliant. You're absolutely right. I had posed with Diamond Tea NVP lanyards for 10 years. The day that it arrived in the post, I was like, now I've made it. Now I have made it. Thank you, Shara. Absolutely fabulous. Okay, so next up, we have the gorgeous Executive Regional Vice President and one of my absolute besties, Jo Derby. So Jo is an ex-professional dancer who started her album business 10 years ago this month. She is a mummy to the gorgeous Leo and Lola. She runs her own dance school as well, wife to Kev, lives in Suffolk, and also runs a wellness business for little ones as well, alongside Arbonne. She's so proud to have been in Arbonne for 10 years through thick and thin. She can't wait to share some of her reflections with you today. I can't wait for you to hear this woman from this woman. Sorry. Thank you, Jo Derby.
Hello everybody! Oh my goodness, it's so amazing. You're just having the best day with the best energy. This room is just incredible right now. Right, I'm going to go as quick as I can because I know we're running behind. So 10 years in Arbonne this month. I mean, I cannot even believe it's been 10 years. I use this quote all the time when I'm talking to parents. The days are long, but the years are short. So, you know, like when you're in the thick of it with like babies and toddlers and you're exhausted, you're like, oh, it's been such a long day. And you're like, whoa, it's 9 a.m. Sometimes it's like that in your Arbonne business. Sometimes it's like, oh, what am I doing? Is anyone ever going to buy a fizz stick? Are my stats ever going to change? What is happening? But to think it's been 10 years is actually insane. So obviously reflecting on that is such a great thing to do. So I've got 8 things that I'm going to speed through with you of where I was 10 years ago and where I am now 10 years on. So number 1 is confidence. So yes, I was a professional dancer for years, could dance in front of tens of thousands of people, even done acting things in front of thousands of people. But to talk as myself, as Jo, absolutely not. I remember doing my district manager story at Region Training with Mel, and I was so scared. I had a blazer jacket on and then a scarf wrapped around my neck up to here to hide the like red blotchy nerve rash because I was so scared, shaking with my piece of paper. 10 years ago, that's where I was, okay? Now, I love public speaking. Yeah! What is that? The fact that I'm even saying that sentence is crazy. Me 10 years ago would never have thought I would say that 10 years on. I love training. I love inspiring. I love motivating people. I found a real passion for this, and that never would have been discovered if it wasn't for my Arbonne business. Number 2, personal development. 10 years ago, none. Absolutely none. Didn't know what personal development was. Never heard of it. Didn't know it existed. That was that. Now, 10 years on, I love personal development so much. 10 years of reading, of listening to audios, of going to events, of doing seminars. I'm so passionate about it that it's actually led to me starting a third business that's all about personal development and mindset for little ones, for 3 to 7 year olds. That's how passionate I am about it. I just believe that earlier children can start this when their minds are just sponges, the better. That never would have happened without art. So the message is, invest in you, invest in your personal development. You don't know what path it's going to lead you on in 10 years, but consistently do it every single day and let's see where it leads you. Number 3 is education. I've never ran a business before. I was a self-employed dancer. I didn't know anything about investing, what leverage was, what recurring income was. I only knew the system that I'd been taught in school and the system that my parents had taught me and what I'd grown up with. 10 years on, I run 3 businesses. I run a dance school, I run Kind Kids, and I run my Argon business. I've created leverage with all of those things. So I run a dance school and I have other teachers working for me, and that's leverage. My Argon business, people can shop online whether I'm there or not. That's leverage. Kind Kids, I have 2 books that people can buy anytime. That's leverage. And one of the most important things is that I can now teach my own children this stuff. That's priceless. If you've got children, they're not going to learn this stuff in school, but you can teach them and you can help spread that message. So be hungry, be open, learn, ask questions, find out about investing. There's a whole other world, and it's out there if you surround yourself with the people that are here in our home. Number 4 is finances. So when I got back from working on cruise ships, I had no job, we had a house and a mortgage to pay for, and we had our wedding 6 months later. So a huge financial, thing in our life coming up. My husband went back to working at McDonald's. I was trying to do any job I could, teaching here, teaching there, for rubbish money just to pay the bills. And there's 2 things I really remember. One is going to an area training in London. Area training used to be in person in London. I'm meeting Mel at a coffee shop, and she's like, "Oh, do you want a coffee?" And I was like, "No, I'm fine." And she's like, "No, I'm buying. Do you want one?" I was like, "No, honestly, I'm fine." And the reason I said that was because I knew deep down I could not justify £3.50, £4 to buy a coffee to go to area training with. It just wasn't in my radar, like as if I could spend that much money on just buying a coffee when I was just about paying my bills. And then the second one was I got my Zumba instructor license, again, just to get more money. And I covered a class at David Lloyd Gym, and they're obviously gorgeous gyms. And I was teaching upstairs, and the class finished. I was leaving, and I just looked out the window down at the outside pool at David Lloyd, and it was summer, and I was obviously a hot, sweaty mess. There was people just sunbathing all around the pool, kids playing in the pool, and I just thought, one day, I won't be up here teaching, I will be able to afford a David Lloyd membership. And I distinctly remember that so much. Now, those might seem like tiny things to you, like buying a coffee or a gym membership, but to me, they were huge. So 10 years, where am I now? I don't even think about buying a coffee. If I want a coffee, not when I'm on my 30 days, if I want a coffee, I buy a coffee. I buy other people coffee. Sometimes I pay in the drive-through for the person behind me, for their coffee. It's not an issue to me anymore. And when it comes to David Lloyd, I've been a member at David Lloyd now for years. And when in the summer, when I lie on those sunbeds out by the pool, I am truly, and I mean truly, grateful. Every single time that I'm there, I say, thank you, universe, that I can afford this gym membership. And it might seem small, but I just want to say that because if you're in a position where you're like, yeah, I can't just buy a Starbucks coffee, like £4 and a coffee, what? If you're in that position now, you can completely change your finances in 10 years. Keep working every single day. Number 5, so I had friends all over the world from working on cruise ships, which was amazing, and that's great, and I coached from the countries, but I'm not from Suffolk, and I didn't have a friendship circle where I lived. 10 years on, I have the most incredible friendships here at Argon, and with like-minded people, and it's so refreshing. Do you have conversations with people here like you don't have with anyone else in the real world? These are next level people, and it's also made me really step out of my comfort zone in Ipswich and create a network, because I wanted to build friendships and I wanted to increase my network and just meet incredible people and other mums. So it's really made me do that. So I cannot stress this enough. Build your friendships here. When I've had years when I've not really been buzzing about my own business, it's the friendships and the community that have kept me going. Number 6 is a sense of purpose. So as a performer, it's your world, it's your everything. I wanted to do it since I was young, it was my passion, it was everything. That was my entire life, and it's a very short career. So when it finishes, you can feel a bit lost and a bit like, what am I doing now? What is my purpose? 10 years on, it's helped me find a new sense of purpose. So helping other people with health, with mindset, with personal development, be well, which I'm so passionate about. And of course, it shaped that journey into starting Kind Kids as well. So I just want to say, if you don't yet know what your purpose is, that's okay. But know that 100% Arbonne will help you find it. Even if you've not got it right now, along the way, through the years, it's going to help you find your purpose. So trust that 100%. Number 7 is choices. So 10 years ago, I had to do promo work because I had to pay the bills, and any performers know how soul-destroying promo work is. Standing, giving out leaflets, sampling like, I don't know, butter or chocolate in Tesco. The worst is like skincare, when you're giving out skincare samples. Or I was doing hair care once, and somebody was like, "Do you genuinely use these products?" And I was like, "Are you a mystery shopper?" She was like, "No, I don't even know what that is." And I was like, "Okay, good. I absolutely don't use these products. I use Arbonne. Here's my business card." I absolutely did that. I could only shop in Primark. That was my only option at the time. I had to say no to certain events or things with friends or holidays because it wasn't an option. I had to live in a certain house in a certain area because that's all we could afford. 10 years on, gone are all the jobs that I hated. And the day that I stopped promo work, oh my gosh, it was just amazing. I worked 1 day a week at my dance school, and then I work in the evenings, obviously, on my Arbonne business, because I choose to be with my 3-year-old every single day until she goes to school. And I choose to take my son to school every single day and pick him up from school every single day. That is what I have been able to create, not just with Arbonne, but with all the businesses. But it's the knowledge and the experience and the everything I've learned through Arbonne that has fed into those other 2 businesses as well. It is priceless. We weren't in the best area for schools. We were able to move to a better area. We now have a 4-bed detached house. We've just had a double extension on it. Guys, choices equals freedom, joy, lightness, not being dictated by time and money from somebody else. You get to choose every single day. You can create that as well. And finally, number 8 is being proud. So 10 years ago, yes, I was happy that I started my Arbonne business because I got it right away, but I was also very scared of what people thought. Do you remember the black bag with the green Arbonne logo and the green handles? If I would ever go into London for a training, I would turn the bag around on the tube so nobody could see the logo. I was that scared of, what if somebody sees the bag and they're like, "Oh, she's doing Arbonne, like that's weird." Like there was so much going on in my head. I didn't have the self-belief yet in what I'd chosen to do. 10 years on, I am loud and proud Arbonne. Give me an Arbonne cap, give me an Arbonne hoodie, I'll wear it all, whatever, it's all good. So do you realise that you're aligned with a company that's uniquely positioned to go global, to become a billion-dollar company, that's a B corporation, that's willable, that cares about people and our planet, that we're helping people to have healthier bodies and healthier minds, helping people to dream bigger, to believe in themselves, to increase their confidence. You should be so proud of what you have here in Arbonne. So don't let anyone tell you you shouldn't be doing that, or you should stop doing that because it's been a while and you haven't got any results. Do not listen to them. Remember what you've got, and here's to your next 10 years in Arbonne. Thank you very much.
was talking over the head. It's making me just look at what this business does for people's lives and people's mindsets. It's just incredible. I just love being walked through a journey like that, and just, yeah, especially to create peace of mind, and just absolutely smash it. So thank you so much. So next up, we have another fabulous area manager, who is Ashling Henderson. So Ashling Henderson is an area manager. She's also a scientist working in cancer research and clinical trials. She's originally from Ireland, but moved to London in 2021, which led to the creation of a podcast, Single in London, which is now being listed, also listened to in 71 countries. She's passionate about fitness, mental health, and is a huge advocate for therapy after having her own personal transformation. So please welcome Ashling.
Just that bio, when I was asked to write bio, it's the first time I've ever been asked, and that's just not really a representation of who I am. I feel like I can change so much. My bio could be completely different next week, and I just think like this person can change your life so fast, like so fast, and this kind of leads to my topic of choosing to change. So a little bit about who I am if you've never seen me speak before. So Ashling, area manager. I recently earned AIT from Mexico. And yeah, so my day job is science working in cancer research clinical trials. So I started R1 2.5 years ago. My national vice president basically was describing when I started as just your very average, kind of boring, not really special about me, and she was very honest about that. And that's what I was. Average girl, small town, huge people figure, no personal development whatsoever, but like deep down inside, I had this like fire within me. But the thing is, I was never ever encouraged to dream big. It was never in my family or my environment, so all my dreams and visions stay down here. So then QR1, and this was my permission to like let all this out of me. So the thing was, though, I didn't have the belief at the beginning. So if you are a new consultant or only maybe 6 months to a year in, you might not have that belief yet, but I just kept plugging myself into every training, every personal development. And I used to live in Northern Ireland, so I used to fly over to London anytime there was an event. I was like, I can't even afford this, but I'm getting on the plane because I need to surround myself with these people. And I just kept doing that, regardless of the results. Because I knew that this is a 5-year business plan, so you need to treat it like that and like surrender from the results at the beginning. So with all this personal development, about a year into my business, something in my life happened, like everyone. And I had to make a very courageous decision, but I don't think I would have made it if I hadn't done all the personal development in R1. And basically, I left a long-term relationship, right, which wasn't there for me. And that one decision, guys, that bravery, it's like that thing that happened to you that triumphs everything that everyone's been talking about. Like, it's funny, I had my heart completely broken, and the month after I went area call, and then I completed area. Like what? Like, what do you even remember that story? And then after that, it was like one positive change after the other. And like within a couple of months, I had moved to London, changed my job, just like I just literally started changing everything. And it was the best thing I could ever do. And all those changes were so uncomfortable, but like change is so exciting. And like my word for 2022 is surprise. Because again, I just want my life to just surprise me in every area, and see when you're open to that change, like that's when everything exciting can happen in your life, you allow it in. So like with all this change, my business started thriving, and like I look back now at the person I was at the beginning, I can't even recognize her. And like last night, I should have been sleeping, but I was going through my Instagram archive. I like go back and look at the stories of like this time, like a year ago, this time 2 years ago. And I was that consultant who was like, you have to join R1 or your life will be crap if you don't join R1. like that's like, I didn't care. I was just putting who I was then. I was just putting myself out there, regardless of who's right or wrong. And so don't be afraid to share what's on your heart right now. It might not be perfect or correct, but this is what you're going to learn throughout time. So my journey, the common theme is like choosing to change. So the first thing is choosing to change my belief around what's possible for me. So like belief is the thing we talk about so much. Like, when do you actually believe that you'll be worthy of becoming a national vice president and beyond? And to be honest, guys, there's no secret answer. Like, you just have to keep showing up. Like, being here today, like you're already moving that pin that little bit further. Like, every time, there's no actual point in my mind where I remember going, I can be a nation. Like, it just literally happens over time. So just keep showing up, and that belief will come into you. The next thing, guys, I think this is so special, like choosing to be the person that goes first. So it doesn't matter what upbringing any of us had. Some of us might have had a really great upbringing, some people maybe not so great. Isn't it like incredible that you can change that story for your family? Like, for yourself, for your future kids, like, and I mean like financial, I mean your beliefs, I mean the inner peace, the opportunities, like you are the person that can change that for your family. And I think, like, you might feel like, oh my God, that's a lot of responsibility, but like, own that decision, own that journey, and please see it through. Like, see it through and be that person for your future family. You're going to create like an amazing tidal wave effect. So just see it through for your family and for yourself. The next thing I chose to change was my view on social media. So who here has felt like me? Raise your hand. If you just want to disappear off the face of the planet and never go on social media ever again. Okay, we can all relate. I don't really need it. Like, it's a bit artificial. We need that. Well, guys, we need social media. As Kristen shared earlier, it is absolutely fundamental to our business. We have to find that healthy relationship with it. And like, you know, I have a small amount of following. I don't have any viral posts. But what I did, like to Erin in Mexico, all my sales were closed in Instagram DMs. Like, that's how I did it. And I just really built those relationships with the network that I had, and just being unapologetically me. So like, if you meet me in person or on my social media, I'm the exact same person. And like, it just takes time to keep showing up and keep putting yourself out there, and don't be afraid to put your face on that camera. And something changed completely. I think it was halfway through the year, National Vice President Lisa was like, I'm just going to be obsessed with Arbonne. And because she led the way, we were like, you know what, I'm also going to be obsessed. I'm just going to be obsessed and share Arbonne completely unapologetically. Drop ego, drop the too cool to share too many posts in your story in one day. Just share. Literally just be unapologetic. And that's where your customers are going to trust you and they're going to buy from you. Like, just, who cares? Just share and be obsessed. Like, being obsessed with Arbonne is an incredible thing. So own it. I'm thinking of it as well, guys, like, all of us have joined this business and there's a part of us that wants to have a positive effect on people's lives. Social media, you can do that every single day. Like, you might introduce someone gratitude or affirmations, or you might share a quote, and that might like help everything that they're going through that day. So instead of thinking, people are watching me, think, how can I help other people today, and how can I add a bit of value and kind of build that better, healthier relationship with social media. So the next thing, guys, is I was choosing to make my mental and physical health a priority. So this is absolutely huge. So there's two situations, right? If you're in Arbonne, obviously we all are, and you're not getting the results that you want, there's two situations that you might be in. So I want you to think, which one are you in? The first one is that you just haven't been in this business long enough, or you just haven't been in it long enough and been consistent enough. So think, is that you? Are you new? Are you fresh? You just haven't been in long enough. You haven't stayed consistent long enough, and you just haven't seen the results yet, which is normal, okay? Scenario number two, you might be like, Ashling, I've been here a year, 3 years, 5 years. I'm so consistent. Like, why am I not seeing results? I know why. And the reason is that you have not been consistent with keeping your mental and your physical health high and your energy high. Because if you keep that high for a consistent period of time, like that 90-day cycle that people talk about, you'll be guaranteed results. And guys, it brings us back to that energy that everyone's been talking about today. Like, it's keeping that energy high for a period of time is going to give you the results that you need. And it's funny, Erin in AIT, so the qualification was July to obviously Christmas. In July, I wasn't in a great place with everything, my mental health and everything. But I found out the trip was going to be March 21st. I turned 30 on March 25th. So I was like, I am going to be in Mexico waking up on my 30th birthday, and it's going to be a reality. So when I heard that was the case, I was like, right, realistically, this is where you have to be real with yourself. What do you really want? So as an area manager, you think you want region, but I had to be really real with myself. And I said, guys, I actually want to earn AIT. I actually prefer that way over region. So this is where you have to get real with yourself. After the top of the pops, region is great. I'm going to go there next. But like AIT was my thing, and I made it my mission, guys. And I knew this business was a 90-day cycle, so I had to bring up my mental health and bring up my physical health. I committed to like daily movement, guys, even just a simple walk, and that will bring your energy back up. And it was going into October, I only had like 100 points, but October, November, and December, everything happened. Everything exploded. And as well, over Christmas, this is like choosing to change. So my family are back in Ireland. I decided not to go home for Christmas because I knew if I went home for Christmas, my energy may be affected and I will not earn that trip. So I did not go home for Christmas and I made sure I earned that trip. And it's choosing to make those difficult decisions because you want it bad enough. The next, I'm going to finish off with this quote. So, never let the fear of striking out keep you from playing the game is one of my favorite quotes. And there's kind of a funny story here. In fact, at Stuart and Francis' party in July, had a really amazing conversation with Sarah Johnson. And that's July, I remember my energy wasn't great. And I'm single, dating. And Sarah could tell that my energy was affected by men. And she said, actually, I have one piece of advice for you. She goes, stop dating, forget about men, and focus on one region. I'm sorry to say, Sarah, but I didn't listen. But from not listening, I have gained a whole new area of growth and experience also in that area. And I now actually think that my R1 business and my dating life is so similar, and I kind of want to show you how that is. So basically, like, building a successful R1 business and finding love, they are equal goals for me. And like, for both of them, I only have a certain amount of control over my customers, my team, and over the person who will fall in love with me as well. So I can only bring my best self to both of those situations, and I have to release the control. And as well, guys, like in both those situations, you have to not be afraid to like put yourself out there, open your heart, be vulnerable. When there is risk of failure or pain, or you just have to put yourself out there in both situations. And as well, guys, with both situations, there's going to be challenges, failures. You're going to have to pick yourself back up again, and like you bring a new perspective to each partner each time and to each goal that you're going after. And with both, you need to have intentional effort and consistency. So I'm learning both at the same time, and like putting all that into perspective. Like we all know when it comes to love and relationship that there is that special someone out there for absolutely everyone. Like we all know deep down. So why not the same for our R1 businesses? Why do we believe deep down that we will have the results that we want? It's the exact same thing, guys. It's that deep and inner knowing that you deserve results in both those areas. So I just want to say that like change takes time, like growth takes time, like be patient and like just enjoy the journey in both those areas and in your R1 business, because like we're so lucky to have been introduced to this, and like it's crazy to think like some people will actually never be introduced to R1 and you have. So bloody run with it.
So much, Ashling. Always choosing to change, to grow, to get uncomfortable. It is always going to be the answer. Thank you so much for that fabulous training. Okay, on to our next area manager, Lucie Jackson. So, my background is in event management and is currently working as a practice manager in a chiropractic wellness clinic. Lucie lives in Harrogate with husband Paul and their two children, Luke and Lily, aged 13 and 10. Lucie joined R1 in January 2020, promoted to area in March 2020. She was recognised at last year's NTC as number 7 in the UK for the highest enrolment of preferred clients. Absolutely amazing. Lucie.
this room. I love you all. It's amazing. So I'm going to keep this as short as possible because I'm running out of time. So yeah, my name is Lucie Jackson. It is an absolute honour to be here today to talk to everybody. I'm going to tell you my story because it's a really good one. I used to love listening to stories when I first joined because listening to people's stories is what made me want to go into business even more. So my background was in event management, and after 10 years in the industry, I was made redundant whilst I was pregnant with our first child. And unfortunately, following the birth, I suffered from PTSD and postnatal depression. But with the help of my friends and my family, we all got through it, and I decided it's time to go back to work. So I went back to my friend, the gorgeous Sian Thompson, and worked in her chiropractic clinic until I fell pregnant with my daughter Lily and decided to leave to become a full-time mummy. My postnatal depression returned. Does get better, I promise. Kind of. Anyway, at this point, clearly I had zero confidence and absolutely no desire whatsoever to go back to my previous career. So I went self-employed as a cleaner. I was cleaning 3 to 4 houses a day, 5 to 6 days a week, and I can't believe I'm saying that and how the hell I did that, I just do not know. My husband Paul is a builder, and we both were working incredibly long hours. We lived hand to mouth and relied heavily on benefits to keep up with cost of living. Our house was rented. We'd been there for nearly 9 years, and it was in desperate need of repair. And I'm not joking, there was black mould, there was bare carpets, cupboard doors falling off. Our landlord was tight, a proper tight Yorkshireman. He wouldn't put his hand in his pocket, and I was so frustrated, like, to say the least. But the last straw came, and we discovered we'd been living next door to a paedophile. Yeah. He'd been on a curfew awaiting trial, and we didn't find this out until he was sentenced to still explicit. But that pain was the turning point in my life. I knew something had to change. So in true Lucie Jackson style, I quit my jobs. In a week, got rid of it all. I was like, right, I'm not cleaning anymore, getting rid of it. I knew that Shara was looking for a practice manager, so I found her and told her, that's my job. And luckily she agreed. Shara had approached me about the album business when she first started, and I believe I was one of the first people that Debbie and Shara presented to, and had a little flip chart, not even joking, this little flip chart, and I was given a CD. Anyone remembers what they are? I didn't listen to it. I was a no. But I sat and listened to the presentation. But Shara was persistently polite, and she regularly asked me, and eventually persuaded me to go to a DA. I can't say how many WhatsApp messages it took to get me to that DA. I said, I apologise now, darling. I was worth the wait. Anyway, I was still a big fat no. She obviously saw something in me that I just didn't see in myself at the time. Despite me saying no many times, I was always watching her from the sidelines. And stalking Scott Campbell on Instagram. We've known each other a long time, so I'm not completely weird. In our clinic, we promote 30 days to healthy living, which, by the way, I said no to millions of times. I was far too healthy. Far too healthy. What did I need that for? You need to see my before and after pictures. I should have put on there. I didn't need it. I'd seen patients in the clinic having amazing results, so after opening the door during Christmas 2019, I thought, right, I'm going to have to give this a go myself. Less than 2 weeks into the programme, I felt absolutely incredible. I was sleeping well, my skin was better, my eyes were brighter, I just felt so much happier, and that had such a knock-on effect on my family. So if I'm happy in my house, if I'm happy, my family's happy. If I'm not happy, my family's not happy. I create it all in my household. Don't know if anyone can relate to that. Yeah. So I was talking, obviously people were noticing it in me and coming up to me and saying, wow, oh my God, what are you doing? You look completely different. How would I do it? Tell me what it is you're doing. And I was like, that's how this works. So it was literally within minutes, I picked up the phone to Shara and get this. I asked
her to join her business 6 years after her first house. Just gotta let it sink in, like 6 years, what was I thinking? I joined Arbon in January 2020, and by the end of March, I was an area manager. I know what you can say, you no multitude, don't think I'm still in that space or not. Obviously, like January to March, how on earth did I do that? Honestly, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea how I did it. I knew very little about the business or the products, and I was completely clueless about QV numbers, didn't have a clue. But I trusted Charm. I did everything she advised me to do without question. So, what I know for sure, and we've heard this all day, it was energy. Complete, that's all it was in those first few months. I was high vibing, I was full of excitement, just knowing the amount of people I could help feel the way that I felt. That's all I thought about. So, my top tips. Do not ever be afraid to go back to somebody who you know would be amazing at this business. Keep going back. There's so many people like I was then that really, really need this business right now. If you're not doing 30 days, and we've heard this as well, you've never done it before, please get on it, because that energy sells for you. That energy enrolled my team, got me to area manager in less than 3 months. We're still on the reduced numbers for qualification as well, so that makes absolute sense to make the most of it now. And if you're not, I'm not great at numbers, and I'll hold my hands up to that, but I have other people on my team that are, so just ask for help. That's a massive thing. We're going to talk about this, Scott's going to go into this a bit more. But what is your vision? What is your passion? What I remember is that my vision was so strong when I first started this business that it cleared the path for me to give out the necessary action. It cleared the path, and without that vision, we're just more likely to procrastinate and lose that consistency. It's just what happens. The biggest one of all. And I did not know how many people was going to talk about energy tonight, but it's definitely my thing. Energy is huge. Protect your high vibing energy at all costs. What are you saying to yourself? How are you speaking to people? What conversations are you having? Massively, meaning, recognise what conversations you should choose to walk away from, because there's a lot of them that we all need to be walking away from right now. Oh yeah, what are you watching on TV before you go to bed? Do you know what I used to watch on TV to fall asleep to? The news at 10. Seriously, I had it on and I would turn it off. I'm like, no wonder I was depressed and in a bad place. We never watch the news, and my children are actually, they'll turn it off now if it comes on the radio. They're conditioned to turn it off. Yeah, how do you start your day? Be well, miracle morning, whatever it is that you do to start your day. If you commit to doing something high vibing, even if it's just putting a really good playlist on, I guarantee that energy will stick with you for the rest of the day. So just do something before you start your day. And this was brilliant. And I think, Stuart, I heard this from you. Get your glitter suit on? Yes! So I love this, and it stuck. It was I love a visual. So what you do is, you step into a glitter suit and pull it right away from your feet, all the way up, and right over your head. And you just positive, negative energy just bounce off it every morning. And I still think about that now, so thank you for that. With all the small changes, a clear vision, and absolutely making the most of what Arbon has to offer, we are all 100% capable of success in this business. No matter where you are right now in your business, there is always an opportunity to turn it around. It's just a choice. Nothing changes if nothing changes. Feel it, believe in yourself, and go out there and make it happen!
Thank you so much, Lucy. You're so amazing, and I just love the stories so much. It's like my favourite part, hearing your stories. And this is one reason why you just stay no matter what. Because if Lucy's sponsor hadn't stayed,
she's late and she could have joined. Save for those people that are coming. So, yeah, amazing, thank you. So on to our very final speaker of the day, the one and only, no other like him, the fabulous Executive National Vice President, Scott Campbell. Before R1 entered his life, he worked as a dancer and a model. He will have been working his R1 business for 12 years next month. He's so thankful for what this opportunity has given him in so many ways, and so excited to see what it brings. So please welcome Scott Campbell.
Right, come on. It is 5 past 5. I'm going to be very, very quick. I mean, everyone's been longer today. I expect I'm going to be quick. Let's put it that way. So anyway, your vision is everything. So today we've heard of everything, of energy, vision. You're going nowhere if you do not have a strong, powerful vision. So today you've got to leave with a vision that is going to keep you going tonight, tomorrow, next week, the day after, this next month, till the end of this year, till you achieve what you said you were going to do. I am a district manager. I am an area manager. I am a regional vice president. I am a national vice president. What are you going to achieve? When your desires are so strong, you will appear to possess superhuman powers to achieve your desires. So how big is your superpower? That your vision will drive you on the days that you don't want it to drive you. When you have a powerful vision, you have the potential to change your life and the lives of others. This business is about you, but it's not about you. The reason I am here and my fellow national vice presidents are where we are today is because we've made it about others. I live, love, and live for this business because I know how many people I can help and how many lives I can change. So how many lives are you going to change by the end of this month, by the end of next month, by the end of next year? So do you have a powerful vision? Do you right now? Your vision will allow you to do things when you don't even want to do things. Vision is your daily habit, right? You've heard this today. You've got to make it part of your practice. You've got to visualize for at least 15 minutes a day. So how many of you right now have created your future life? Have you done your vision board, your vision videos? If you haven't done that, you're not going anywhere. If you are not where you want to be right now, it's because your vision isn't big enough. Do you tell your vision to everyone every day? If you are not where you want to be and you're lost, blah, blah, all that crap. Like, oh my goodness, my last month wasn't great. Whatever, I don't care. You've still got a paycheck. You've got to be in a state of gratitude and love, and you can change anything like that. Vision is a mindset. It's your vision that will get you over and through anything. And if you're not where you want to be, your vision isn't big enough. That is simple. You're playing small. So how big is your vision? You're going to have obstacles along the way. That's life. We are not given a book to life. I actually love obstacles. I love when my business is so challenging because I know there's only one way to go, and it's up. And I know that's where you grow and you become stronger and more powerful. So embrace the obstacles. They're here to distract you. So make sure you let them test you. And how do you react to those obstacles as you're growing and moving with your vision? So in business, you will need knowledge. You will need knowledge, but your vision is what will get you to where you want to be. When I went region, when I went nation, I probably still have no knowledge. I was looking at Sarah to say if I did. No, I probably didn't. But my vision got me to where I was. I remember going regional vice president qualification. I had 2 people that went region the same time as me. My business was not strong as then. I remember when they went region going, I'm not worthy, I can't do this. Of course I bloody can. I enrolled them, I sponsored them, and I got down to work and I held my vision so strong that I was going to make that happen. When I went nation, something terrible went on in my personal life and in my business, where lots of people probably would have walked away. I got on a plane and I knew I was going to come back as a nation, because I was going out to Australia to help create my now National Vice President. By the time I got off the plane, I was a National Vice President. But I didn't tell everyone. I wouldn't tell the people in Australia because it wasn't about me. It was about what I could do for them and what I could help create for their future lives. So how big is your vision now? So focus on the vision and the goal. Come on, let's go. So many photos are overtaking it to too long. I've been up all night trying to write this training. Really, I gave you my life this week on start well, and this time you're paying me. Anyway, so, right, when you're working on your vision, what does your future life look like? I've already told you this. So how many of you right now are talking and I'm going to do that, but straight away, that negativity comes straight in and you've already taught yourself out there. Well, now I'm going to be an area manager in 2 months. Well, I can't do that. You've got to flip it all the time. You've got to train your mind to acknowledge that negativity and talk positive and keep talking positive, because you can do anything. Words are powerful and the way you speak is powerful. Numbers are like words. Numbers mean nothing. There should be no emotional attachment to number one, to the number 100,000, but we have an emotional attachment to it. You've got to remove emotion out of everything. I am blessed that I am surrounded by the most amazing women in my life. My mum, people that inspire me, Sarah Johnson, it goes on. My business is made up of the most wonderful women, but you are emotional. You've got to have to stop the emotion. Okay, our mum was created by a man. We do have some good things, I'm sorry, we do. I'll give you a list, I'll see you later. But you've got to get a bit, I don't want to use get manly, but you've just got to get back to Scott Campbell. This is how it is, it's sharp, it's like this. If you want to be in, let's go. It's not a mortgage decision, it's a coffee shop decision. Are you buying that? Are you not? Oh, you don't like the mascara? Who cares? Try my foundation. We've got to get like this. We've got to get a bit more vicious, a bit more urgent. Push the microphone out the way and go, are you coming or what? Straight forward. Keep your vision on. Right. Everything is possible. Okay, right, before I leave you. Have you created your future life? So some of you probably want to fly first class. Some of you want to go on holidays all the time. You want to pay your mortgage off. You want to send the kids to private school. You want to give to charity. You want a yacht. You can have it all, but actually you can't have it all because you don't know how much your yacht's going to be. You don't know how much it is to go first class. And if you're earning £5,000 a month, you ain't going first class. I'm telling you. You've got to work the numbers out. You want a nice watch? How much is that watch? You want the Chanel handbag? They're £6,000. So how much do you want to earn? How much do you want to give to charity? Don't just be like, oh, I'm doing this. Work it out, because you are the greatest thing and you are the creator of whatever you want. So go and create a great year and let's have a fucking amazing year.